Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a brand new edition of the Pewter Report live draft show brought to you by Walk-Ons. There are 3 Walk-Ons in the Tampa Bay area, one over in Wesley Chapel, another in Lakewood, and a third in Midtown, not far away from Raymond James Stadium where the Buccaneers play football. Check out any of those locations. They are the perfect place to watch the draft with fantastic food, drinks, and a menu and TVs galore that you're going to love.
What an amazing comeback, Coach.
You're not kidding. I mean, we did lose the game badly, but coming to Walk-Ons afterward, the team got a much-needed win off the field.
Walk-Ons for the win.
That's right. Make sure you check out all 3 of the Walk-Ons in the Tampa Bay area. Make Walk-Ons your number 1 overall pick. They got tons of great drafts, great food, appetizers. Eat like a winner and drink like a champ over at Walk-Ons. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 Pewter Report live draft show, once again presented by Walk-Ons. We are live from the Advent Health Training Center. I'm Matt Matera. Joined with me is my co-host, the face that runs the place at pewterreport.com, SR, Scott Reynolds. Scott, how excited are you? We are here. We've been talking about the draft nonstop, and we finally have made it.
From Mobile, Alabama at the Senior Bowl to the Indianapolis NFL Scouting Combine to the Bucs cruise that we did.
Right.
Then to the NFL annual meeting in West Palm Beach where we talked to Todd Bowles and Jason Light one more time to get you guys the draft scoop that we're going to present to you tonight. And we've been presenting to you quite some time, whether it be our mock draft, whether it be our draft episodes, our podcasts. We've been hitting the draft hard since January, since that fateful night when the Buccaneers lost to the Commanders 23-20.
That's right. We know there is a fair amount of changes that the Buccaneers need to bring to this team, especially on the defensive side. So that seems like that's going to be the case this upcoming draft, especially starting tonight on Thursday night. Donovan Ezeraku is a player that we'll talk about, a couple of cornerbacks as well, and the big caveat in all of this, Jihad Campbell, the Alabama inside linebacker, and what they might do there.
Yeah, there's some positions that we obviously have talked about, for months now, whether it's defensive line with an edge rusher, defensive tackle, inside linebacker, cornerback, safety. Those are the positions we believe that Tampa Bay is going to be targeting in this draft. Matt, I think you and I are both of the same mind that this team will get 2 defensive backs, maybe 2 corners, an outside and a slot corner, or if this team drafts someone like, say, Malachi Starks with the first-round pick, a safety, then you might see Tyke Smith stay at nickel, and then you might see an outside corner get drafted to challenge Jamel Dean and play opposite Zion McCollum.
Yeah, that is true. The Malachi Starks thing, I'm kind of – if Donovan Ezeraku is my first guy that I would like, Malachi Starks is probably second. Yeah. Because – you can argue, the Bucs need a corner. Like, what are they going to do? Jamel Dean. I get a lot of people have ran Jamel Dean out of town. I understand it, but you're still going into this draft looking at the fact that you have Zion McCollum on one side and Jamel Dean on the other side. So to me, you at least know you have your starting corners. You signed 2 backups this year. Bryce Hall was on the team. We all know the situation with his injury. Right. But to me, I'd rather fill a void with the position that is going to be playing a lot, whether that's the slot or just strong safety. Yeah. And what is the answer? Is it Tyke Smith? Because if Tyke Smith isn't going to just play strong safety, well, then you really have to seriously consider having a strong safety as an early round pick. And I think Malachi Starks is a guy that if you want to throw him in the slot, you can. If you want to put him next to Antoine Winfield Jr., we've seen Todd Bowles, how well he does working with young defensive backs and specifically safety. And to me, I almost rather have a dynamic safety right now than depending on who's going to be available at corner when the Bucs pick at 19, especially because my overall draft crush is Kobe Bryant. We'll talk about him more tomorrow and potentially on Saturday. There's plenty of other corners to find where I feel like at safety, you want somebody that can pack a punch right away.
Yeah, and the thing with Malachi Starks that he brings is several things. He's from Georgia. He's got that championship pedigree. He played with Tyke Smith, so there's already some on-field chemistry. And he's a player that we've talked about before. We had him in our mock draft version number 3, or actually number 4.
Yeah.
We had Donovan Ezeraku in number 3, and also in our final. But the thing with Malachi Starks that is interesting is he has the range to play free safety. He can also play strong safety, is probably where he's best suited. And then also in the slot. He was that kind of star defensive back at Georgia. And it would be nice to see those guys back together again. I'm personally rooting because I'm an edge rusher kind of guy. I'm a defensive-minded guy, defensive line. I want to see another edge rusher come to this team. But as Josh Capo and I did in our 4th mock draft, where we had Malachi Starks going in the first round, we had Olawufemi Oladejo.
Yes.
On the day 2. So we found a way to get him in the mix, and that's a player that the Buccaneers are interested in. On PewterReport.com, we have the Bucs Best Bets article that I put up today.
Yes.
Let's take a quick look at that. This is the cheat sheet that's in that article. So if you want to maybe follow along at home, we'll update this as these players come off the board, either drafted by the Buccaneers or they come off the board to other teams. We'll have this updated as those players are removed.
We'll keep it on the screen for a little bit. So if you want to screenshot this, print it out on your home computer, whatever the case may be. Nobody's better in the game than Scott Reynolds, good old SR, when it comes to picking Bucs Best Bets. So I have no doubt that we'll have at least one this year. Also, happy belated birthday, Scott.
Well,
hope you enjoyed the big day.
Yeah, I worked my ass off. But I mean, that's what happens when my birthday is the day before the draft.
Right.
So, but it's a labor of love. It's fun. We love doing this show for you guys. It's 3 days long. It's approximately 20 hours.
Yeah.
Matt Matera and I will be joined by Adam Slavan and Bailey Adams here in Tampa. We'll get Josh Capo live at some point in time during the show from Georgia. We will work that out. That might not happen tonight, but it might happen on day 2 or day 3. And we'll also have some guests for you on day 3 as well. Some of the other Bucs beat writers we'll bring on here and kind of get their thoughts on what's transpired. But these are the Bucs Best Bets. Again, you can find us on PewterReport.com in addition to our mock draft. And I also did a first-round mock draft as well. So you can check all of those things out. Josh Capo has his big board. So you can kind of see where Josh has all of those players ranked and tiered. And let's just kind of start by going through some of these positions, Matt. I think this is kind of a good way to set things up here. These are the defensive tackles that, to our knowledge, they're targeting.
Mm-hmm.
And we have 19 out of 30 identified official 30 visitors to Tampa Bay, right? So we don't have all of them. There's 11 guys that are missing that we don't have. But what we do know is that these are the defensive tackles they're targeting. So this is the kind of the key or the legend here.
Right.
The guys in Pewter, Darius Alexander, Omar Norman-Lott, and Shamar Turner, those 3 players are players that came in for official 30 visits. The next group, the group in red, those are players that had formal interviews at the Combine in Indianapolis. Tonka Hemingway, Junior Tafuna, and Peyton Page. Now, you see Darius Alexander, he's in all caps. That means Alexander was brought in for a 30 visit as well as a formal Combine interview. And then the players in blacklisted there, Tyler Batty, Warren Brinson, and Eric Gregory. Those players are players that had informal interviews with Tampa Bay.
That is right. Now, Alexander certainly would be someone that probably, gets picked on in round 2 if he doesn't go in round 1, if he, somehow were to slide there. Norman-Lott, the guy that you see on the screen there as well, a big hulking type of, defensive tackle, a little bit sort of, I don't want to say a prototype of Kalijah Cansey, who everybody here knows in Tampa Bay, but that guy that can really go and, shoot the A gap, really take advantage of maybe a slower offensive guard. He can go and beat the gap specifically. And the Bucs are in an interesting spot, right? Because Logan Hall is going into the last year of his deal. They re-signed Greg Gaines, but that's a 1-year deal as well. This defensive line, of course, is built around Vita Vea and Kalijah Cansey, but you do have to start thinking somewhat about how do you fill out the rest of that room in the future if Logan Hall is not on this team next year and Vita Vea gets a year older? Tafuna, someone I actually spoke to at the NFL Combine, and he kind of joked that Vita Vea was a cousin of his because they, come from a Samoan background and everything like that. And Tonka Hemingway from South Carolina was in the latest Pewter Report mock draft, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, we have him going in the 7th rounds to the Buccaneers. So those are the players that we have got for the defensive tackles. Let's take a look now at the outside linebackers. These are the players that the Bucs are targeting. And again, the players in Pewter are the players that have come in for those official 30 visits. We've identified 3 of them. I bet you, Matt, there's probably more.
Yes.
Because edge rusher is going to be one of those players that Tampa Bay is going to be selecting. Michael Williams from Georgia, Nick Scorton from Texas A&M, and Femi Oladipo from UCLA. I love his Twitter handle, Femi Go Crazy.
Yep. Yeah, we were saying that on the podcast the other day.
Yeah. And then these are the players that had formal visits with the Buccaneers at the Combine. Mike Green from Marshall, Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College, Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, Princely Yuman Mielen from Ole Miss, David Walker from Central Arkansas, and then Sevion Jones from LSU. And you can see the players listed in black. Those are the ones that had informal interviews at the Combine as well.
So the big thing that applies to today tonight, I should say, with the first round is we're hoping that Donovan Ezeraku ends up going or being available when Tampa Bay is on the clock at 19. And if you look at a lot of different mock drafts, and everybody has a mock draft, and I'm talking about, some of the big name mock drafts, part of the reason that Ezeraku may be available at 19 is because of the fact that Mike Green might be the most sought after edge rusher. And everyone has Mike Green going to Atlanta at 15. And I get it. Atlanta's coach, Raheem Morris, was at the pro day of Mike Green at Marshall and all that stuff. But I don't know. There's a lot more baggage that comes with Mike Green specifically that you bring him in, you talk to him, all these different things. But I just don't see from any team standpoint, whether it's Atlanta, whether it's Tampa Bay, if Ezeraku and Mike Green are there, I don't think their style of play, their production, all that stuff is that far off. Why would you go with someone that has so much baggage versus Ezeraku, who, 2 seasons ago didn't have sack production, but then really brought it back up, has seen what it's like to struggle, but then overcome that type of struggle? I'm not so sure the more I think about it that Ezeraku's going to be there at 19. I hope he is. Yeah. I hope he's the Bucs pick. But, man, I mean, if Green and Ezeraku are still there, it's hard for me to say, oh, yeah, a team's definitely going to go with Mike Green over Donovan Ezeraku.
I think the scary thing, right, we know Atlanta needs a pass rusher.
They do.
And they picked before Tampa Bay. I don't know that with the Carolina Panthers, who I believe they're going to pick a pass rusher as well. I don't know that Donovan Ezeraku is a top 10 player per se.
Yeah.
But at 15, you could make an argument there with the sack production, the high character. He was easily the most agile and quickest. Yeah. Didn't run the 40, but quickest in terms of the short shuttle, the 3-cone drill at the Combine. And boy, if he goes to Atlanta and Tampa Bay's got to face him twice a year, I mean, I like my chances with Tristan Wirfs and Luke.
For sure,
Don't get me wrong.
Never going to doubt those guys.
But that's something you don't want to see.
I think a big player in all of this, because we know early on, like, sure, Cam Ward's going to Tennessee. Then there's like, okay, what's up with Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter? You imagine those are probably the next 2 picks overall, depending on what happens, if there's trades or anything like that. The big question is, what do the Saints do? Because if the Saints take a quarterback, they go Shedeur Sanders. There's reports about Jackson Dart. I'm not buying into, every single thing that you read, because it is smoke screens and, people want to get you off this trail and on another trail and things like that. But it seems like it's going to be relatively offensive heavy early. I mean, like, the Bucs never had a chance at Abdul Carter. It's not like, we really thought about that. But some of these teams that are early, the Giants, the Jets as well, the Patriots, they all need, like, the Patriots are kind of set on defense, as crazy as that sounds, unless they get Travis Hunter, and that's a different story. But a lot of these teams need skill players and offensive linemen, which will help the Bucs overall in that scenario. Maybe not necessarily Donovan Ezeraku, but maybe there's still 4 guys that they like all on the defensive side that could end up, still available at 19 because the first part of the draft is so offensive heavy within those first 10 picks.
Yeah.
And then you see who kind of slips through the cracks after it.
Yep. And listen, Olufemi Oladejo would be a nice consolation prize.
Yes.
If the Bucs didn't get Donovan Ezeraku. And I'm kind of warming to Nick Scorton as well. And Michael Williams, I've watched a lot of Georgia film, and when you watch last year's tape, you kind of do see how he's hampered by that ankle injury a little bit.
Yeah.
It does show up on tape. But the guy does have an upside. I don't think he's as polished as Donovan Ezeraku, and that's the appeal. But if it ends up being Michael Williams, I'm not going to cry about it. I trust Jason Light, Todd Bowles, their draft evaluation. Williams would be a solid consolation pick. I wouldn't want Williams over Donovan Ezeraku.
Yeah.
But if that's the pick, then it is. And here's the thing, too. We had Mike Green in our first Bucs mock draft, and that's kind of when he blew up at the Senior Bowl a little bit, right? And we're like, I don't think he's going to be there, right? But then you have those character questions. Did the Buccaneers bring him in for an official 30 visit? I don't know. But they did interview him formally at the Combine, and I'm sure they've done their homework on him. And here's the thing, folks. We have not mentioned Mike Green an awful lot at all. We've kind of been laser focused on Donovan Ezeraku. But if the pick is Mike Green, you can rest assured that this team has done their homework.
Yes.
And they have come away with a double thumbs up for this guy because Jason Light is not going to take somebody. And when we say character, if you're not familiar, he did have some sexual assault allegations in high school and also in Virginia, right? And this team has been down that road before with Jameis Winston. They drafted Jameis with that at Florida State. Then what happens? Then you had the Uber driver, right? So I don't know that the Glazers, Jason Light, are comfortable going down that road again. Better safe than sorry. But if Mike Green is the pick, then they have done their thorough research, and I mean with private investigators, not just scouts. Yeah. With actual PIs looking into, digging into all of the stories, and if that's the case, then Mike Green has been signed off on by everybody, from ownership to the head coach to the GM to those PIs that have done their homework.
Yeah, the Bucs have dealt with problematic players before, but they're also on a really good run of like not having issues off the field and things of that nature.
They want to keep it that way.
I mean, the biggest issue for the Bucs in the recent years was, Chris Godwin's wife standing up for Chris when, Chris wasn't getting enough targets. And like, that's been the biggest off the field controversy, if you will. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not a huge fan of some of the Georgia edge rushers that we just talked about, but I am a big fan of Jason Light, and I trust his judgment where if they did go, with Williams or whoever the case may be, I'm going to trust Jason Light more often than not. And I'm not going to, poo-poo it too much just because, I disagree with one pick or another. So, at the end of the day, you got to go with the Bucs brass. They've proven time and time again. Let's get to some Super Chats, though, Scott. We're very excited for this Pewter Report live draft show. Just a reminder, we're doing this tonight. We're also doing it tomorrow night and on Saturday as well. So we appreciate all of you tuning in with us right now. We're getting flooded with comments, and we absolutely love seeing that. We're going to try to get to as many as we possibly can. But if you really want us to answer you or get to your question and comment, the best way is to super chat us. We do appreciate it. But those ones we guarantee we're going to get to the super chat. So we'll kick it off with Cincy Kid, who I remember was rocking and rolling with us throughout the year on the Pewter Report podcast. But last year specifically really got it going on this. So great to hear from you again, Cincy Kid, who says, and thanks for the $9.99. Howdy, Scott and Marty. Think you mean Manny, but I got you. And Bucs crew, it is now time for the best Bucs coverage in the U.S. Hold up 4 fingers in the air for the Pewter Draft Horseman. Can I get a woo? Not trying to blow out everyone's speakers, but appreciate the wrestling comments as well. I'll take it as 4 horsemen of Pewter Report. But thank you so much for the kind words, Cincy Kid. Looking forward to interacting with you during this whole trip. Samuel Fisher with the $2 super chat, who says, "Hey Scott, nice receiver there in the Bucs best bets. What school could this player have come from?"
Well, that school would be the Iowa State Cyclones, and this is a player that really had a really good Senior Bowl, Matt. Yeah, and I'm just glad he's not in Ames, Iowa anymore, because he and Rocco Becht and Jaden Higgins, I've seen enough of that passing trio. Rocco will have some new receivers to throw to. One of my South Pasco Predators players, and the son of Anthony Becht, too.
Yeah.
Buccaneer tight end back in the day, and now the head coach of the St. Louis Battlehawks
right.
of the UFL. But, yeah, both of these receivers had good Senior Bowls, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. The thing that you have to remember about the receivers that Tampa Bay is looking at this year, and let's go and pull this up. It's a great time to take a look at this. We appreciate the super chat very much, Samuel. You look at these guys, and most of them have got some speed. When you look at Josh Grizzard, where did he come from? He came from Miami. Who were starting receivers in Miami?
Tyreek Hill
and Jalen Waddle, right? So you've got two guys that can just flat out fly. And I think that's the missing element right now in Tampa. Mike Evans is a hell of a good receiver. Chris Godwin, hell of a good receiver. Jalen McMillan emerging as a very good receiver. McMillan, though, is a 4-4 guy. I think at this stage of his career, Godwin's probably a 4-5 guy. Same with Evans. And the thing that someone like Matthew Golden brings is some speed, 4.29. But Jalen Noel ran a 4.39.
That's right.
So he's a slot receiver, plays bigger than his size. Alec Aomayor from Stanford is another player in a 4.4 speed frame. And those are the three players that received those in-person 30 visits. Jack Besh from TCU, Tez Johnson from Oregon, Ty Felton, who's another flyer.
Yeah.
The guy can flat out fly. And Jalen Lane, who I believe is one of the faster receivers as well, 4.34 speed out of Virginia Tech. Those are the players that had formal visits at the Combine. Matthew Golden, of course, had both. That's why he's in all caps. So these are players that, by and large, will bring some speed to the table. Dante Thornton, right there from Tennessee, is a big body that can absolutely fly as well. Very fast receiver. LeJontay Wester from Colorado, another speed merchant as well. So if Tampa Bay is going to get a receiver, it's going to be a guy with some speed to bring a different dimension to this offense. And Jalen Noel is a player who's a Bucs best bet.
Yeah, the Bucs haven't had a player like that in a little bit. Like, I understand Trey Palmer's on the team right now, and he's a speedster as well. And the last true speed guy, I guess, if you want to classify that the Bucs had on this team, was Scotty Miller. But the thing is, those two guys were just straight fly down the field, go routes, that type of thing. The Bucs haven't had a true, and because they moved Mike and Chris around, they didn't need a legit true slot guy that can, run some shorter routes, just be open in a flash and get right there. But with Josh Grizzard, that's a little bit of a wrinkle that you might see slightly differently than what you would with Liam Cohen, who was the offensive coordinator last year. So if the Bucs do go with the speed slot guy, it will be someone that is a way more polished route runner than what Trey Palmer is right now. And it allows the Bucs to, they're not just going to stop moving Chris Godwin into the slot or whatever the case may be. We know how successful he can be doing that. But I wouldn't even say it's like an Adam Humphries type of role as well. But when Adam Humphries was successful, it was that slot move, getting open, making some big plays. I think the yards after the catch for whoever the Bucs decide to draft, if they do go with one of these speedsters, especially like Noel, you could see that type of thing. Because while the Bucs do want to go down the field, they've always been big with yards after the catch. We've seen it with Mike and Chris. Who else can be big with that yards after the catch? Because Jalen McMillan wasn't too much. Like, he scored. His production was exceptional towards the end of the year, I believe, end of the season, with 8 touchdowns total. But not a ton of yak, not a ton of, big explosive plays. He was important on third down, and that's still very, very important. And he's only a rookie, or was a rookie. He's going into his second year. I'm still very high on Jalen McMillan. But you look at this group, you see the speed with Matthew Golden, with Jalen Noel, some of these other guys. Ty Felton I spoke to at the Combine as well. I think he'd be a big-time third down security blanket, third down target for Baker Mayfield. I think he would fit in quite well to what you were saying, Scott, about a different element of wide receiver that this team does not have currently at the moment.
Right.
I'm excited for the Bucs to draft the wide receiver whenever it is, day 1, 2, or 3, because I think they're going to be more of a factor than some of these other wide receivers that they drafted, besides Jalen McMillan, but some of these other late-round players that the Bucs have drafted at receiver.
Yeah.
I'd like to see one by the end of day 2, if I'm being honest.
I think so. I think you're on the right track there. Jason Light, by and large, has got a pretty good track record of wide receiver.
He does.
Hasn't hit everybody. Jalen Darden comes to mind, right?
Yeah.
Kenny Bell, but those were round 4 and round 5 guys.
Mm-hmm.
The day 2 guys, he's done pretty well. Jalen McMillan,
You're right.
Chris Godwin. Those are some guys that have certainly hit for sure. We are now about half an hour away from the start of the draft.
Right.
We've got plenty of surprises in store for you guys tonight. Let's see if Jason Light has some surprises in store for us.
I'm down for a surprise.
Yeah. Let's get back to some super chats here. Q's44 Diggs is an Orangeman, not an Aggie. And you know what? You are exactly right. Of course you're right. You know you're Orangeman. And I have changed the graphic to reflect that. So Fidel Diggs, Syracuse, not Texas A&M. Sorry about that. But yes, we'll see if there's another accused player. I like LaQuint Allen.
We spoke about him on another episode.
And we have some more super chats to get to as well here.
Bill Vincent gave us a super sticker. That's
appreciate that.
Very, very kind, Bill Vincent. Yep. Appreciate that. And money advice. Thank you for the $5 euro. I think that is.
I think you're right.
Thank you so much, Money Advice, who says, always look forward to Pewter Report's draft night, 12 a.m. here in Ireland. That's awesome. Love our fans all over, especially love from Ireland as well. My grandmother grew up in that country. Yeah. Thoughts on Jalen Walker and Jihad Campbell at 19 if he is there?
If Jalen Walker's there, that'd be a surprise.
Yes.
I think he's gone by 15. I don't see how he's getting past Atlanta at 15.
Especially being a Georgia Bulldog.
Exactly, yeah. I might be more inclined to take him because he's healthier than Jihad Campbell. Mm-hmm. The other thing to remember about Jihad Campbell, good player. I'm not saying don't take him. I've actually seen a mock draft where the Bucs take him in round 2. He slides out of the first round. I don't think he's going to fall all the way down that far. But you never know what the medicals will show, and not every team needs a linebacker either, right? So this might be a situation where I've seen Will Johnson fall out of the first round. I've seen Jihad Campbell fall out of the first round. Neither would surprise me. I have both players going in the first round in my particular first-round mock draft, but we'll see. If it was down to those two, I would be more inclined to take Jalen Walker. I do like more of the flexibility there. He can certainly drop in coverage because he was a linebacker. I think he's more of an edge than a linebacker, where I think Jihad Campbell is more of a linebacker than an edge.
So the big thing with Jalen Walker, and we spoke about this on a previous Pewter Report podcast, and this goes for any team, but in this case scenario with the Buccaneers, if the Bucs draft him, commit to him as an edge rusher and outside linebacker. Yeah. Don't do the Joker role. Don't do the hybrid thing. I understand Todd Bowles likes to mix things up, and that's totally fine. If you want to move him around here and there the way that he does with Vita Vea or Kalijah Cansey or Levante David, but commit to him being an outside linebacker. He's relentless. He has that motor. He's strong and physical as well, and I like him more than Michael Williams. So I will say that for Jalen Walker. When it comes to Jihad Campbell, you know, we can go so many different directions with this. We can keep going until we pull our hair out. This isn't the first time we've talked about a first-round prospect that is coming off of an injury, and what seems like a pretty serious injury, too, of what's going on. Unless Campbell is believed by the Bucs front office or whatever team is drafting him, believed to be a no doubt about it, going to flourish as an NFL player as soon as he starts playing, as soon as he's finally healthy and hits the ground running, then there's not even a conversation. You go and draft him.
Yeah.
My thing, though, is are we totally sure he's like the sure thing at inside linebacker? Like, I guess you can't say that about really any player at any position, but I don't know if Campbell is the exact type of guy where you just go, okay, we need him at all costs if he's there at 19.
Exactly.
I just don't totally see that. I think he's a really good inside linebacker. And if by some crazy chance he's there in the second round when the Bucs are on the clock, no doubt about it, absolutely draft him. And you can worry about redshirting him and figuring out the rest of the inside linebacker room later. But you watch his game, you look at his traits and all that stuff, and there's a reason why he's the best inside linebacker available. But because of the injury, there's a lot of other good inside linebackers in this year's draft class. I mean, Demetrius Knight, we've talked about a lot. The biggest thing with Demetrius Knight, or I shouldn't say the biggest thing, but one of them is like his age. But we know the maturity level is there for sure. Having a family and being married and all these things. Jeffrey Bossa, we've been talking about since the Senior Bowl and how much we really enjoy his game. And I always go back to a tweet from a big-time reporter that I saw where they were talking about that inside linebacker is one of the toughest positions to kind of figure out for prospects in college going to the NFL, because the style of offenses that they are going against, that inside linebacker, is so different. What they have to cover, the hash marks on the field, like there's all these different variables that get taken away when you're in the NFL. So if you're going to find a better player in the second round, Levante David was the second round pick, or maybe even later on, I think inside linebacker is the spot where you can really, really, find that gem.
Yeah, and so much RPO game in college. Right. And that really plays havoc because you have a gap to fill, but all of a sudden you got a spot drop too, right? Because if it's going to be a pass right behind you, that's the whole game of RPO. Quarterback will try to fake the handoff and then throw behind the linebacker as he comes up. So that's a discipline that these linebackers are still trying to figure out. You see less RPO game at the NFL level.
Yeah,
because I think you have smarter players that can read and know by down distance formation, film study. They're not going to be as fooled by as much RPO game at the NFL level. Let's carry on with some of our position targets here. We've hit defensive tackle. We've hit outside linebacker. Let's take a look at inside linebacker because we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
Demetrius Knight Jr., the only inside linebacker that we know of that has visited one Buccaneer place. I guarantee you, Matt Matera, out of those 11 guys that we don't know, there's got to be a couple more linebackers there. Now, the thing with Demetrius Knight, we asked him at the combine if he had a formal or informal interview. And at the time he was at the podium, he had neither. Maybe he got a formal interview on the way out of town. We don't know. Maybe he got informal. Not sure. But we do know that he met with the Buccaneers twice at the Senior Bowl.
That's
Typically, everybody meets once with every team at the Senior Bowl. He actually had a second meeting. So we know that this interest is legit. There's a couple other guys, Jihad Campbell, Jeffrey Bossa, Smile Mondon, Nicholas Martin, and Kobe King, that all received formal interviews at the Combine. Carson Schlesinger didn't say if he met with the Buccaneers or not. And we do know that there is some interest in him. That's why we have him here. And you can see the other names that they had. But they're certainly targeting inside linebacker, and we're targeting more super chats.
Yes, we are. Let's go to Mark Fisher. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. We appreciate you and all your support. Who says, if Campbell is a quote-unquote lost pick, even as he might be ready for preseason, why isn't Ezeraku when he will not be a starter and we have no trusted depth at linebacker and Dennis is injury-prone, though I'm not an expert? Really good question, Mark, for sure.
Really good. I would just say that if you're going to get an edge rusher, remember, they spent a second-round pick on Chris Braswell last year, right? That's a premium pick. And Chris Braswell was a rotational player. The starters were Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and Yaya Diaby for most of the season.
Yeah.
So if they're going to take an edge rusher in the second round and they're going to have that player kind of go in with the rotation, why not do that for the first round? Because if you're going to rush four up front, that means two outside linebackers, two defensive tackles. To me, it makes an awful lot of sense to have another guy so there is not a drop-off. We talked to Yaya Diaby.
Yeah.
And adding another edge rusher along with Chris Braswell on that second line with Hassan Reddick and Yaya Diaby on the starting line,
right?
There might not be much of a drop-off there, and that's what you want if you're Todd Bowles. You want to rush four, not to rely on the blitz as much. Well, that second line, you can't have a drop-off. And we expect Chris Braswell to really develop under Larry Foote's tutelage. And if they're going to get a first-rounder, someone like Donovan Ezeraku or Michael Williams or whoever, that person's probably going to come in with a little bit more polish than maybe Chris Braswell had last year.
Yeah, for sure. To me, the biggest thing is that, as you always say, you can never have enough pass rushers.
Yeah.
So the fact that, yes, it will be Yaya and Hassan Reddick starting, to me, Donovan Ezeraku has the ability to be a game changer and be the future starting edge rusher for the Bucs for the next decade, who is consistently getting double-digit sacks. That's how highly I think of him. So if you can get a player of that quality, of that level, then by all means go after him. And we talked before about how Hassan Reddick might only be here for 1 year, and you always want to stockpile the edge rushers overall. So you can do that with Donovan Ezaraku, where Campbell, he's not the only option at inside linebacker at a position that historically you don't typically draft in the first round. Now, I know Devin White was the 5th overall pick, but hey, they won a Super Bowl with Devin White, and then it went downhill. I'm not here to, bash Devin White
it was good
evening.
for 2 years. It looked like a legit pick for 2 years. Arrow was pointing
exactly.
up. They won the Super Bowl. He made the Pro Bowl, and it got to his head.
But Mark's absolutely right about the Savase Dennis being injury prone. To me, that's maybe not the biggest concern, but it's certainly in more of the upper level of concern than some of the other issues that the Buccaneers might have this year. They have to make sure he's healthy, or the Bucs may have to not move on, but they may have to not pencil him in to be, a long-term starter for this team.
They're going to draft an inside linebacker.
Yes.
A couple things that I want to pass along with my informed opinion, I guess you could say, my educated opinion, maybe talking to some people within the organization. There's only one first-round draft pick last year that made the Pro Bowl at linebacker. It was Roquan Smith. For years, what was the best linebacking duo? San Francisco, right? It was Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. Fred Warner, 3rd-round pick out of BYU.
Right.
Dre Greenlaw was a 5th-round pick out of Arkansas. Savase Dennis, 5th-round pick. Levante David, 2nd-round pick, right? So I'm just making the point that you can find another good linebacker in the middle rounds.
Yes.
I think that is the play for the Buccaneers this year. Now, they could take Jihad Campbell and prove me wrong. And if that's the case, then
I'm fine with it. Because again, it goes back to trusting Jason Light. And what I also think for the Bucs specifically, and I know I've already on the show, I've been like, oh, this goes for every team. This goes for the Bucs specifically. I like the idea of them having different styles of inside linebackers, where maybe one kind of excels a little bit more in stopping the pass, the other one's a bit more of a thumper, stopping the run, physical, different leader, and things of that nature. So if they want to double up, I'm down with that. Or if they want to get more of a pass defending style of inside linebacker later on, that totally works for me too, even though Savase Dennis is supposed to play one of those roles. Right. I want just a different flavor, different style for whichever inside linebacker comes in and is going to, work with Levante and Savase Dennis.
Yep. We have a couple more positions we're going to highlight here real quick. We've hit defensive tackle, outside linebacker, inside linebacker. Let's take a look at cornerback, shall we, Matt?
Yes.
Look at that. These are the Bucs targets at cornerback. And we should say these are all of the nickels and all of the outside corners, all kind of thrown into one here. Again, if the player's name is capitalized, they've had an official 30 visit and a formal interview at the combine. Pewter names are the names that came in for official visits, and they've had a lot of visits with cornerbacks.
Yes.
And then those other names are the ones that have, in red, that had formal interviews at the combine. So as you can see, 3 players doubled up. Savon Revel Jr., East Carolina, Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky, and Jalen Smith from USC. And there's another guy that I think is in the conversation for maybe a first, maybe a second-round pick, Trey Amos, who came in for a visit as well. Mm-hmm. The rest of the names are probably day 2 selections. We'll see if Revel or Hairston or both go in the first round, and we'll see if Amos joins them. Wouldn't rule any of those 3 out at number 19, depending on who is there and whether that is their first choice, if they want to go cornerback in the first round, or if they want to, maybe go with an edge rusher and then address cornerback on day 2. You think Sean Murphy-Bunting, 2nd-round pick, Jamel Dean, 3rd-round pick, Carlton Davis, 2nd-round pick, MJ Stewart, 2nd-round pick. That has been the modus operandi of Jason Light. Mostly
I like that word.
Day 2 cornerbacks and safeties, when you think of like Mike Edwards, for example. And the only first-round cornerback he's taken was Vernon Hargreaves the third. Didn't work out too well.
Yeah, funny how that works. And, no disrespect to Vernon Hargreaves, but Revel, again, is a similar situation to Jihad Campbell, somewhat a little bit coming off of an injury. Hairston's been linked to the Bucs a pretty good amount, I want to say, especially after the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Benjamin Morrison is a guy that really stands out to me, someone that, again, The negative is that he's coming off of an injury that happened later in the season. I think he would be right up there with really any corner that we're going to talk about this year if it wasn't for that injury. Later on in the season, Quincy Riley is a name.
I like him a lot.
I could see him going to Tampa Bay in a later round, no doubt about it. We talked about Kobe Bryant and Melo Dotson a good amount as well. There's no doubt the Bucs are going with the corner, but I see like third round as that true sweet spot where they could find someone.
Yeah, we have Noah Williams. Is he a third round pick? Is he a fourth round pick? We had him as our Bucs best bet in on day 2, or I should say day 3, which is rounds 4 through 7, because I think he's a guy that could be drafted in the third round, and we had him in our mock in the third round, but he could also slide to the fourth round. 4-5, not a blazer, not a 4-4 guy, not a 4-3 guy by any means. So I just wonder if that's going to be a guy that's kind of a flex. Maybe he goes in the third, maybe he goes in the fourth. We'll see, but we like him. We also like the super chats, and they keep coming. Thank you so much.
Yes, we'll restart it with Bill Vincent. Thank you a ton for this $20 super chat. Who says, thanks for giving me a great evening of entertainment while I cover from a hip replacement.
Oh, my goodness.
Sorry to hear that, Bill. Hope you're on the up and up with your recovery. But thank you for the super chat. Yeah, this is such a fun way. We get it. People are busy and stuff's going on. With this draft, 3 days, feel free. We'd love for you to watch the whole time, but feel free to like pop in and out when you can, especially on Saturday. We'll be here. When the Bucs are on the clock, say in the 5th round, they draft someone you may not know too much about them. That's where you come to pewterreport.com and Pewter Report TV, our YouTube channel, and get the down low on these players that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are drafting. So we're going to have a ton of fun. The draft is kicking off in about 15 minutes. Obviously, everything's going to be Bucs-centric, but of course, we'll react to every single pick that's made. We had a great laugh last year when the Falcons drafted Michael Penix Jr. It actually ended up working okay for them. The jury's still out on what Michael Penix Jr. will do as a quarterback, but you never know what crazy cockamamie stuff is going to happen. So we'll react to every pick by every team. Obviously, all of our analysis and insight and input with the Buccaneers, especially when we get closer to the pick itself. We want all of you guys to join us. And, of course, any questions and comments we're happy to get to, especially with those super chats. So thank you.
We have a couple more super chats to get to. We also have a couple more positions to really preview as we get closer and closer to the start of the draft. But I think this is a good time to kind of set things up a little bit for the first round of the draft. And we know that the Carolina Panthers, out of the NFC South teams, will be up first with the 8th overall pick. And you can see here the Panthers got quite a bit of picks. I was talking to Dave Canales today, wishing him well, but not too well, of course. And you can see they've got a lot of middle round picks there. So they've got a lot of ammunition to make a move if they want to move up in the first round, move up in the second round, move up in the third round. So Dave Canales, Dan Morgan, they're going to stockpile some players in this draft for sure. And this is a team that really was coming on. I was actually more surprised how badly the Bucs blew the Panthers out, given how close that game was in Carolina. Thankfully, that happened for Tampa Bay. But it just seems to me that the Panthers are on the rise, where the Saints are on the way down.
It very much feels that way. Let's remember that last game of the season, Bucs Saints. We all know what happened with Mike Evans.
That's
Bucs had the game in hand. It was a pretty tight game until late. Like, remember, they needed that Bucky Irving touchdown, and it was such an odd situation. But the Bucs won. They wanted to win. But had they not won, they still would have gone in because the Panthers defeated the Falcons that last game in the season. So the Panthers, that last month, I know the Bucs kicked the crap out of them that one game, but they hung tough with the Chiefs. They obviously beat the Falcons at the end. They're not going to be they're not there yet as far as like a playoff contender, but they certainly take on the attitude and the effort of their head coach, Dave Canales, who we obviously are very familiar with here in Tampa. So I don't think the Panthers are necessarily a pushover the way that maybe the New Orleans Saints will be this year.
Saints, like the Panthers, have a ton of draft picks. You look at that, they've got 2 picks in the 3rd round, 2 picks in the 4th round, and then a couple 7th rounders. So they've got a full complement of draft picks,
They
and they're
need
going to
'em.
need them. They need cheap talent on rookie deals because they are so cap strapped. They finally have their comeuppance when it comes to salary cap. They've made so many bad decisions. Hopefully they have another terrible draft. Boy, the Atlanta Falcons. Whew.
Yeah, what the heck?
Not many picks there.
What is up with them and just draft chaos? Like we just talked about Michael Penix, but this year, first, second, no third, a fourth, and then 2 7s? Like, are you kidding me? How are you supposed to build a team that way? And let's remember, they tried to do it through free agency last year and trades.
Also the trade for Matthew Judon.
Exactly, with Matthew Judon, and that didn't work out. So how are they supposed to build a team right now? I wouldn't be shocked if Atlanta ends up making a trade to get a couple of more picks. We've talked about the lack of trades that we think are going to happen, at least in the first round, based on the talent level and things like that. But if there's any team that might make a trade in the first or maybe even that second round, it's Atlanta, just because they got nothing to do in that third round, and then the fifth and the sixth as well.
And if you're Atlanta, maybe you stick and pick at 15 to get that impact player that you might be targeting. But maybe you look at that second round pick, 46 overall, and you try to trade down to get an extra third, an extra fourth round pick to just to get some more ammunition for your team, because you only have 5 draft picks. Tampa Bay has 6 draft picks. They're going to be picking 19th, 53rd, 84th, 121st, 157th, and 235. So every pick except for the 6th rounder. And we'll see. Tampa Bay, I would say the player to watch is Shedeur Sanders. He has been linked so much to the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 21. Tampa Bay picks at 19. Is there a team? Maybe it's the Cleveland Browns. Maybe it is the New York Giants that wants to trade up and get ahead of Pittsburgh to maybe get Shedeur Sanders or maybe get Jackson Dart. That could be tempting enough for Jason Light to consider. The problem is, do you want to trade all the way down into the top of the second round and essentially miss all the 20s, right? Now you're picking in the upper 30s. Do you want to go down that far and miss out on a lot of players that you could get? Donovan Ezraku is not going to be there. Malachi Starks is not going to be there. Right. So there's going to be a lot of players that we think Tampa Bay is interested in that might be too far down to go. But maybe Jason Light packages some of that draft capital he gets and trades up back into the bottom part of the first round. Who knows? Stay put. All hell could break loose. But those are just some things to keep in mind there. I've gone on record saying if Jason Light's going to trade, I believe it's going to be in the second round to acquire more third or fourth round picks, not necessarily at number 19. I think they're going to stick and pick. That remains to be seen. We have a couple of super chats to get to, and we'll finish out our position previews. You have 9 minutes till the start of the draft.
Started off with Ty T, or Tidy. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Who says, would a trade back for Carson Schlesinger make sense? Seen some ideas that he is going toward the end of the first.
He very well could. Kind of a wild card, if you ask me.
Slightly.
Didn't test at the Combine. Didn't play at the Senior Bowl. Opted out of the Senior Bowl. Didn't test at his UCLA Pro Day. Looks fast enough on tape.
Right.
But is he a one-year wonder? Or is he just a late bloomer where that big year that he had last year with the sacks, the interceptions, over 100 tackles, is that a sign of things to come? I don't know. The tape looked good, but he's a former walk-on. So is he athletic enough? Again, it looks like it on tape. And there are ways you can kind of measure his speed through, through the analytical process of putting a mile per hour on there. There's things that you can do to determine how fast the player is based on tape rather than running a 40-yard dash, which he didn't do. But I don't know. There's other linebackers that I like just as much, but I'm not gonna crap on Carson Schlesinger. He's a good player. And if he is the guy, then again, I trust Jason Light and Todd Bowles and their decision-making process on that.
Explosive.
He seems like a good fit. He's a hell of a blitzer.
Yes.
He can drop in coverage. He's got good instincts.
Downhill runner. Yeah. Explosive for sure. There's no doubt about it. I don't know if he's worthy of trading for, like, especially if it was like trading back into the first round, because it kind of goes back to what we talked about with, how many linebackers are truly a first round grade. So I wouldn't necessarily trade for him. However, if he's there in the second round, I know he's a little undersized, but the speed and the athleticism really is, what Todd Bowles kind of craves. So I could see it. I don't love it, but I can see it.
Yep. Wayne Hilton with a 22-22.
Thank you.
Super chat. Thank you very much. Good to get this draft started. Go Bucs. Yes, we're less than 10 minutes away from the start of the draft.
That we are. Let's go to Dara O'Brien. Thank you for the $5 euro, who says, some buzz on Twitter. Bucs are one of the teams Browns and Giants are speaking to about trading up for quarterback. What would it take for you to be happy doing that? This is a good question. Yeah. And, when we talked before about Shedeur Sanders, and sure, there's that link to the Saints at 9. I don't know what's going on with the Steelers because they're at this point, and maybe we'll have to call John Ledyard at some point during the show. Like, what is their plans if they don't go with Shedeur Sanders? Like, is it just, are they putting all their eggs in the Aaron Rodgers basket, who doesn't even really seem like he wants in on playing and, wants to decide things for himself? I don't think that's the move. Sure, you can maybe wait until the second or the third round and, get Jackson Dart or, Kyle McCord and like some of these other guys. I don't know. And I'm not saying Shedeur is necessarily the guy either. I don't totally buy the anonymous scout that said it was the worst interview I've ever had in my life. But I mean, we kind of saw this Pittsburgh a couple of years ago. They were the only team now, Titans are picking quarterback as well with Cam Ward. But, the Steelers are the only team that picked a quarterback in that first round with with Kenny Pickett a couple of years ago. It seems like even though Cam Ward's going 1, the next, who's going to be the next quarterback? Who's going to take the next quarterback?
Right.
Would be the Steelers and Shedeur Sanders. But, I mean, the Browns, they got, it's another caveat in all of this is like Kirk Cousins. Because some people are saying, I'd rather have Kirk Cousins than Aaron Rodgers just based on, the amount of years and Kirk Cousins, how he kind of operates as a human versus how Aaron Rodgers operates as a human. So that's another thing to look out for, too.
It is. The interesting thing about Kirk Cousins is where has he played? He's played in 2 domed stadiums, primarily Minnesota and then in Atlanta. As he's getting older, right? The mobility is not there anymore. Is the arm strength lagging? It seemed like it at times. How would he play in the elements in Cleveland, in New York, in Pittsburgh, right? Where, hey, September, no problem. October, okay. November, December, when the winds are coming in off the lake and you might be in a snow game, does he have enough mobility? Does he have enough arm strength left to really push the ball down the field and still be accurate in those conditions? I don't know. That's something to factor in too. Jameis Winston was the ultimate snow quarterback.
Yes.
Not so sure.
Angels after.
Yeah, not so sure about
what would a trade look like, though?
Well, I was just pulling this up here. So the Giants are picking at number 34. So obviously you're going to get that pick.
Yeah.
And then they have picks number 65, 99, 105. So they've got a couple of mid-round picks. If I'm Jason Light, I'm moving down that far. I am raking them over the coals for picks.
And I'm trying to get like a third rounder in next year's draft.
Exactly. Like it's going to take an awful lot. Because here's the thing. If you're trading up at number 19 to get a quarterback, that is a premium pick. You're not trading up for a cornerback or a running back, whatever. You're trading up for a quarterback. That comes at a premium. The Browns have the 33rd overall pick, the top pick in the second round. They've got pick number 67, which is in the second round, and then 94 and 104. So they've got some picks. Now, they also have day 3 picks, but I'm just talking about their premium picks.
Yeah.
Second and third round. Yeah. They've got enough ammunition, either one, to make that trade. If I'm Jason Light, I'm saying, give me your whole draft. Let's start there. And then work the negotiations to where it becomes more fair. But if I'm Jason Light, I am saying I want a lot to trade down that far, to go from 19 all the way down to 33 or 34.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than when they traded out a couple seasons ago with, when they ended up going with Logan Hall.
Yeah, for sure. Another super chat here from Trustin Vorbeck, man.
Yes, thank you, Trustin. Good to hear from you. Thanks for the $9.99. Who says, would love Starks or Hairston in the first round at all? Do you like that, or would you rather an edge? I know it's best player available in this draft, but do you have a preference?
I think Jay Slide has a preference, Matt. If you look at the trenches, that's where he puts his.
So Gray's able. No.
Yeah, right. Well, let's take a look at it. Vita Vea, first round pick, 2018 defensive tackle. Tristan Wirfs, offensive tackle 2020.
Yep.
2021,
Joe
a
Tryon.
trench player, again, outside linebacker Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. 2022, trench player, defensive tackle Logan Hall, the first pick, which happened to be at that
The second round.
33.
First pick of the second round.
Exactly. Next year, trench player. See the trend here? Elijah Cansey, defensive tackle. Last year, Graham Barton, center, another trench player. So to me, that is where Jason Light and Todd Bowles like to build this team.
And he's not shy about it. Like
No.
he's been on record several times being like, teams are built through the trenches, or at least I believe teams are built through the trenches. And you know what? He's not wrong.
Yeah, exactly. You know what's never wrong, and that's going over to Walk-Ons, who is the presenting partner of Pewter Report for our live draft show. We greatly appreciate the support. They were kind enough to support us for our draft show as well as our mock drafts. They have been all in on the draft, and they want you to show up for the draft as well. And you can do that by going to Walk-Ons. 3 Tampa Bay area locations: Wesley Chapel, Midtown Tampa, which is just down the street because we're live from One Buccaneer Place, or Lakeland. It's the number 1 pick. We're overall drafts. Watch the draft at Walk-Ons all 3 days. Eat like a winner and drink like a champ.
What an amazing comeback, Coach.
You're not kidding. I mean, we did lose the game badly, but coming to Walk-Ons afterward, the team got a much-needed win off the field.
Walk-Ons for the win.
Folks, we're just getting started here. The draft is literally minutes away from starting here on day 1. And we've got a couple more draft shows coming up. That's right. We're going to be back in action tomorrow night live from One Buccaneer Place. Day 2 kicks off at 6 p.m. That's what time we'll take the air here at Pewter Report TV. You can check us out on Pewter Report TV, our YouTube channel. It's also streamed live on pewterreport.com. You can also follow along with all of the action with Facebook and X at Pewter Report. And the kickoff is at 6 p.m. The draft starts at 7. As you know, we go 1 hour before the draft starts, and we'll have an hour's worth of pregame talk. We'll also, hopefully, if they make a selection tonight, have some video from the draft pick, the first round pick from Tampa Bay. And Matt and I we're talking about having a Pewter Insider show live at 4 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to see what time.
We have to find out when the first round pick will be having a press conference, because we get to not only have the press conference, which Todd Bowles and Jason Light are at, but then we get to have a fun little downtime with the player as well. They'll typically bring them into the media room, and we get to talk about some stuff. So so we have the show right now. We have the show tomorrow, and then we are not done on day 3. Day 3 show, which is rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7, or 4 through 7. That'll be Saturday, April 26th. We get started at 11 a.m. So each show, it's an hour before the draft actually gets underway. So that'll be a fun one on Saturday. We'll kind of recap what Tampa Bay has already done. We'll see what targets they might be looking at on day 3 based on what positions they've already drafted. We'll look at the overall outlook of the team and overview and all of these different things. So very excited for each show, but Wednesday, that's where the true marathon is going on.
And we are excited to kick things off as the draft is just about to begin.
Day 1 starts right now, ladies and gentlemen. The 2025 NFL Draft is underway. The Tennessee Titans have been on the clock, and they will be on the clock once again with the number 1 pick. Of course, your Tampa Bay Buccaneers are drafting at 19. So we shall keep you updated with every single pick.
Yeah, we've gone through some of the positions, so we've got a couple more to get to, and we've got some time because the Buccaneers, I don't think, are going to be trading up in this draft at all.
We'll see. Probably not.
Probably not, but certainly not within the next hour, right? Because that would mean basically trading your entire draft to move up this far into the top 5 picks or so. So we've talked about the defensive tackle. We've talked about the outside linebacker, the inside linebacker, and the cornerback position. Let's talk about and also we've hit on the wide receivers as well.
Yes.
I think the last position we need to kind of address is the safeties, right? And there's a couple of players that the Buccaneers spoke with in Indianapolis, but only one safety that we were able to identify coming to Tampa Bay for a visit. Again, there's 11 out of the 19 of those official 30 visits that we were able to identify. 19 out of the 30, so that means 11 we don't know. Maybe there's another safety, but J.J. Roberts, a day 3 guy from Marshall, was the only player we were able to identify.
Yeah, that is right, which is kind of interesting considering how much Tampa Bay kind of needs this position or the slot position as well. I'd be quite intrigued if Xavier Watts is available in one of the rounds that Tampa Bay ends up drafting, because he is a freak athlete. He was able to take the ball away. He's a smart player, great IQ. I think he would be quite enjoyable when it comes to the possibility of him coming to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Malachi Moore is someone, anytime I did a mock draft, it felt like Malachi Moore.
Yeah.
I had him going to Tampa Bay. So, he's someone I had my eye on a little bit. But, yeah, well, we'll see. Not as much attention as maybe you would think with Tampa Bay. That all went to the corners, but I guess we'll see.
What this tells me, Matt, is we looked at the cornerback, right? The cornerback list is just so voluminous, and you see all of the attention right there. All of the players in Pewter were official 30 visits. All of the players in red, and you can see the overlap. There's 3 guys, Savon Ravel Jr., Maxwell Hairston, Jalen Smith at USC. Those 3 players, in addition to Benjamin Morrison, Kobe Bryant, Tommy Hill, were the players that were at the combine getting formal interviews, right? So a lot of attention to the cornerbacks. We've talked about how Tampa Bay is going to draft an outside corner and also a slot corner. This tells me that unless they're picking Malachi Starks, they may not take a safety until the 3rd day, Matt.
Yeah, crazy.
And what that tells me, too, is Tyke Smith, more than likely moving the strong safety. That is the plan, unless it's Malachi Starks.
Yeah, it's so odd because the Bucs brass, and by that I mean Todd Bowles and Jason Light, seemed a little bullish when it came to necessarily Tyke Smith moving the strong safety. At first, at the NFL Combine, Todd Bowles certainly seemed like he was all for it and really was highly considering it. But then you go a couple weeks later when we're at the NFL annual meeting in West Palm Beach, and Jason Light says he doesn't want to put too much on his plate, talking about Tyke Smith, and Todd Bowles wanted to make sure he had all the mentals down, and that's about it, without again giving him too much and what he can adapt. He's totally fine with him from a physical nature, but we also talked about Tyke Smith as having a great football IQ, somebody that knows how to punch the ball away, tied for the team lead in forced fumbles. So I don't know. I find that a little bit surprising that they wouldn't fully trust him at strong safety. I mean, he'd have a whole OTAs, mini camp, training camp, all of that stuff to go and get ready for it. So I'm a little surprised as to why they are a bit bullish on moving him.
Yeah, and I think, too, they just have not spent a lot of time really targeting this position unless there's 5 out of the 11 guys that they brought in are safeties, and that's just something that we don't know. What we do know is that right now the Tennessee Titans are on the clock, Matt.
Yes, they are. Who do you think they're going to pick? We kid. It looks like Cam Ward is going to be the one going to Tennessee, which would then put Cleveland on the clock. And that's, with Cam Ward pretty much all but guaranteed to go to Tennessee, especially with the Titans saying that they're going to stand pat and they're not going to, trade out of their spot. It'll be interesting what the order goes after. Like, do the Browns kind of double up with edge rushers with Myles Garrett and then go Abdul Carter with the 2nd overall pick? Do they go Travis Hunter just because, let's remember, as abysmal as it was for the Browns last year, 2 seasons ago, they were a playoff team.
Yeah,
for sure. And a big reason why they weren't good all had to do with, Deshaun Watson and things not working out. And then certainly didn't help with Jameis either. And then they went to Dorian Thompson-Robinson and all that stuff. So now they brought back Joe Flacco. No, he's not the long-term answer, but he got to the postseason with Cleveland. So does Cleveland feel they're a couple players away? Are they just going to go, hey, Travis Hunter's an all-time talent? That'll be quite interesting. And then same with the Giants, who need a quarterback. They have Jameis, they have Russell Wilson, but they don't have a quarterback of the future. They need an offensive line. They need a lot of help on defense. They could really go anywhere, too, where the Patriots are kind of guaranteed they're going to go offense.
They should, right? I mean, you've got your quarterback in Drake May. You need to protect him, right? That really has to be the pick there. Now, with Mike Vrabel, it's a different story, right?
Yeah.
Because with Mike Vrabel, you've got a defensive-minded head coach there. But to me, it's all about protecting your quarterback. Points win games. Even Todd Bowles knows that, right? That's what he's talked about in terms of, hey, we want some defensive players. We need some defensive players. That's for sure. But at the same time, you're going to have to keep scoring points, make sure that if disaster strikes again at wide receiver, you can't not have Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan out, and then have Sterling Shepard, Raheem Jarrett, and Ryan Miller as your pass catchers for your $100 million quarterback.
No, you can't. No, you certainly cannot. And man, I wish the Titans would just go and pick right away.
Yeah.
You know, like you go on Cam Ward. What are we all waiting for?
Right.
What are we waiting for? We know it's long and we're happy to be on here for as long as possible, but you know, there are fans watching that want to be done with it right after. So
yeah. Well, and it says the Titans should have been on the clock at 8 p.m. It's sloppy. So I guess we're still waiting for them to officially be on the clock. We've seen the commissioner, Roger Goodell, getting heavily booed. That's par for the course.
Tradition.
And the scene right now at Lambeau Field is pretty crazy. That's a packed place right there for sure.
Let's see. Got a couple.
Yeah, we have some more super chats to get to.
Yeah, a couple. Let's start it with Jonas Gurrea. When is the start time? They're supposed to start at 8:00, but I guess they're running a little bit behind time. Okay, apparently Ian Rappaport tweeted at 8:07 that Tennessee was on the clock. If you're asking about the Pewter Report live draft show presented by Walk-Ons, we started an hour before each start of the draft. So tomorrow, I believe the draft starts at 7. So tomorrow we're on at 6. And then on Saturday, the draft starts at noon. So we are on at 11. But thank you for the super chat. Jonas, we will go to Shaggy, who has now been a Pewter Report YouTube channel member for 8 months. Shaggy says, happy birthday, SR, and all April birthdays. Happy birthday to anyone that had a birthday in April. We got Sepper Frio with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And then Paul, a.k.a. OG Baker Bro, who's now been a Pewter Report YouTube channel member for 8 months. We appreciate that. Says, trust me, Matty Diamonds, the Browns aren't a few players away. They are a few owners away. Don't take my word for it. Ask Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Hope you and SR are well. Thank you. We hope you're doing fantastic, Paul.
And there's a couple of franchises, right? The Jets, unfortunately, are one of those.
14 years. Never made the postseason while the Pope was alive.
The Browns, the Dallas Cowboys, that just until ownership changes. And with Dallas, it's going to go from Jerry Jones to Steven.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They're gonna
No, they're screwed. They're still screwed.
They are still screwed. There's no doubt about it. Sorry, Rick Swiss. That's just how it is. My good friend Rick, who's a
friend of the program.
Friend of the program, and Cowboys diehard, dying, as most Cowboy fans do every year. Slowly, yes. But we saw in Washington from Daniel Snyder when he was gone,
right?
Just the complete renaissance, right? It was a breath of fresh air in D.C. You bring in a new head coach, you bring in new leadership, a new GM. They cleaned house from ownership down, and all of a sudden the Commanders were the team that burst on the scene last year, right?
Yeah.
They took it on the chin in week 1 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers beating them 37-20. They got the last lap on the Buccaneers in the rematch at Ray J, and they went all the way to the NFC Championship game.
They did.
So I think Paul's onto something there, and it's unfortunate. You can fire the head coach, you can fire the GM, you can trade the quarterback, right? You can overhaul the roster, but you can't get rid of ownership. It's not that easy, right? And sometimes these owners, they cling to these teams. And we've even seen the Glazers go through a decade of darkness where from the John Gruden years to the Bruce Arians years, we had to go through Raheem Morris and Greg Schiano and Dirk Cutter to finally have Bruce Arians come in and kind of save the day as the head coach of this team with the coaching staff he brought on. So it's tough for the fan bases of those teams. And the pick is in for the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, my God.
Who do we think this is?
I'm going to go running back. Cam Ward is the first overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Remember that for history purpose and trivia questions later on. We have a $9.99 super chat from Jordy Peterson. Thank you, Jordy, who says, does Todd Bowles' defenses rely on secondary to get the sacks, i.e. cover sacks? If so, wouldn't that be the move to let the horses go and draft an edge and a linebacker later?
Well, Todd Bowles wants the secondary involved with some timely blitzes. We saw Anthony Winfield Jr. have 6 sacks in 2023. No sacks last year, if my memory serves me correctly. He was injured and missed some time. But, yeah, I think Todd Bowles kind of got fed up with blitzing last year. He wants to get home with 4. And the best way you can do that is have better edge rushers for sure. But you have to have the secondary that will cover, right? And otherwise, by the time
sorry, not to cut you off, but according to Adam Schefter, the Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick and a 4th round pick, 104 and a 6th round pick, to the Jaguars.
Liam Cohen making some moves.
Yeah, so the Jaguars are trading the 5th pick, their 2nd round pick, 36th overall, and 126th overall, and their 2026 1st round pick. So it's their 5th, 36, 126, and a 1st round.
For Travis Hunter to get the wide receiver and cornerback?
I think it has to be.
I think it has to be too.
It ain't going to be Genty.
Well, and you've got enough edge rushers there, right? With Trayvon Walker and Josh Allen Hines, right? In Jacksonville. Yeah. So this seems to me like it's for Travis Hunter. Boy, what a bold move this would be for Liam Cohen.
Liam Cohen in his his first season as head coach, his first draft as head coach of the Jaguars, making a splash right away with a trade. We'll see if it's Travis Hunter.
Wow, that is a bold move.
See, that's why you never know with this with the draft what crazy things are going to happen. We see the 2nd overall pick traded.
Wow, that's
I would have thought Jacksonville.
I know, especially with them sitting there at 5, right?
Yeah, they're not that far away. Like I guess I could have understood it if. But the 10th pick did or something.
Travis Hunter was going 2nd overall. Though.
Yeah. We didn't think Jacksonville.
Right? Yeah.
Wow, he's going to be teammates with Robert Haynes. Pretty sweet. Man.
That is quite a move there.
Travis Hunter in Jacksonville.
I'm just saying, like the other player you'd have to consider is Abdul Carter, but again, you've got Josh Allen,
exactly,
and Trayvon Walker, right? So you've got your edge rushers there. So it has to be for Travis Hunter, as Jeff the Champ would say. Got to be Travis Hunter.
It has to.
We think that's going to be the case.
Man. Yeah. So what does Cleveland do at 5? What do the Giants do at 3? Do they go Abdul Carter?
It would make sense to go with Abdul Carter. Right?
Yeah.
To get truly the best player available on the board at that time. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The question is the Patriots.
I still think they take Will Campbell, right?
You
need that pass protector for Drake May.
Yeah, just push all the receivers as far back as possible.
Yes.
And then Let Matthew Golden be there.
We do know that this is not a trade up for a quarterback. And usually when we see trade ups, that is the position that teams will trade up for, especially in the top 10. With Trevor Lawrence, that's certainly the guy in Jacksonville.
Now the question is, if Mike Greenberg became Jacksonville's general manager, would Mike Greenberg have done something?
Yeah. Oh boy, that's one heck of a trade. And then you've got I mean, so a lot of people had Jacksonville taking Ashton Genty, right, at number 5. At least I did in the first round.
Yeah.
That was kind of the pick there. Now
that'd be insane if it is Genty.
Yeah, right.
I can see the Raiders too, thanks to our old pal John Spytek.
Exactly. I can see John Spytek and the Raiders taking Genty at number 6.
Jake Laser says Jaguars made the trade with the Browns to move up. Jax just wanted to make sure Ward went 1 before pulling the trigger.
Okay.
The parameters of this deal were actually worked out between the two teams a while ago.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, and this was a trade that Brian Baldinger, I think, was kind of
that's right. Yeah.
kind of
Speak was
talking about without naming the teams, because obviously they didn't want to get it wrong. But to me, that's a really interesting move to have this go down the way that it did right now with the 2nd overall pick. So fireworks right away.
Go Genty. I want to see Jackson get Genty. I want another crazy Michael Penix Jr. moment. The Poplar Bluff says NFL must hold the pick to ensure this lasts until midnight.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If you're Jacksonville, you should already turn the card in. You know who you're getting. If you're trading up, right, you know who you're drafting. But the NFL, they've got commercials and all of that and drama to sell, so that's why we wait. But yeah, this will be a very interesting selection here, and
I can totally see like anytime Travis Hunter does something crazy, everyone's like, "Oh, the Browns could have had him," or like the Browns could use a guy like Travis Hunter. Man,
it is Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter,
yep, number 2 overall,
going to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
A wide receiver for Trevor Lawrence, or a cornerback for the Jaguars,
or
defense.
both, both. Yeah. Quite fascinating. Big person. Well, he's not really a big personality.
Liam Cohen with a huge move right out of the gate in his very first draft.
He's dropping it on the table, if you know what I mean.
Exactly. Wow,
man. I'd love another Bucs Jaguars joint training camp, right? If only.
Supply and demand says, I really don't like Liam now. But listen, he's with the AFC. He's with an AFC team. He can't hurt the Buccaneers except for the preseason, right?
Right.
Or unless both of these Florida teams went all the way. But that is interesting. We have a super chat here from Bucks Basement. It's F. Cohen all day, every day.
Yeah, I mean, let's remember the storyline with the Bucs and the Jaguars. It was everything that went on with Liam Cohen. Oh, he's staying with the Bucs. Oh, he's leaving. He's taking a second interview. Then they tried to get Justin Peele and Kevin Carberry specifically. Right. Kevin Carberry was the one. And the Bucs said, no, you can't do that. Then they wanted Mike Greenberg. Mike Greenberg said, F you guys, I'm not taking a meeting. He didn't actually say that. But he said, I'm not taking a meeting. I'm staying in Tampa Bay.
That's right.
Then they ended up getting John Van Dam. So a lot of back and forth. Yeah, now Travis Hunter is teammates with Robert Hainsey.
Absolutely. Yeah. This would be a good time to let you all know that Walk-Ons is a great place to go for food and fun. And if you don't believe me, well, then take it from Drew Brees, former New Orleans Saints quarterback.
Game day at Walk-Ons is just different. And it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block. Hand peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp. Hand carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys. And hand slicing, then tossing our boneless wings and our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day. The Walk-Ons way.
That's right. With Walk-Ons, 3 Tampa area locations, Wesley Chapel, Midtown, Tampa, and Lakeland. Okay, fine. You don't want to go to Walk-Ons to watch the draft. You're missing out because of all the TVs, the great menu of food and drink items. But you know what? You can have the home field advantage. That's right. You can get catering for maybe your watch party tomorrow night or Saturday if you're watching the draft, or for maybe a high school or college graduation party. Or maybe you want to watch some hockey or NBA playoffs. You can do that at home and have Walk-Ons food delivered or pick up at any of their locations. And not just that, but let's say you're into crawfish. At the Midtown location, they're going to have a crawfish boil Saturday, May 10th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. $24.99 for 2 pounds of crawfish served with 2 potatoes and corn, or you can get $29.99 for 2 pounds served with 2 potatoes and corn and a pint of Abita beer. That's right. At the Midtown Tampa location only, you can purchase tickets at the description below. So you can check that out at the Midtown location, and that's going to be Saturday, May 10th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's a crawfish boil, not at every location, just at the Midtown Tampa location. And right now, we're going to be bringing in Adam Slovan, who's going to continue on with our draft coverage as I step away for a few moments. But we know that Jason Light and Todd Bowles are busy at work upstairs as we're coming to you live from One Buccaneer Place.
That is right. We are live from the Advent Health Training Center, and it's interesting. We've talked to Jason Light about what his overall, draft routine is when it comes to getting his head straight and his mind right for the NFL draft. And he says he typically goes on a walk first and kind of clears his head. He said there's a lot of downtime kind of between when the draft is going on or when the draft gets started and when he's actually, in the nitty gritty of all of it. So, like we said, we did a little bit of a hockey shift now. I am joined by Adam Slovan. Adam, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Man, we've kind of already had a crazy start with the big trade involving the Cleveland Browns and the Jacksonville Liam Cohens. And now Travis Hunter is in the state of Florida going to be playing.
Yeah, Jacksonville's wasted no time under James Gladstone and Liam Cohen, making a big move to get someone who could be their wide receiver 2 and their cornerback 1 or 2, he's going to be the Shohei Ohtani of the NFL, is pretty much what anyone says. You get a guy that at Colorado, he was a 1,000-yard receiver. He flashed as a corner, was kind of a playmaker on that side of the ball too. So really exciting. In this draft, expect the unexpected. The second overall pick, there's already moves being made. And really after the first pick, anything's on the table.
Yeah, Heisman Trophy winner, Travis Hunter. You got to think Abdul Carter. Well, I don't know. I mean, the Giants need help everywhere.
Yeah.
They could go offensive line. I don't see them. Wouldn't that be crazy if Shedeur Sanders went next and it was Travis Hunter and then Shedeur Sanders? I don't think that will necessarily happen, but I can't see them going quarterback. It has to be Abdul Carter because you got to go best player available. Can you not?
Yeah, you have to go best player available. The only thing is they have Kayvon Thibodeau and they have Brian Burns. So they already have 2 really good edge rushers. But Abdul Carter, you mentioned, you don't pass up on a generational talent. So.
No, you can't. Got a super chat here from Aaron Watson. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat, who says, can you guys count the timer so we can sync up? We don't really have the timer on right now. We're kind of just checking social media and stuff like that. And we didn't necessarily start on the exact same time that all of the, the media coverage on ESPN and NFL Network have. Yeah. So unfortunately, I don't think we can do that. I apologize, but we can consistently, update stuff, say who's on the clock, all that good stuff. But my apologies with that. We may be bringing in a TV in the next couple of days or the next 2 days and, trying to set that up as well. But we will certainly try to keep everybody as updated as possible. Bucs are picking at 19. For those that didn't know, obviously you're all here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But Adam, your overall thoughts on who you'd like Tampa Bay to pick, who you think they might pick. I know we can't really decipher how this draft is breaking just yet. There's only been 2 picks, and I think we both kind of agreed that it would be Cam Ward, followed by either Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. The one thing we didn't know was a trade, but the players that are off the board does not come as a surprise.
It does not. And when you look at how things stack for the Bucs at number 19, my thought process is, after speaking with Donovan Ezraku at the Senior Bowl, at the NFL Combine, if he's there at number 19, he would be the guy, right?
Yeah.
And if not, the thing about this draft is that it's more open than in years past. There's so many different possibilities, especially for the Bucs. But one thing, like Daniel Jeremiah, Peter Schrager have had the Bucs taking a wide receiver, and I just don't see that happening. Not with the defense needing a corner, an inside linebacker, a safety, an edge rusher. There's just so many needs there. So I think it starts with Ezraku, and if he's off the board, Malachi Starks, he's your guy. You like him a lot. I think he would just do wonders for the secondary. He's played with Tyke Smith, and Todd Bowles likes versatility and different defensive backs, and you can't go wrong with Malachi.
I believe the other day was the 6-year anniversary of Avengers Endgame, so I'd be remiss if I didn't say RIP my dog, Tony Stark. If anybody can name the former Buccaneers player that said that, you will get a thumbs up from me for sure. But yeah, Malachi Starks, I'm a big fan of. I knew Bailey Adams would like that one. Malachi Starks, I think would be a great fit for this team, not just because he's got the chemistry with Tyke Smith. They were teammates last year. I love the fact that Malachi Starks went into practice each day against the Georgia Bulldogs when Brock Bowers was there. And we know what Brock Bowers did with the Raiders as a rookie. He won Rookie of the Year. Bucky Irving was robbed, I tell you. But he went and he covered Brock Bowers in practice each day. He was like, I want that guy. Now, obviously, it's quite difficult to defend that type of guy. But even having the wherewithal, the gusto to say, I'm going to defend this player, even if it kills me, I think I like that type of mentality that he has. Now, whether you move him to safety, whether you put him in the slot, I think he's open for really any single type of challenge. Now, what about wide receiver? Do you see wide receiver in the first round at all, Adam?
I just don't see it. Not for Tampa Bay. I think Matthew Golden will be off the board by number 19. He would be a tantalizing option if he's still there. I mean, he's not 6 feet tall. He's 5'11", but he's a playmaker. He has the ability to make contested catches, has great speed. And then you have a guy like Ted McMillan. You saw it work from Vincent Jackson to Mike Evans. It could go from Mike Evans to Ted McMillan someday. But when you have 3 starting caliber wide receivers, you're in a pretty good spot. And I think it would be more of a luxury pick. And when you look at the way this roster is constructed, Matt, I think you want to prioritize the defense to really maximize the Super Bowl window.
What do you think about, though, when Todd Bowles says, well, you can never have enough horses on the offensive side?
He does make a great point. And the one argument you could say towards it is if Starks, Ezraku, other pass rushers and corners that the Bucs have high on their board, if they're all gone and the only guy in that pool of players that Jason White likes to talk about is Matthew Golden, you could see them maybe making kind of a shocking move in the first round. But the question is, how much would Golden play on the offense next season?
Yeah, I mean, he's already competing for time with Daniel McMillan. By the way, I don't recall if I mentioned this or not, but the G-Man did go with Abdul Carter out of Penn State. He follows in the footsteps of Saquon Barkley, going from Penn State to the New York Giants. Was Saquon drafted 3rd overall?
He was
2nd.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because then
Sam Darnold.
Yeah, Sam Darnold was 3rd. Man, so almost identical to drafting a Penn State player and then probably being great and then leaving and winning Super Bowl
with the Eagles.
Yeah, with the Eagles, but yeah, seemed like the right move for Abdul Carter by the Giants for drafting Abdul Carter. That's a team that just needs talent overall. Now, this is where the draft kind of shifts a little bit because a lot of people have mocked offensive linemen, Will Campbell, particularly the LSU offensive lineman, over to the New England Patriots, the Pat Riots, as some call them. But every wide receiver is available, excluding Travis Hunter and that whole situation. Could be wide receiver. What's so funny over there? All right. Could be Ted McMillan, could be Matthew Golden. I can't see the Patriots going defense. Like their defense is already pretty set. Like they got a solid team on that side. I feel like they just need weapons for Drake May.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially in free agency, getting Carlton Davis, beefing up the defensive line, getting Milton Williams. You look at the offense, and it's either you get that like cornerstone blindside protector for Drake May, or you get him a number one target. And last year, you kind of look at the wide receiver room, and Ted McMillan would make a lot of sense as that number one target, get that big body wide receiver that can make a lot of touchdown catches. But Will Campbell, the debate with him is his arm length. Will he be a guard? Will he be a tackle? But he's going to be a good player. And in a draft with so many question marks, you want to get the high floor player that can be a plus starter.
Annie B says, should we trade for Thibodeau now that the Giants got Carter? What would it cost? I think you just got to let it ride with Hassan Reddick. And same with Kavion Thibodeau. Like, let it ride, see what he does. It would have to be one of those situations where you traded for him and then immediately signed him, but the Bucs just aren't going to do that with, a guy that has had some really good years, but then also has tapered off a little bit. They got their squad set right now as far as veteran guys and outside linebackers and guys like that. The Draft Network, who is that?
It is.
They went with Will Campbell. So the Patriots, or the Pat Riots, which Jeff the Champ was a big fan of, they go with beef. They get beefy with Will Campbell out of LSU. So someone else before in the chat said the draft is flying. Yeah. I'm liking the speed right now. We might get out of here at 9:00.
It is.
I kid. We're not.
Now the Browns are on the clock. And after getting that 5th overall pick, will they go Jency? Nick Chubb is a free agent.
Yeah.
They had that really good running back for a while.
The Browns are open to move. They are essentially doing what I did in my Bucs battle plan, trading back and then trading back again. I don't like having the same draft process as the Cleveland Browns. Actually, I did it first. Maybe they're copying me.
They're doing the reverse draft day.
Have you ever seen? You definitely have. Bailey, have you ever seen the movie called The Rocker? It's with Rainn Wilson. Okay, never mind. Anyway,
I know Rainn Wilson.
Yes, Dwight Schrute. Yeah, for sure. Timothy Ward says, I think Carter is staying with the Giants. I don't get that. He was just drafted. Bucks Mason says, Patriots got the T-Rex. He has a very small arm. Like, yeah, that was like kind of the knock on him. But you know who also was a knock on Adam? Luke Edeke.
He was.
Yeah, T-Rex. Yeah. T-Rex arms. That's what they were calling him.
And he settled right back in.
He did. Tackle. Once they put him back at tackle.
Ever after, man.
Yeah. Not exactly a guard, but once they put him back at tackle, and that's the Bucs' MO is they always draft these tackles and kick them inside. But that doesn't always work for everyone and everything. So I mean, man, what a steal. What a steal Luke Edeke was. Maybe not a steal, but like what a great find,
Yeah. I never imagined that sentence being spoken. Matt, I do want to say, though, with the Giants taking Abdul Carter and like the value they're placing on having 3 quality pass rushers, that's a blueprint the Bucs could still follow at number 19. And there's a lot of fans, a lot of debate out there about, Donovan Ezraku, if he's drafted, he'll only be the 3rd pass rusher. He won't have much of an impact. The Giants just took Abdul Carter at 3, and he's going to be in the mix with those 2.
Well, because I think in today's day and age with the way that football is and how game planning has gotten so much better, you need 2 edge rushers. Like it used to just be like, oh, all right, well, we got Michael Strahan or Reggie White or whoever the case may be, and they're just going to attack. But now teams are smart. They know they have the double. If they know who they have to stop right away.
Yeah.
And whether you do that with double teams or running the ball to that side, that's one way to really slow down an edge rusher. Or screens to the other side or whatever the case may be. You need more than just, sure, you're still going to have the alpha, the person that is just doing it all in terms of sack production. But we saw with the Bucs in 2020, it wasn't just Shaq.
No.
It was JPP. And I think a lot of teams, sure, the Steelers got a guy like TJ Watt who's winning All-Pro year in and year out, Defensive Player of the Year. But they had another guy, Nick Herbig, who gets the job done as well. It can't
Alex
be
Highsmith.
Yeah, it can't be a one-man show at edge rusher. And when you do get into that situation where you have 2 premier guys, and this is where it comes back to the Bucs, you want that rotation. You don't want that drop-off going to a 3rd or 4th string guy. I get it. Not everybody's going to be Yaya or hopefully the version of Hassan Reddick that everybody wants Hassan Reddick to be. But you can still have a fierce pass rush that constantly comes in droves. And everything Todd Bowles said, unless he's really pulling, the smoke screen in front of everybody, there's no reason for him to lie about being like, yeah, I want to get home with the 4-man pass rush. There's no reason to lie about that. You know? All he does is exotic blitzes. He wants to go in a new direction. And I think the biggest thing, Adam, too, was at the NFL annual meeting, him being like, I found the problem. I have figured it out. I've been in the lab and I found the problem.
Yeah.
Him having that aha moment, I think Bucs fans should feel pretty good about.
And now we're just waiting to see what that aha moment is. But you mentioned a rotation of pass rushers. I will say that you want a pipeline of pass rushers. You want to follow the blueprint that the Eagles had in winning the Super Bowl. You had a guy like Josh Sweat, even though he left for another team. You have somebody like Nolan Smith. He played, 30% of snaps as a rookie. And then the following season, this past year, he really stepped up. So even if a guy doesn't play right away, even if Ezraku weren't to play over 50% of the snaps, you have a guy that in a couple of years from now, he's going to be a plus starter. You feel confident in him going forward.
Okay. Bailey Adams has been on top with all of these draft updates. So I know some people are behind, and I apologize. I know some people are saying we're giving out the picks pretty quickly. But it's called news, not slows. That's a big SR comment right there. Yes, ahead of the curve. So interesting move here from Cleveland. They drafted Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham, correct? Yeah, Mason Graham. Not shocking that he's a top 10 pick. I know he had been linked to the Jets a little bit. A little surprised by Cleveland there with, fifth overall for a defensive tackle. Unless you're getting Aaron Donald, I'm curious what people think about this pick. I don't. Yeah, sorry, Andrew, who says you guys are crazy ahead. Well, yeah, I mean, we're just going off the Twitter machine. But, yeah, from a Bucs perspective, I think that's pretty good, though. Because that pushes all of the offensive players back.
Down a peg.
And took a defensive player that the Bucs were not that they weren't interested. But there was just no chance that player was getting there at 19. So that's pretty good from that standpoint. Let's see what everybody on Twitter is saying. And now, because you got Vegas on the clock, this could be Genty time.
Yeah,
could be.
Yeah, Pete Carroll was on X. He was giving out some clues. He was posting some outcasts, a picture of Snoop Dogg, and Snoop Dogg. His first name is Calvin, right?
Yes, yeah.
So you're like, is it Calvin
Banks.
Banks, the offensive tackle from Texas? We'll see what the pick ultimately ends up being. But
okay, Lightning are still down 1-0. Sorry, Bolts fans. Let's see, not too many reactions to.
And one other thing with the Browns, they have picks 33 and 36, so they still have enough ammo to move back into the first round.
Get your door.
Yeah, get that quarterback.
Let's see the comments. No comments on Mason Graham. Interesting. All right. Well, I mean, he was the top defensive tackle anyway. Don't necessarily have too much of an issue with that. So
yeah, build out the trenches.
Well, let's get to some more comments, shall we? Of course, super chats. We'll get to cut the line, but we'll get to a couple of. Ken Grant with a great comment says, Bucs getting worse where they did continues to be a miracle. I will never forget that too, because I remember at the time, I'm like, why are they moving up one spot? Are you really going to give up capital for something like that? And it turns out it was the best trade they could have ever done.
Yeah.
Ever with Tristan Wirfs. And it's funny because the rest of that draft class wasn't fantastic by the Bucs by any means, but when you have Tristan and you have Antoine Winfield Jr., you don't need anyone else. No. You really don't. They could have just traded the rest of their picks.
The offensive tackles taken before him. Mekhi Becton, Jedrick Wills. I think there was one other one. Andrew Thomas, maybe?
Yes.
But those tackles are not as good as Tristan Wirfs. So the fact that they traded up for the fourth best offensive tackle, and he was the best offensive tackle.
Yeah, because The Giants went Andrew Thomas. I think Thomas was taken first out of the tackles.
Yeah.
And the Jets took Mekhi Becton like not long after. I forgot where Dedrick
9 or
Wills
10
went to.
the Browns.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was Browns. Okay. And then, yeah, Tristan Wirfs there. So really an all-time pick.
Pewter Report is on the sun. We see the sun 7 minutes ago.
I don't
understand that one, but
yeah. Can you elaborate?
we shine bright.
Yeah, like a diamond. Shout out Rihanna. I remember her performance, 2 Super Bowls ago? That was the first Eagles Chiefs. Wasn't bad. I think she was like very pregnant too, and just standing like a billion feet up in the air. But anyway. Oh, okay. Angle says light speed from the sun. Sunlight takes 8 minutes to get to her. Gotcha. All right, yeah. Sorry. Ooh, okay. Adam Schefter has tweeted. Carolina, ever heard of them? The Panthers, Dave Canales, has been fielding calls about trading the number 8 pick. So kind of funny, right?
6th pick is in.
Oh, the Raiders. John Spytek went with Ashton Genty. Wow. The Raiders. I'm sorry. I know some people love it, and then other people have complained to me that it like blows their speakers out and stuff when I scream into the microphone and
It's a
do the
draft
Chris
show. You gotta
Brown.
have some fun.
Yeah, well, they meant like when we do like a regular show and stuff like that. But the Raiders, Ashton Genty, the very talented running back out of Boise State, another weapon for that Vegas offense with Geno Smith at the helm.
Yeah.
Quite interesting. Adam, your thoughts?
I think when you get a guy like Genty, and compared to the running backs that they had last year, like Sincere McCormick, I think was the leading rusher back when they played the Bucs. Such a substantial upgrade. A guy that immediately is going to be a top 10 running back, maybe a top 5 running back, just a bell cow. And you get stability there. And I think that's the overall philosophy that the Raiders have right now, stability. You get a guy like Pete Carroll, John Spytek, they're going to bring in good players. And that's what Ashton Genty is. In a class where there isn't a lot of blue chip talent, Genty is that guy. And him paired with Geno Smith, suddenly you kind of see the pieces coming together.
So this brings up something interesting as well, because there's been all of this discussion about Rachaad White getting traded. Adam Schefter had that article about expendable players, and that Rachaad White was one of those. And we talked about the possibility of him going to the Raiders and the fact that, Genty could be a pick, but that wouldn't necessarily stop them from also trading for Rachaad White. I don't know if that's even more in play now or less in play based on this Genty pick.
I think it would be less in play that they would trade for White, even if it was like a 4th or 5th round pick, because you have a guy that's going to be getting presumably over 200 carries next season as a rookie. So
yeah,
we will see.
Yeah, it's just this draft right now is kind of bonkers, right? You had a trade with the 2nd round pick. You got a running back going in the top 6. I don't see that as talented as Genty is. I mean, man, what is Jerry Jones going to do when he's on the clock? Everybody said, oh, they're going to go with, they're going to go with the running back. The wide receivers keep being available, again, outside of Travis Hunter, who we all looked at as something completely different than just a wide receiver. But damn, yeah, Chicago's in the mix for Genty as well. There were a couple of teams interested. So, man.
Now you have the Jets on the clock.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Are they going to get a tackle?
Yeah.
Membu?
Yeah, I think either Membu or Ted McMillan, former volleyball player. I asked him about that. He went, yeah, volleyball's dope. So I always appreciate that. I don't know. Jets are in a weird spot, right? New regime, of course. New quarterback, but is he your future quarterback? Is he a bridge quarterback? That's kind of a big question there. You have a very talented wide receiver. You got a pretty good running back in Breece Hall, even though some people don't love Breece Hall as much anymore. You can never go wrong with an offensive lineman either. I would go offensive line just because I think the Jets' offensive line is terrible, even though they have 4 of their 5 starters were draft picks or whatever. I don't know. I don't love their offensive line. They do have a very mobile quarterback with Justin Fields. I would lean offensive line, but to really get the first wide receiver off the board is really tough to pass up.
Yeah, offensive line. I mean, if you get Membu and you pair him with Oluf with Shanu, I mean, all of a sudden you have one of the better young tackle tandems in the NFL.
And you got Tippmann at center.
Elijah Barrett Tucker.
Yeah.
One other wild card would be Tyler Warren. I mean, they have Tyler Conklin right now as a tight end.
But
he's
Tyler
kind of
Warren,
mixed. You put Warren in there.
I think Conklin's on the last year of his deal too.
Yeah.
So Warren is certainly in play, which it would be fitting because the last time the Jets drafted a tight end from Penn State in the first round, the Bucs ended up getting Warren Sapp, and I think Derek Brooks earlier. So, maybe history will repeat itself, and the Bucs will get another Warren Sapp type of player.
Here's a comment from Ken Grant here. Still really don't understand the White trade rumors. He's cheap and the only reliable pass protector they have.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement there. There's just this ongoing assumption that Sean Tucker is going to be a great RB2 based on his game against the Saints. And don't get me wrong, that was an all-time game. He deserves all the praise and the flowers and the credit that he got. But let's also be very realistic about it. It was all done in the fourth quarter against the Saints. They instilled their will against that team. He did it all from running the football. He did have 2 or 3 catches and had a touchdown, but it was like a slant and nobody was back in the secondary. And I'm not taking that away, but we all clamored for Sean Tucker to get the ball more, and he didn't. He got like 4 or 5 snaps the next week. He got 7 snaps against the Ravens a couple of weeks later. The first time they were like, okay, we're going to implement Sean Tucker for a lot of time was that game against the Giants. He got the ball on like the first or second drive. He scored the touchdown from a yard out. He also fumbled in that game. He had a wacky kick return where, like, was it a touchback? Was it not a touchback? I don't totally know. He ended up having 4 attempts for 3 yards in that game, but he had a touchdown. So, like, that kind of saved it. Sean Tucker is a good talent on this team, and I want him to get more reps. I think maybe he should be the one that takes some of the reps from Bucky when Bucky needs a break. Because remember, Bucky's going to be starting this year. Bucky technically only had 3 starts this season, but he didn't really become the guy until after the first month, maybe even halfway through. If you're keeping Rachaad White, he's got to be your third down guy because Bucky didn't really pass block that well. And I'm not taking anything away. Like, I'd rather have what pick?
For the Jets.
The Jets pick is in Membo. Oh, they went with Membo. All right, cool. So Jets go with beef as well. The AFC East turning into the AFC beef with the Patriots going offensive lineman, followed by the Jets going with Membo. I like the pick overall. They got to solidify that offensive line. There's still plenty of wide receivers available, pretty solid wide receiver pool. So I'm quite happy with it. But your thoughts again about Rachaad White, Sean Tucker, that whole shebang?
I think right now in this current offense, you trust Rachaad White more than Sean Tucker. Rachaad White last season, he had double-digit touchdowns, one of the best receiving backs in the league. I mean, when he's out in space, what he does, picking up yards for the offense, that's why they were so high scoring last year, is having a reliable backup running back in Rachaad White. And he's a good complement to Bucky. And I still feel that even though Bucky kind of stole his glimmer a little bit as a starter, they have a good working relationship. And I think you want to keep those 2 running backs together. And next offseason, when it becomes a problem, you address it then. When maybe Rachaad White's like, hey, I want a starting job elsewhere. I want to get more carries, get back to where I was when I got 272 carries. Then that's another question. But I think right now, Rachaad, he provides more value than a 4th or 5th round pick would.
And I'm all for the Bucs adding a running back. Doesn't have to be drafting a running back, but adding a running back. Bring him onto the team. Try to stash him on the practice squad or depending how the situation may go, and develop it. Like, Sean Tucker should be developed to be the number 2 running back next season. Like, I'm not turning a blind eye to the fact that Rachaad White is probably not going to be here next season. And that's fine. And, the Bucs could go with a running back, probably not 6th overall. I don't think they'll be picking 6th overall unless they do some crazy trade or whatever. But if they want to address running back next year, you're still going to have Bucky. You have Bucky for 3 more seasons, including like this season. You can find another way to get a a third down running back. It could be a veteran guy that is just there to like be a receiver, whatever the case may be. But in this time in 2025, going into the season where you have everybody back on offense, the entire starting offensive line, all under contract too. I mean, we're kind of waiting on the eventual extension of Luke Gedeke, but everybody else is under contract for several years at this point. You have one more year of Mike Evans, so who knows about after that. You just re-signed Chris Godwin. Bucky's here for a long time. You don't need to rock the boat by any means, with this situation. So let it play out. Let Rashad do his thing. He wants to boost his stock as well. And, I mean, at least the conversation can hopefully be done once this draft is over. But, yeah, no, I never saw it.
If there's one more thing I could say about the Rashad White thing is Dane Brugler listed 29 running backs as being draft eligible, like having draftable grades. And outside of defensive tackle, running back's probably the deepest position in this year's draft. So even if the Bucs were not to draft a running back, if they got a UDFA like Sean Tucker was, like back in the day, Sean Tucker had like a 4th or 5th round grade before medicals really saw him not get drafted. But the Bucs could still find value in getting an undrafted running back and then kind of grooming him slowly, like on the practice squad.
All right, with the Jets making their pick with Membo, that means the Carolina Panthers are on the clock, making their first pick at 8. As Adam Schefter tweeted before, they are fielding a couple of phone calls, so we'll see if they actually make that pick or if they make a trade. And then, of course, the New Orleans Saints and all of their baggage of mouthy players, such as Cameron Jordan. And aging players on gigantic contracts.
What's going to happen with Derek Carr?
Yeah, Derek Carr, that situation.
But when you look at the Panthers, Matt, the biggest needs for them are getting another edge rusher, a real, true defensive talent. I know Jalen Walker out of Georgia, he's projected a lot to go to Carolina. And then, as well, you got wide receiver. All the wide receivers are still available. Will it be a Ted McMillan, Matthew Golden? There are some options there, too. But I think when you look at the Panthers roster, you see Bryce Young as the quarterback now after he kind of came along last season. Will you get him some weapons or will you beef up the defense?
Yeah, they do need a lot of help on defense. Again, it's really one of those situations.
Like J.C. Horn and Derek Brown.
Yeah, pretty much. And everyone's pretty much available, besides Graham, who went to Cleveland. But you got everybody available. Well, Abdul Carter, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, will it be one of these talented Georgia players? We shall see. Got people tweeting about me about Rashad White as well. Rashad isn't going anywhere. Dallas is the only other team that is interested, but all in all, I do not see it happening. Me neither. Donald, we'll just say Donald Pods. Podzakowski says Saints will have to load up on undrafted free agents and spend a year in cap hell. Might be a little bit longer than that, but damn.
Yeah, they're going to be a couple years in that cap purgatory. But getting UDFAs, I mean, if they can do it like the Bucs, maybe they can transition a little bit better. But the Saints just have too many aging players. DeMario Davis. Is Tyrann Matthew still on the team?
Yeah, I think he re-signed. He re-signed for another
33
year.
now.
Yeah.
I mean, they've just lost a lot of their luster. And they don't really have that roster to really compete. So you're going to see them in the cellar of the NFC South. And they won't really rival the Bucs, Cam Jordan. Sorry.
Well, I don't know. Well, they're not going to rival the Bucs in terms of
the standings.
Yeah, but I don't know.
They'll make it competitive.
They make one game very tough for the Bucs, and then the other. Oddly enough, the Bucs will smoke them in New Orleans. It's just how it's gone the past couple of years, and then all of a sudden, it's a close game, playing a little tight in Raymond James Stadium when the Bucs play the Saints. So hopefully they can just kind of blow them out for 2 games in a row. We shall see. Who are the Carolina Panthers going to pick? A supply and demand calls Dave Canales Trader Canales. It's a way different situation with Dave Canales than it ever was with Liam Cohen.
You can respect the way that Dave went to the Panthers.
Well, so Canales kind of got that job because it was no one else wanted to coach in Carolina.
His buddy got the job, Dan Morgan, as a GM.
Yeah.
You understood it.
No, exactly. That made a lot more sense. So yeah, we got the Panthers and the Saints, followed by the Chicago Bears. So prolific teams coming up. Let's see what goes on. We appreciate everybody joining us this evening for day one of the 2025 Pewter Report live draft show. The Panthers are going wide receiver, and the best wide receiver available, Tet McMillan out of Arizona. So the Bucs are going to have to deal with him twice a season. Tet McMillan, the very athletic player, good ball tracking abilities, has some comparisons to Mike Evans. Now they can stare at each other and do the Spider-Man meme. Adam?
Yeah, and you saw Canales, what he did with Mike Evans back when he was the offensive coordinator. You're likely going to see the same things with Tet McMillan. And for Bryce Young, he's going to have a big target. Even though he's a little bit shorter, he might not be able to see too much down the field. He's going to find Tet McMillan often next year in Carolina's offense. And now you have that DJ Moore replacement where he's going to step in. He's going to be that wide receiver one. And I think that's going to do wonders for Young's development next season. And now you kind of have more pieces. They had a solid running game last year with Hubbard, and I believe they signed Rico Dowdle in free agency. Yeah. So now Carolina's offense, they're cooking a little bit.
Yeah, they always needed another wide receiver after Leggett. Isn't Adam Thielen still there too?
Yeah. Thielen, he's like 35 now.
Yeah, something like that.
Sticking around.
Interesting that he had comparisons to Mike Evans. Because you know what's funny? Because someone in the chat mentioned Drake London. Drake London was the guy that had all these comparisons to Mike Evans. And even though his career has been so-so, for whatever reason, Drake London has popped off against the Buccaneers, specifically when they are in Atlanta. So for the Bucs' sake, hopefully that does not happen with Tet McMillan, but certainly a big-time pick by Carolina and Dave Canales, who gets another weapon at his disposal. Get ready, Jamel Dean. Get ready, Zion McCollum, because they are dealing with a very talented wide receiver twice a year.
They are. And now the focus moves towards the Saints. Back-to-back NFC South picks. You wonder what direction the Saints are going to go, because we kind of mentioned it. They have an aging roster, the quarterback situation. Will Derek Carr play this upcoming season? Will it be Shedeur? Could it be Jackson Dart? Or will they get the best defensive player still on the board?
I hope they go with the quarterback.
Yeah, why not?
I think that would be a very stupid move.
Yeah, it would be.
So I would be all for the Saints going Shedeur. If they want to go Jackson Dart, again, I'm down for a good laugh. I'm having a good time, but I'm always open to some chuckles.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we shall see. Shout out to the volleyball players out there as well. Tet McMillan.
Or Supply and Demand says Saints getting offensive linemen. That could be interesting because Penning hasn't worked out at all. And I think the only offensive lineman, I think Eric McCoy is still a part of it, but Police Fuaga was a...
Yeah, Ramczyk just retired the other day. He was injured anyway. But yeah, that's true. And the Saints have not had a good drafting history over the past couple of years.
Since really 2017 when they had that historic class of Ramczyk, Alvin Kamara, I think Lattimore. Hasn't been smooth sailing.
They can't go Jackson Dart, can they? They can't.
We shall see. Kellen Moore gets a quarterback to develop.
No, that part makes sense,
but it'd be a reach for.
I mean, just remember the Saints draft process was so odd at the time too. I mean, or the coaching process. They didn't get Kellen Moore until much later, and he was coaching the Super Bowl and everything, which is great for him, but I don't even know if he was their first option. No. Remember, there's other coaches being like,
and they all just backed out.
Yeah, like your guy, Mike McCarthy's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna chill. Yeah. I'd rather be at home not working than be in one of the funnest cities in the world. I've heard, New Orleans, and deal with that dumpster fire.
Or as Trevor Sikkema joked, Mike McCarthy's in PFF's basement doing mock drafts instead of taking the Saints coaching job. It's not a position if they don't take a quarterback here, I mean, there's so many other needs for them to really address that you want to build out the roster, not just place a quarterback in a situation to fail.
No, that's true. That's a very good point. There's a great case to be made. There are a ton of quarterbacks that I think if they had, like Joey Harrington comes to mind, the former Oregon quarterback
Went
that
with
went
the
to
Lions.
the Lions. Like the Lions had no offensive line, no talent, anything.
Yeah.
Like I'm just curious if he had a little bit more around him. And I guess that's the case with pretty much every single first round pick. But yeah. Rappaport says Tet McMillan had been quietly throwing with Bryce Young in Los Angeles. The two are already developing a connection. Collusion. No,
Yeah, right.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's an interesting little nugget there from Ian Rappaport, aka Rap Sheet, who did quote tweet us like a week or two ago. So shout out.
There's 2 McMillans in the NFC South.
That also is true. 2 McMillans. I was actually joking about that the other day. That man, the confusion if if the Bucs drafted another McMillan wide receiver, or T Mac and J Mac would have also been the case. So yeah, the Saints are on the clock. Very interesting first round so far. Bucs are getting closer. Remember, they do pick at 19. Man.
Yeah. And while it wasn't seen as the most exciting class this year, the NFL draft is still exciting. When moves are happening, trades are being made, players are going off the board. When the bullets are flying, it's still fun to be amidst all the madness.
Of course, you never know what's going to happen. You never know what trade may occur. So many different things happen second by second and pick by pick. Flash Gordon says, Savon Rebels, the only player I can think who can cover Tet McMillan. Well, we'll see if he's there. What do you think about that whole situation? Because he's coming off an injury, playing at a school like ECU. No disrespect to ECU. But your thoughts on him?
Rebel, he's really good. And I liked what he did for East Carolina. But the ACL injury, it does kind of put
Saints pick
is in. We'll put that thought on hold for a moment.
Wow.
It is an offensive tackle.
Okay. Saints going with Kelvin Banks Jr., an offensive tackle, beefing up the O-line. That's the third offensive lineman that has been taken so far. So teams are smartening up, Adam. You got to build in the trenches. And Saints going with the tackle.
So they went with a tackle, and I did the best bets for the offensive tackles and the offensive guards. And I actually had Kelvin Banks listed as an offensive guard. He's seen by some as being able to stick on the outside, but he also projects really good inside. Dane Brugler had him, I think, as the second best interior offensive lineman in Gray Zabel, if that is Zabel.
Well, I don't know.
Zabel, Zabel, whatever. But Banks, he's a really good player. Again, high floor. You want to beef up the offensive line. And as you mentioned, I mean, you can't really go wrong with offensive linemen. More of them hit than they don't. So.
Okay, so we have Carolina goes with a Mike Evans caliber of player. Now the Saints go with an offensive tackle who will have to face Hassan Reddick this year and Yaya Diaby. We'll see if there's going to be another edge rusher for the Bucs that will face an offensive tackle this year. But yeah, makes for all the fun matchups.
Yeah, and getting back to the point on Rebel, if again those pool of players aren't available, I see Rebel as more of a second-round talent than a first-round talent.
Mm-hmm.
But if guys like Ezraku, Starks, Campbell, Barron, if they're all off the board, Rebel is a really good option to really develop in the secondary. Because again, the same point that you make with Ezraku, he wouldn't be expected to be a starting outside corner day one. I mean, the Bucs still have Jamel Dean for the foreseeable future for at least this season, you would think. So
that is true. Yeah, Kelvin Banks out of Texas, the pick for the New Orleans Saints. So just a recap for everybody how this draft has gone so far. First overall, to no surprise, was Cam Ward then that's where the surprise started coming. There was a trade by the Browns with the Jaguars. The Jaguars moved up to the second overall pick, and that was Travis Hunter. Third was Abdul Carter to the New York Football Giants. Fourth was Will Campbell to the Patriots. Where'd my list go? Fifth was Mason Graham to the Cleveland Browns. John Spytek and the Las Vegas Raiders went Ashton Genty, the running back from Boise State, with the sixth pick. The Jets beefed up on the O-line, going with offensive tackle Armand Membu out of Missouri. Then it was the Panthers on the clock, going with the wide receiver Tet McMillan from Arizona. And then the Saints going with Kelvin Banks Jr., the offensive tackle out of Texas, 9th overall. So the Bears would be on the clock next, as some see the picks that were made, some hearing it from us. The Bears, quite interesting because they can go in a couple of different directions. They could try to go edge rusher, try to go wide receiver. Tyler Warren's still available, a tight end. They picked a tight end. They have Cole Kmet, but,
Tyler Warren's better.
Well, we also know with their new head coach how much he likes using 2 tight end setups and, all that stuff. So Chicago is on the clock, followed by San Francisco and Dallas. So Bears at 10, 49ers at 11, Cowboys at 12.
There was a lot of pre-draft buzz about the Bears maybe getting Genty if he fell. So you wonder, maybe Hampton? Could you see him go off the board? We saw it a couple drafts ago where running back went high.
Yeah.
Bijan, and then Jahmyr Gibbs
That's
went at
right.
12. Could you see 2 running backs maybe go in the top 10, get another weapon for Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson's offense? They had a lot of success with 2 running backs with the Detroit Lions. Maybe you see that element.
I will say, I remember at the time being like, what are the Lions doing going on a running back in the first round? But now Jahmyr Gibbs is one of the funnest running backs in the league to watch. Just changed his number. I think he wears number 0 now.
You're right.
Yeah. So 26 is kind of good on the running back, though.
Yeah, it's fitting.
Or he made it look good. Some people saying that the Bears should draft Tyler Warren. I agree. I think that'll probably be the pick for Chicago. If I had to guess, if I had to put money on it, that would certainly be my pick. How the Bolts doing? Bolts down 1-0, 5:32 to go.
Whoa. The Bears, they picked the tight end, was not Tyler Warren.
Wow.
Colston Loveland.
Oh, my.
Michigan.
What? Oh, man, there's going to be so many Bears fans unhappy about that. Colston Loveland is the pick for the Bears? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
If you put a bet in for Tyler Warren as the first tight end.
Yeah. Damn, I would have lost a lot of money.
Yeah. That seemed like a sure thing. Everybody talked so highly of Tyler Warren.
Oh, my goodness. So Tyler Warren's still available.
He's still available.
With the 11th pick coming up.
Yeah, 49ers are on the board. But they got Kittle.
They have Kittle, but I'm just saying,
could trade up.
Things are shaping out pretty good for the Bucs. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of different options for Tampa Bay right now.
Yeah.
Like every single corner is available besides Travis Hunter.
The edge rushers, predictably, you saw it.
Donovan Ezeraku is still there on the board. There's always the looming, I don't want to say threat, but the looming, thought of a team trading up to get a quarterback. Man.
Loveland is a good tight end, though, ? So I also did the best bets for tight ends. I had Loveland as second behind Warren, but one thing that kind of held him back last year playing for the Wolverines, he didn't have a guy named J.J. McCarthy throwing him the ball. McCarthy was very efficient operating that offense. He had kind of sporadic quarterback play where it was up and down. But one thing with Loveland is it tested his ability to really make contested catches, expand his catch radius. You have someone who has been seen very highly in draft circles. I think the Chargers were going to probably be the likely team at number 22 to take Loveland. But you see him go early, and that potential, really, I think is something that the Bears were enamored with. Ben Johnson wants to get the most out of a tight end. We saw it work a couple years ago. They drafted Sam Laporta.
Yeah.
Maybe Loveland will be that guy.
Yeah, they must have been like, all right, Ben, who do you like more? And he goes, okay, we'll go with Loveland. But yeah, that's a little surprising, just because like Warren, the only reason why he's not like a top 5 pick. Okay, we got another announcement. Yeah, that's just looking at this is the announcement to the announcement.
Ooh.
On Wednesday, May 14th, they will release the schedule for the 2025 NFL season. We'll get the preseason schedule. We can start booking our flights for road games and things of that nature, where we can start planning on when the Bucs have a Thursday game or a Monday night game or a Sunday night game. We'll see how many primetime games the Bucs end up happening. So May 14th.
3 weeks out.
Yeah, a couple of weeks away. Get ready for that, everybody. Should be exciting. We've had a lot of fun draft. Or it's not draft. Well, we're doing a draft reaction show right now. We've had a lot of fun schedule reaction shows. See when the Bucs are playing and when.
And JJ Watt, it's funny. Was that really just an announcement for the schedule announcement?
Yeah.
There's so much buzz around it.
It's a long-running joke from PFT commenter. It says the announcement to the announcement.
Yeah.
What's it? Yeah. All right. We're going to bring SR back on in just a moment. Why don't we talk about our good friends at Walk-Ons? But first, we'll play you a commercial for good friends at Walk-Ons.
Yeah, so what happened out there tonight?
We struck out at home with leftovers, then we remembered Walk-Ons.
What effect did the situation have?
Spirit soared. Nick took on a burger. Jen obliterated her ribeye po' boy. And speaking of spirits, Laura even scored a real tasty cocktail. She needed that.
Any lessons learned today?
Yeah. Head straight to Walk-Ons.
Scratch-made dishes, wall-to-wall TVs, craft beers, and cocktails. Walk-Ons for the win.
That's right. Scott Reynolds and Bailey Adams joining you now for a little draft coverage here on the Bucs live draft show. Walk-Ons, 3 Tampa Bay area locations. They are the presenting sponsor of our 3-day draft show live from One Buccaneer Place. Wesley Chapel, Midtown Tampa, and Lakeland. Big events call for big flavor. Ordering from their catering menu for big game day gatherings, graduations, family events, and more. The food is fantastic, whether you're at Walk-Ons or whether you get Walk-Ons to go. They've got a tremendous new menu, too. And let's put up their happy hour menu as well. It's fantastic. Friday, tomorrow, they only have one happy hour. Aw. But it is from 3 to 6. That's right. The reason I say that is because their Monday happy hour is from 3 p.m. to close. Tuesday is an all-day happy hour plus $5 Tito's. Wednesday and Thursday, they have 2 happy hours from 3 to 6 and 6 to 9. 3 to 6 and 9 to close. There we go. You can eat like a winner and drink like a champ. Make sure you head to Walk-Ons to watch the draft if you're not already there right now. They've got plenty of seats for you at those 3 locations, Midtown Tampa, Wesley Chapel, as well as Lakeland. And they're going to have the draft on. You can probably watch it on ESPN or NFL Network there, either location. So, again, Scott Reynolds joined by Bailey Adams. How we doing, Bailey?
Good.
We've seen a couple of NFC South selections here. We've got the Carolina Panthers taking Ted McMillan, T-Mac, as they call him. The Bucs have their own McMillan and J-Mac. And we saw the New Orleans Saints draft another offensive lineman. They tried Trevor Penning a couple years ago with Ryan Ramczyk's retirement. That's certainly a position of need. And they had the Oregon State offensive lineman last year. Fuaga, was their first-round pick last year. So Kellen Moore gets an offensive lineman. But first, let's talk about the selection of Tedero McMillan here. 6'4", big-bodied receiver. I think Dave Canales kind of like what Mike Evans did, right, in Tampa?
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's been one of the more common comparisons. It's always hard to do comparisons, but when you have the body type that he does, it's difficult to not see a little bit of Mike Evans there. Obviously not the player that Mike Evans is yet, and we'll see if he turns into something even close to what Mike Evans has turned into in Tampa. But, yeah, I mean, definitely a pick for Carolina that I think is a bit more of a splash. If you're looking at it from a Bucs perspective, I think you're a little more worried about that pick than you are Banks, even though Banks is a solid player and I think is a good pick for New Orleans, especially given their situation right now.
Yeah, and with New Orleans, very much like Carolina, you see the Panthers picks. They've got a plethora of picks here, right? Second round, third round, and then on day 3, they're really heavy. They're going to load up on a lot of players unless they make some trades and use some of these day 3 picks as ammo to move up either in the second or the third round. But a lot of picks, 2 picks in the 4th round, 3 picks in the 5th round, and then a 7th rounder. The Saints, very much the same way. And as Matt and I were talking about to kind of lead off this show, the Saints really have to make this draft count.
Oh, yeah.
They've got a lot of draft picks, but they need a lot of cheap talent because they've overspent so many years in free agency, their salary cap strapped.
It's hard to explain what they've done over the last several years because they've spent all this money and they've got nothing to show for it. And I think that has to be so frustrating.
Old players.
You have old players to show for it, but no type of success to really show for it in the last few years. I think losing that game in the playoffs to the Bucs all those years ago now was the last we've really seen the Saints be the Saints. And we do have a pick in at 11 if you want to talk about that.
Let's talk about it.
The San Francisco 49ers selected Michael Williams out of Georgia. So a guy the Bucs had brought in for a 30 visit, big hulking guy. And I was really a big fan of him. Was writing up a little bit about him last night and just the size he has, but also his ability to move, plays the run pretty well, consistent production over his time at Georgia. Yeah. So I think that's a really good pick for a San Francisco defense that is, I don't know if it's a rebuilding, but it's retooling a little bit.
Sure. And when you look at Michael Williams, this is really outside of Abdul Carter, which was not on the Bucs' radar because he was going to be long gone before Tampa Bay was on the clock. But Michael Williams now, it's interesting because he was a player the Buccaneers had in for a 30 visit. There was some interest there. I don't know that he was maybe the top defensive end / edge rusher / outside linebacker on their boards, but he's a big guy, very much reminds me of Yaya Diaby physically, and a guy that we never mocked to the Buccaneers. We didn't have him as a Bucs best bet for a couple reasons. Number one, weren't sure he was going to be there. And I think number two, when you look at the fit and you see them with Hassan Reddick getting a quicker, faster, bendier player off the edge, more like a Shaq Barrett type, to complement JPP, who's more like a bit of a freak athlete, a bigger guy, kind of like what Jason Pierre-Paul was.
Yeah, and I think it didn't really make sense as a fit. And like you said, we weren't sure that he would be on the board still when the Bucs were picking at 19. What is kind of interesting, and again, a little bit of a preview for what the Bucs might have available to them at 19. Not a lot of defensive players going so far. Right. It was basically been 2.5 with Travis Hunter being the half in the first 11 picks. So a lot of guys still available. Obviously, still 7 or so picks until the Bucs are on the clock, but might have their pick of who they have in that little group that Jason Light always talks about.
Yeah, and the interesting thing now is when you look at the Dallas Cowboys being on the clock, are they going to stay in state? Are they going to get Matthew Golden, who has really been on the Bucs' radar? He was a player, and we'll go to our graphic here, the receivers that the Buccaneers have shown interest in. Matthew Golden's at the top of the list. Why? Because he was brought in for a 30 visit as well as a formal interview at the NFL Scouting Combine. And why in the world would they be interested in a wide receiver in the first round? Because he has something that can't be found in Tampa Bay's receiving core, 4.29 speed.
Yeah, it's watching him play is crazy. He's 17 yards per catch, I believe it was last year at Texas, which he matched his production that he had in the previous 2 years at Houston. Something the Bucs don't have, would add a different element to their receiving room. Obviously, the speediest guy they have right now would be Trey Palmer, but took a step back in year 2, kind of really isn't, I wouldn't imagine he's written in pen in the team's plans as a former 5th round pick. So yeah, adding a guy like Matthew Golden, even with all the defensive needs, I think it's a pick that is kind of maybe on the background of the Bucs' radar.
Yeah, as Aaron Lemaster says, Golden probably going to Dallas if Denver's not trade up here. I had Dallas going to the Buccaneers. To the Cowboys in my mock draft, the first round that I did. It's interesting too because supply and demand says Matt Golden is slow play speed. Yeah, he doesn't really play like a 4.29 guy. He doesn't have that just breakaway speed that like you see with like a Tyreek Hill. But he timed fast, and we'll see.
What's interesting with him is that he doesn't play as fast as he tests, but he's also, I think he's stronger and has a little more strength and physicality to his game than you might expect for his size. So it's like a little give, a little bit of take there. And yeah, that the Brent White saying the Lightning Blues, they lost 2-0.
Give and take. That is not a good sign for your Tampa Bay Lightning. It might be a really quick one and done for the Tampa Bay Lightning.
It's a good thing we have a photo up right now over instead of my face.
Yeah, I know.
I'm trying to move past that.
We're big Lightning fans, and Tristan Vorbeck is a big Buccaneer fan, and he's got a super chat for us here. Would y'all like Will Johnson, the Michigan corner? He is 6'2", and he went 631 days without allowing a touchdown pass. Holy smokes, that's a lot of days.
That is a crazy stat. He fits the mold of the Bucs secondary. What do you think? I think perfect. Love you, Pewter Report. Let's go Bucs. Thank you, Trustin, for the super chat and for your support. I like Will Johnson. I don't know that he'll still be there by 19. I think there's kind of some mixed feelings and mixed projections out there as far as where he'll fall in the draft. And I think that's what's so interesting about probably all these team picks right here is that it can kind of go in any different direction, which is going to set up the Bucs in an interesting spot because they'll probably have their pick of, a few to several really, really good players and guys they probably have high on their board. But yeah, Will Johnson, definitely a talent that I think they'd probably have their eyes on.
The other player that the Cowboys might select, Omarion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina, that's a player that the Denver Broncos have kind of been eyeing in this draft process. Will Jarrett Jones go with a running back? He likes the running back, but I don't know. He likes speed receivers too. And, Brian Schottenheimer, the new head coach there, offensive minded. So you got to think it's going to be an offensive minded pick for the Cowboys here. Who are some other players they might be interested in? I wouldn't be surprised if they go Jihad Campbell if the medicals check out, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. It is interesting because they I wouldn't say they have a ton of needs, but I think they have enough to where they have a few different directions they can go. I don't know that they're this pick away from retaking the NFC East, but obviously with Jerry Jones, his whole thing has been in the last several years. They say they're going to go all in. They say they're going to make a run at a championship, and obviously he wants to see. He said to himself, he wants to see them win another championship before he dies.
Yeah,
and the clock is obviously ticking. He's getting older, and I don't know if they're that close to even really being not just a playoff team, but a contending playoff team.
Tyler Booker, Alabama guard, 12th player in this draft, 12th best player. Wow, I don't know about that.
I don't know.
They need offensive linemen. Don't get me wrong, they do. But is Tyler Booker the 12th best player in this draft? That's a bit of a stunning revelation there for me.
Yeah, I don't know if that's one that moves the needle for me either. He's not a bad player.
No,
I wouldn't say that. But at number 12, with some of the other options on the board, that feels like a little bit of a shocker. I know we've had the big shock, obviously, of the Browns trading out of 2. I think this is maybe your second, a little moderate shock. And then I know Colson Loveland going ahead of Tyler Warren was another one too.
Yeah. The Miami Dolphins, they've been rumored to possibly trade Jalen Ramsey. I don't think they're going to trade Jalen Ramsey until they select a defensive back first. That's what you do. Bailey.
Yeah.
You make sure you have the replacement. Before you dish away the guy that
sound familiar.
Trade away. Exactly. Kind of like what the Bucs did, right?
Yeah.
Zion McCollum on the team, then they could get rid of Carlton Davis. There's no replacement for Jamel Dean yet.
There really is not.
So they got to hang on to him until that happens.
We saw the in-house options they had to replace Jamel Dean last season, obviously, with Dean being banged up so often, and especially in the second half of that playoff game, and it wasn't pretty. So, not really a big proponent of shipping him off before you know who's going to take over for him. But speaking of the Dolphin pick and the cornerback position, could this be Will Johnson?
It could be. Jede Barron is also a guy there that could be a selection. The talented Texas defensive back who played outside corner last year and has a history at slot as well as safety. So we shall see. Folks, you have helped us get to 18,100 subscribers on YouTube. If you're watching this video now, please go to our YouTube page, Pewter Report TV, hit the subscribe button. Join the masses as we march on towards 19,000. We'd love to get to 19,000 before the start of Bucs training camp, and then 20,000 by the end of the football season. So please help us in our efforts of getting more subscribers. And also, when you hit the subscribe button, hit the notifications button. Every time we go live with a Pewter Report podcast, we've done some emergency podcasts this off season. My Pewter Pulse videos, Josh's video breakdowns. We have Adam Slavan's top 10 takeaway videos. Any video content we put up on our YouTube channel, when you hit the notifications button, it's going to give you that notification right to your phone. You can check out our content at Pewter Report TV.
We'll have that schedule release show going live on Wednesday, May 14th, as it was announced a few minutes ago. On that Tyler Booker pick, Ian Rappaport tweeting that after his visit to Dallas, they were sold on him being a culture-setting piece. So they're going back to their roots. So, yeah, I mean, I guess this might be the case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder, and they fell in love with this kid, and he's going to be their guy. And it doesn't necessarily have to be, the 12th best player in the draft. He is their favorite player at that position.
Right. The Miami Dolphins on the clock right now with the 13th pick. I'm anticipating this being a defensive back. Nick Amanwari is also another player they could use in the secondary, the safety from South Carolina. But when you look at the next couple of teams, right, you've got the Indianapolis Colts. That's almost screaming Tyler Warren, right?
Yeah.
To get a tight end in Indianapolis has drawn some comparisons to Dallas Clark.
I thought Warren was going to go first, and I thought Loveland was the guy that was going to go to Indy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that definitely screams that. And someone just pointed out too that Tyler Booker is the third Tyler on the Cowboys offensive line.
Right.
So 3 out of 5.
Natural fit then. The other teams that are going to be coming up after Miami and Indianapolis, you got the Atlanta Falcons at 15. This would be the final NFC South selection before the Buccaneers are on the clock at number 19. Then you got the Arizona Cardinals and the Cincinnati Bengals. Those two teams could use edge rushers. Josh Sweat was signed by the Cardinals in free agency. And, of course, the Bengals, are they going to keep Trey Hendrickson? Are they going to let him go? They saw Sam Hubbard retire unexpectedly this offseason. So those are two teams that are probably going to take an edge rusher. Jalen Walker still there on the clock.
Yeah.
And we'll see if the Atlanta Falcons are so inclined to maybe take him and keep him in state. That would not be a surprise there. Or Mike Green. Let's hope they don't go for Donovan Ezeraku. But I think there's 3 kind of danger teams. If you want the Buccaneers to draft an edge rusher, you got to cross your fingers. Atlanta Falcons 15, Arizona Cardinals 16, Cincinnati Bengals 17. Seattle Seahawks, they've really kind of been pegged to Gray Zabel.
They have
from North Dakota State.
Yeah, a guy that we all obviously liked, and the fit obviously for the Bucs at this point doesn't make sense, but he's made to be a Buccaneer. That one stings a little bit. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Jalen Walker, I thought, a little bit of a slide at this point. Kind of thought he might have been a fit for Carolina had they gone defense at 8, but this is going to be that stretch here where you get a little bit nervous if you're a Bucs fan wanting an edge rusher, like you just said. And I know there's been a lot of buzz with Raheem Morris, friend of the program,
that's right,
liking Mike Green a lot.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that's all the character stuff they've talked about, reported on for weeks.
Yep.
These teams do their homework on these guys, and we'll see if it's the Falcons or whoever it is, if they have gotten to the point where they're comfortable enough with the guy they're drafting. And Mike Green, the player, is crazy good. So
he really is, and we'll see if Jahdae Barron is going to be available for the Buccaneers at 19. That would be a bit of a surprise.
Yeah,
I think the Cardinals could be another team if the Dolphins don't get him that might be in on Barron. And Will Johnson is also a player, but he didn't run the 40. There have been some questions about his speed. He's coming off the injury from last year. And I don't know if the Buccaneers brought him in for a 30 visit. Not sure. Don't know if they interviewed him formally or informally at the combine. He's a bit of one of those wild cards. He and Carson Schlesinger.
Yeah.
We don't really have any firsthand intel, any evidence that shows that the Buccaneers really have a sincere interest in either one of those players.
Right. And I know with Schlesinger, I think the linebacker out of UCLA, what we have heard in recent days, Trevor Sikkema, former Pewter reporter now with PFF, he's talked about the Bucs having some interest in Carson Schlesinger. So we'll see,
Yeah.
but we don't know firsthand, that's been the case. And actually kind of want to point this out from Scott Smith, Buccaneers.com. He said he likes the pace of this draft.
That's right.
The Bucs are only 7 picks away, and it's 9:32. It has kind of moved along pretty nicely.
We're at a brisk pace.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get home before midnight. Doubt it.
I
but
don't
we'll see.
know if I would go that far. But
The Dolphins taking their time, maybe fielding some offers. We've only seen just really, Dolphins draft Michigan defensive tackle Kenneth Grant, who visited the Texans. Wow. All right, so a big defensive tackle going to the Miami Dolphins. So another defensive back. You almost feel like the Buccaneers could trade back because there's so many players now still on board. This could change in an instant, keep in mind. But the Dolphins taking Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, number 13 overall. And now we're inching closer to the Atlanta Falcons being on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and say that the Colts, barring a surprise, Tyler Warren.
I think so. And that's after the Colts is where I don't want to say right now. It's too early for me to say that I'm on team trade back. But after the Colts, you kind of have to see it. As long as the picks after the Colts just don't go Bucs target, Bucs target, Bucs target, Bucs target, might be interested in trading back and getting some more picks on day 2 and seeing what they can do there, because obviously Jason Light and he's had a lot of good first-round picks, but some of the work that he's done in the middle rounds and obviously even on day 3, I think he would love to pick up some more picks and still get their guy.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too. It's interesting to note that back in 2017, O.J. Howard fell to number 19, and the Buccaneers drafted him. And I thought he was going to be a top 10 pick. So did the team. And if you look at the teams now that are on the clock, if the Colts don't get Tyler Warren, if they go in a different direction, do the Atlanta Falcons get Tyler Warren for Michael Penix? Maybe they do, but they still have Kyle Pitts on the team. Arizona, Trey McBride just got all that money. He's not going to Arizona. Cincinnati Bengals, did they get a tight end?
It would be malpractice to not pick defense if you're the Bengals, right?
Of course.
It would be malpractice.
Exactly. Seattle, did they go Tyler Warren to help out their quarterback? Sam Darnold?
Maybe. I don't know. It's going to get interesting.
What if Tyler Warren falls to Tampa Bay at number 19, a pick that nobody saw coming? What in the world? How would that be?
I don't think you could do it. I mean, you could. Obviously, you could do anything. You could do anything you want. The Falcons drafted Michael Penix at 8 last year after having signed Kirk Cousins to the money they got him for. But I just don't know. At that point, I think it's still – can you pass up a player that good, though?
I know.
I would not want to be
I remember
in
watching
position.
the USC game. I want to say it was like 17 catches over 200 yards. Yeah, the Colts have just selected
All
Tyler
right, so we're
Warren.
good.
Okay, yes.
We don't have to. I don't want to be in the shoes where you have to make that decision. So the Bucs will not be in that.
Exactly. Yes, that's definitely a good spot. Speaking of good spots, our friends over at 72 Hour Printing have come up with this amazing backdrop that you see behind us. And they do tons of quality work, too. So here's a message from 72 Hour Printing, the official print shop of Pewter Report.
At 72hourprint.com, we don't send to China. We manufacture sublimated uniforms in-house, right here in the Bay Area. Precision, speed, and craftsmanship come together to create super high-quality shirts that are lightweight and breathable and will never fade, crack, or peel. We design, print, press, cut, and sew from beginning to end, and we have no minimums and fast turnaround times. Looking to upgrade your uniforms? Check us out at 72hourprint.com. That's 72HRPRINT.com.
What's up? There's Matt Matera joining me, Scott Reynolds. We are your host now for the next couple of picks as the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock right now. And if you see this amazing banner, it's a nice fabric banner right behind us.
That's right.
High quality material made by our friends over at 72 Hour Printing. They do such an amazing job. They're a local owned business, 21 years in business in the Tampa Bay area. Just look at the quality of this backdrop. Handmade by 72 Hour Print. You can visit them on the web at 72hourprint.com. They can do anything for your business needs. Custom backdrops, tablecloths, for trade shows, outdoor tents, trade show graphics, banner stands, the whole works. They can also do sublimated uniforms, custom shirts, shorts, pants, you name it, even shoes. They can put your logo on any piece of clothing. Business cards, flyers, brochures, mailers, pocket folders, anything that your business needs to promote itself, attract new business. Floor graphics, wall graphics, vehicle wraps, yard signs, billboards, 72-hour print does it all. Screen printing, embroidery, and the sublimation printing. Over 21 years in business. They do business the right way right here in the Tampa Bay area. Please give them a call. 72-hour print. You can visit them on the web, 72hourprint.com. 25% off of your first order when you mention the Pewter Report podcast. So thank you very much for the tremendous backdrop, and you'll see more of 72-hour print's fine work as we roll along into the football season. Speaking of football season, the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock, Matt, with the 15th overall pick. Is this Mike Green? Is it Jalen Walker? Is it?
Yeah. Well, I like the fact that there's several pass rushers that they can go with. You know, if it was just Mike Green and Donovan Ezeraku, I might be, getting a little worried. But, I mean, we had this exact conversation before the draft started about, if Jalen Walker is still there at this spot, that they'd probably end up going with him. One, because he's obviously a very talented player, but two, because there is that Georgia connection and everything like that. So I could very much see Jalen Walker being the pick in this situation, and I would welcome it too. One person we haven't talked about really either too much is, at least since I've been on, is James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee. It seems like he's really going to slide based on some pre-draft stuff as well. But yeah, Falcons could go in a couple of different directions. It feels like edge rusher and defense, but man, we are getting that much closer to Tampa Bay. Couple teams though, with the Cardinals coming up at 16, Bengals, as you and Bailey were just talking about, definitely need to go defense. Bucs aren't out of the woods just yet, but based on some of the top players that we had talked about, seems like one of them is going to be there.
Yeah. What if the Falcons were to draft Shedeur Sanders?
That would be pretty stupid. That'd be worse than what they did last year.
I know, right? I just saw that pop up somewhere on the X. Boy, Falcons are on the clock. This feels like it should be edge rusher.
Yeah.
Remember, they traded for Matthew Judon last year. Raheem Morris just needs to get some pass rush going there. They did sign Leonard Floyd, Floyd. I think he's 32 years old, but it's kind of an empty cupboard there for Raheem Morris, and we'll see if he breaks Todd Bowles' heart or not by taking Donovan.
That's true. They are pretty good friends overall, as good friends as you can be coaching in the same division and playing against each other twice a year. But I mean, things have already surprised me today. I thought Warren was going to go to the Bears. Obviously, no one expected that trade with the Browns and the Jaguars, second overall. I thought Graham kind of went early too when the Browns were on the clock at 5. So, nothing too shocking. Some surprising things for sure.
Yeah.
But room for a little more shock as well. What do you think about the Raiders getting Nash and Genty?
Not much of a surprise.
Knowing Spytek.
Yeah, knowing Spytek, that was certainly and not just Spytek too, but I think Pete Carroll, right? You had Marshawn Lynch.
Yep.
Be kind of that bell cow back in Seattle for all those years. I'm really curious to see which way the Falcons go here. And it would have been interesting to see if Tyler Warren was still on the board, if they would have been tempted to get Michael Penix, another tight end.
Yeah, that's true.
Kyle Pitts just hasn't really lived up to expectations.
People are still like, oh, wow, like he's got this great skill set and everything. Yeah, he did like 5 years ago, whatever the case was.
Time's ticking, and
yeah, it's just like you're still waiting. It's a little bit like Joe Tryon-Shanka, where it's like you're waiting, like, oh, he'll turn the corner, like he'll get it. It just hasn't happened yet with Kyle Pitts. Yeah, Pitts only did it against the Bucs, but everyone did it against the Bucs and their defense last year.
Did it against the Bucs.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it might be time for Atlanta to upgrade there, but I don't know if they do that with the in the first round.
Yeah, I think this is going to be Mike Green. That's my gut instinct. A really good player on the field. Just has some power to his game. Raheem Morris was not at a lot of pro days, but he was at the Marshall Pro Day.
Right.
And Raheem, I don't say he tips his hand, but he kind of tips his hand a little bit sometimes. He's very excited. He's got an effervescent personality. Love Raheem, friend of the program.
Yep.
But yeah, I just wonder. Sometimes we try to piece these things together, and we're surprised too with some of these moves. Like who saw the Jacksonville Jaguars trading up to get Travis Hunter with the number 2 overall pick, and Colston Loveland going before.
Yeah,
California
that one
was
to
a
me
surprise.
was. I mean, certainly the trade from 5 to 2 with Cleveland and Jacksonville is very surprising. But as far as like drafted players themselves, I think Colston Loveland kind of takes the cake with that, going 10th overall. But hey, Ben Johnson knows how to operate an offense, right? So if he finds the right guy for the 2 tight end system, then so be it.
Kevin Martinez, if Walker falls to us, do we prefer him over Ezraku?
I personally don't.
I don't either.
I don't. I think, not all the production was there the way that it was for Ezraku. And I get it. Georgia's defense is incredible and their stars like all over the place. But I go with the guy with the proven talent, the sack production. I get that it was in the ACC. But I don't know. I didn't love the tape watching Jalen Walker. I don't think it was bad. I mean, he's a first-round talent for a reason.
The thing is he split time between linebacker and edge rusher.
Yeah.
And if he's a better edge rusher, it's almost like he didn't get to perfect either, right? He didn't get to perfect his skill set at linebacker. He didn't get to perfect his skill set at edge rusher. So either way, he's a bit of a project. Now, you like what you have to work with.
Yeah.
Good athlete. Very good player, high character, big-time leader, high-intensity guy. But you just have to wonder how long will it take him to learn linebacker? How long will it take him to learn edge rusher? And as we saw with Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, he was a jack of all trades, master of none at the end of the day. Todd Bowles liked to drop him in coverage. He made no plays in coverage.
No.
Todd Bowles would rush him at the quarterback, and he didn't get there very often. So it's it's a little bit of a scary pick, and maybe that's why his teammate Michael Williams went before Jalen Walker.
I was a little surprised by that with John Lynch and going with him, but that's how it worked. Sloth Mike has now been a Pewter Report YouTube channel member for 8 months. We appreciate all of your support. As they say, NFL must have told teams to slow down on the picks. Yeah, we were flying by, and then all of a sudden, now it's slowed down just a little bit for whatever reason. They must have known the Bucs were on the clock, and we have the Pewter Report live draft show, the 2025 version of this live draft show. So now they want it to slow down. We can kind of
the pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons.
Make some educated guesses on that, but yeah, I guess we'll see.
The Falcons have made their pick, and we are anxiously awaiting to see who that is. Who?
Jalen Walker is off the board. The Georgia Bulldog stays in the state of Georgia. In a stadium, he's actually played a pretty good amount.
That's right. SEC
going to the Atlanta Falcons, he gets the consolation prize. He gets the prize of going up against Tristan Wirfs and or Luke Gedeke twice a season.
I kind of like this, and I wonder if the pick maybe would have been Mike Green if Jalen Walker had, say, gone to San Francisco or if he had gone to Carolina. That's not the case. So I like this for the Buccaneers, Matt, because, again, we talked about this is a player that's a really good player, good athlete, but not a lot of polish to his game. Doesn't really have a well-rounded skill set as a rusher, right? And then is he going to be a linebacker? How much time does he have to put in there to truly master that position in Raheem Morris and Jeff Ulbricht's defense?
Yeah, that is true. Seeing how they are going to use them, that'll be quite interesting. Jalen Walker off the board, both Georgia Bulldogs. There's one Georgia Bulldog remaining who Tampa Bay could end up taking.
So right now we're looking at the Arizona Cardinals.
Yep.
On the clock right here. We talked about this three-team stretch here. Atlanta, Arizona, and Cincinnati probably all taking edge rushers. We see one of those guys off the board now, and Jalen Walker staying in the state of Georgia and going to the Atlanta Falcons. And let's see who the Arizona Cardinals take. They could also take a defensive back. Jetty Aaron is right there for the taking. They could go Will Johnson with them sliding. Their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, former defensive backs coach, so it wouldn't be surprising at all if this is a defensive back selected here.
Yeah, I would prefer that as well for Tampa Bay's sake. Not just because of Ezeraku. I just feel like I know every corner is available, but the more that they drop, I think the more that the Bucs might be inclined to even double up at corner or double up on defensive back on day 2 specifically. You mentioned Barron, Johnson, Amos is still there. Benjamin Morrison I talked about a little bit earlier as well. Hairston still in the mix. And, of course, the guy that we probably talked about more than anyone else, Savon Revel out of East Carolina, still on the board, looking like potentially all could drop to the second round maybe. I mean, there's still a ways to go in the draft. Now with Arizona on the clock, Bucs do play the Cardinals this year, so a little bit more of a attention paid to it maybe than in other years, given that they are an opponent later on. I believe the last time the Bucs and the Cardinals played, it was on Christmas.
That's right.
But it had to be 2022 because Tom Brady was the quarterback. Yep. I think it was his
overtime
last
game.
year. Yeah, it did go to overtime. Thank goodness that was the night game, so we didn't have to go right in the middle of the day. But yeah, so Arizona on the clock. They got a pretty good up and coming offense with Marvin Harrison Jr., obviously Kyler Murray. Who knows what they're going to get from him? One year he's great. The next year the team's terrible. They got a good running back in James Conner. So, yeah, it definitely feels like it'll be defense on that side.
Yeah, and kind of like what we talked about, too, with the Falcons now that they've made their selection, Matt.
Yeah.
When you look at Atlanta, this is going to be a kind of a quick draft for them unless they end up trading down.
They got to trade that second pick
in the second round because they just don't have a lot of picks in this year's draft.
No, they don't. It's borderline egregious. Actually, it's not even borderline. It's egregious that they have so few picks this year, as you see it right there. They went Jalen Walker first round, but I mean 46, and then that's it. Nothing until the fourth round. It's not like, when you see a team go all in for a player the way that the Jets did for Aaron Rodgers, and that didn't work out.
Yeah.
You understand it a little bit more, but I mean, they got nothing.
Yep.
Nothing.
Let's take a quick look at our Bucs best bets.
Yes.
And if we look at the Bucs best bets so far, look at that, Matt. Every single Bucs best bet is still on the table.
I love it. I love it.
We're talking about outside linebacker Donovan Ezeraku. We're talking about Savon Revel Jr., East Carolina, cornerback. Maxwell Hairston, who Josh Capo and I think could maybe even start off in nickel if the Bucs drafted him. The cornerback out of Kentucky. Malachi Starks, the safety out of Georgia. Those are some players there. You might even see Darius Alexander sneak into the bottom of the first round, or he'll be a second-round pick out of Toledo, the defensive tackle. So every single Bucs best bet is still alive as of right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're all targeting in on outside linebacker, certainly with Donovan Ezeraku. I don't know. The way that Jason Light loves building through the trenches makes me not want to completely rule out Darius Alexander. Malachi Starks would be a lot of fun, too, considering the back end of that rotation for the Buccaneers and their safeties and everything like that.
Yeah.
That could be a real, certainly not a wild card, but that could throw something into the mix that maybe wasn't as expected as some of these other ones.
Let's wait and see who Arizona selects. This
Walter
Nolan, Ole Miss defensive tackle. So again, a team that could have gone with an edge rusher has selected a defensive tackle to help a player like Josh
Yeah.
Sweat, who they signed in free agency now.
Oh my goodness. So that puts the Bengals on the clock at 17. Remember, the Bucs are picking at 19. Unless they go back-to-back edge rushers, they're going to have their choice of a couple of guys. Ezeraku, Starks, every cornerback. Oh my goodness. Man, the Bucs are going to have a ton of options at 19. I love this. I absolutely love this.
Will Jason Light and Todd Bowles trade down, or will they stay put and get their guy?
Trade coming? Question mark. NFL draft. Oh man.
Look, this is getting exciting here. This is almost like last year where you could kind of see Graham Barton slide down to the Buccaneers at number 26, Matt. Remember that?
Yes.
The Dallas Cowboys traded down and kind of opened up that pathway. They ended up getting a really good center in Connor Beebe later in the draft, who is a good center in his own right. I think maybe those two players and Frank Ragnow will maybe be battling out for Pro Bowl spots in the NFC for years to come. But yeah, this is Donovan Ezeraku, Jihad Campbell, Malachi Starks, Matthew Golden still back. Plus the cornerbacks the Buccaneers have shown interest in. Savon Revel Jr.,
Hairston,
Trey Amos, Maxwell Hairston. So this is
everybody is on the board for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah.
And we talked about a couple of different scenarios over the past 2 months. One of them was nobody is on the Bucs board when they are picking at 19 specifically. So maybe they try to get out of there. The other one was that everybody's on the board for Tampa Bay picking at 19. And thankfully, it's the better situation. Thank you to SRQ Salt Video with this $1.99 super chat who says Barrett, Johnson, Golden, Ezeraku might all be there. Yeah, at least two of them are, with only 2 picks coming up.
Yep. Will Johnson and Ezeraku are my 2 top choices. This is from Malcolm Harvey at
thank you for the
$1.99 super
$1.99.
chat. Yeah, thank you very much for those super chats, folks. We are getting ever so close to Tampa Bay being on the clock here.
Yeah, make sure you tell your friends. We'll tweet it out and everything too. But this is where you want to tune in. This is the first spot where you're going to get live reaction. Yeah, everybody tweets and live tweets and does all these different things. But the first live reaction, video, our faces, our thoughts, everything comes first right here during the Pewter Report live draft show presented by Walk-Ons, of course. But we are getting very, very close. Picking at 19.
Indeed. And let's hear from one of our former foes in the NFC South, Mr. Drew Brees, who's now helping the Pewter Report staff.
That is right.
With his contributions from Walk-Ons.
Game day at Walk-Ons is just different. And it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block. Hand peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp. Hand carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys. And hand slicing, then tossing our boneless wings in our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day. The Walk-Ons.
Walk-Ons, 3 Tampa Bay area locations for you to choose from. Wesley Chapel, on my neck of the woods, Midtown Tampa, down by Matt Matera and the Bucs Stadium. Or over in Lakeland. It's the #1 pick with overall drafts. They got a ton of beers on draft. Holy smokes. Watch the draft at Walk-Ons April 24th through the 26th. Eat like a winner. Drink like a champ. Speaking about drinking like a champ, they have a special Jack Daniel's Spirited Dinner where you can reserve your seat for May 21st at 6:30 p.m. Enjoy expertly crafted pairings featuring Jack Daniel's finest selections, like the Sinatra Select, which you see right there on the screen. Secure your reservation now by calling 813-771-7100 or emailing mid-mkt@walkingtallbrands.com. All right, Matt Matera, your thoughts about which way the Cincinnati Bengals might go here?
Man, they're a team that needs help everywhere, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they had They wasted an all-time season from Joe Burrow because they couldn't stop anyone or anything on the defensive side. So the good news is that they need help everywhere.
Yeah.
With that said, one of their edge rushers just retired.
Sam Hubbard.
Yeah, Sam Hubbard, if I'm not mistaken. We talked a lot about Trey Hendrickson potentially getting traded, but that wasn't the case. So my first inclination is that they would try to replace Hubbard with an overall edge rusher. With that said, when you got gouged through the passing game the way that the Bengals did, maybe you go with somebody in the secondary to try to, stop the bleeding a little bit there, whether it's from creating some turnovers or just getting pass breakups and having more of a lockdown corner. My gut says edge rusher, but man, I'd be very happy if the Bengals went with the corner.
Yeah, me too. They did re-sign Joseph Asai, a player that we liked. It was just a one-year deal, so it's not like he is the rock-solid replacement for Sam Hubbard. He's penciled in right now as that replacement. He knows the system, being drafted by the Bengals. I want to say a second-round pick out of Texas back in the day. But they need help there, especially if they're going to possibly move Trey Hendrickson if they don't want to pay him. Shamar Stewart. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Cincinnati.
The Bengals just went from bad defense to just as bad. I'm sorry, Shamar Stewart. I shouldn't say that.
No,
but
he's
that is a surprise. He's not even the best Texas A&M player that's available.
No, he's not. Boy, this could not be going better for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now.
Man, they should trade back twice. They should be like, who wants Shador? Who wants to get in front of the Steelers?
Yeah. Wow.
Man, what a bad pick by the Bengals.
Yeah.
They do not. I mean, sure, when you have the first pick, you just go, okay, Joe Burrow. Like, that was easy. Besides that, all right, we'll go with Joe Burrow's best friend, top target. Besides that, they can't draft, man.
This is a guy that has 4.5 career sacks at Texas A&M. He has, you know what, Matt? He has been the model of consistency.
Yes, that's true.
He has had 1.5 sacks in each of the last 3 years.
Man, that's a bad pick. That is a bad pick. I mean, I'm sure you can, bank for a player to develop and get better, but at that, I don't know.
So right now, the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. We will see if Jason Light and Todd Bowles, if they stay put and make a pick, or if they decide to make a trade.
I'm sensing
it takes two to tango.
It does.
You got to find that trade partner.
I'm sensing a trade back. I'm really sensing a trade back at this point. Because now it's too many options. Like, you think Jason just turns to, another person in the front office that goes, I don't know, you pick. Something like that. I mean, there is an embarrassment of riches for the Bucs right now with the available players. Every corner you could think of. Almost every edge rusher you could think of. The only edge rushers you can't think of are the ones that aren't good.
Yes.
The ones that stink.
Wow.
Matthew Golden's there.
Yeah.
Man.
Shamar Stewart did score a perfect 10 on his RAS score, according to Kent Lee Platt, otherwise known as Math Bomb on X. Turned heads with a 4.59 40-yard dash, but here's the thing, Matt. You don't run 40 yards at the quarterback.
No, you don't.
6'5", 267, 40-inch vertical leap, a 10-foot 11-inch broad jump. Great athlete. You know what? Joe Tryon-Strike, a pretty good athlete too.
He was.
As Bailey Adams says, the problem is Shamar Stewart does run 40 yards to get to the quarterback because he's close, but no cigar. Will the Seahawks take Nick Amonwari? They had a Cam Chancellor type safety back in the day.
That's right.
We shall see. And then after the Seattle Seahawks pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be back on the clock.
Oh my goodness.
Scott Reynolds, Matt Matera here. Thank you for joining us on the 3-day live draft show from One Buccaneer Place. We appreciate the Buccaneers allowing us to once again host our draft show here.
Thank you to the whole Bucs organization.
And here's what's going to happen. We're going to have the draft selection, And in a few moments, I'm going to be dipping out, and we'll bring on Adam Slavon. And I'm going to go to the Jason Light press conference real quick, get his reaction. Adam will come in and take my place and help to analyze the pick along with Matt Matera. Bailey Adams is going to be crafting the story that you're going to see in moments on pewterreport.com. And we shall see who the Buccaneers will be picking just a few moments away.
I'm absolutely thrilled. The board has broken every single perfect way for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They may end up trading back. It might be a little bit before we talk to Jason Light, just based on how this board is going. Remember, Shedeur Sanders is still floating out there. Another team might want to get in the mix before the Pittsburgh Steelers do. But, man, Donovan Ezaraku, Malachi Starks, Jahdae Barron, Will Johnson, Jahad Campbell's still there if they go that route.
Matthew Golden.
Yeah, Matthew Golden. I hope not Campbell. But, man, either way.
Didn't it seem like Raheem Morris did Todd a favor?
Yeah.
You know?
He's like, hey, I let you beat me twice. So,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's something else.
Jalen Walker, yeah. I think the Cardinals and the Bengals did the Bucs a favor more than anything else.
No doubt about
Not that Walter Nolan's any, anything to shake at, but man. The pick grade for the Cardinals has been listed as elite by Pro Football Focus.
Wow.
The Bengals, there has not been a grade yet, probably because it would take an hour to respond to how bad of a pick that was.
Jahdae Barron is a player that we really have not talked about much.
Not a ton.
I didn't think he would be available.
Yeah.
You know, I really didn't think that he was going to be one of those players that would even be there at this pick. And he does play nickel. He does play safety. He does play outside corner. He's one of the more versatile players in this particular draft. Could that be the pick for the Buccaneers? We'll see what the Seahawks do. One spot ahead, and then your Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Okay. The Seahawks went with Gray Zabel, the offensive lineman from North Dakota State, someone that we spoke to, good friends with Cody Mauk, were teammates together. So,
well, I'll tell you what that means, Matt. It means that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. That's right. Your Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock. As soon as we know who the pick is, if you're watching at home and don't want to know, then you might want to turn your sound down. But we will let you know as soon as we know, because that's our job as reporters, to report the news.
So many options for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I can't believe it's happened this way. I expected like one or two, but I mean, it is a playground, ladies and gentlemen. There are so many options between edge rusher, cornerback, even linebacker, safety as well. Anything that Jason Light wants to do, he can do. This is not typically a spot where that goes on.
Fielded offers to move down, but they stuck at 18.
Okay,
so they wanted to move down.
Seattle wanted to move down. Apparently, they couldn't. That probably is a little bit telling that Tampa Bay will probably have to stay in that spot. But of course, he's called Trader Jason for a reason. What do we think, Pewter people? Who do you want the pick to be?
I want the pick to be Donovan Ezaraku, and
Me
not
too.
just because it would prove us right.
Yes.
But, maybe it's Jahad Campbell. Maybe I was wrong all along. We'll find out in a matter of moments.
Oh, man.
So many players available for this team right now. Malachi Starks, all of their cornerbacks that they're interested in, whether it's Maxwell Hairston, Jahdae Barron, Savon Rebel.
The list goes on and on and on. And we've covered so many of these players, too. I mean, the way this draft is going, I almost kind of expect the Bucs to pick Matthew Golden at this point, Yeah. In so many spots all over the place. It feels like the Bucs can get a lot of positions filled in round 2 and round 3 defensively.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It seemed like a pipe dream at one point, but I don't know. I think Matthew Golden could be in play. I mean, there were people that mocked him to the Bucs.
That's right. A ton of activity at the bottom of the draft with teams looking to trade down. A couple of quarterback needy teams are making calls. That's interesting. That's coming from Jordan Schultz. Wonder if the Buccaneers are going to make a trade or if they're going to stick and pick. We will find out. They are on the clock right now.
We are all feverishly scrolling through social media to see who can get the pick first.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is Donovan Ezeraku, because I know for a fact this organization really likes him. Do they like someone better? That I don't know. But I know this organization really likes Donovan Ezeraku, the Boston College edge rusher, and we shall see in a matter of moments. We're going to leave this graphic here until the Bucs make their selection. The Bucs are picking, and from what I understand,
Adam Schefter had a
the pick is in, according to Adam Schefter, who says the Bucs are picking. They are not trading.
He just left the ... That could be anything. It could be about it. Oh, man.
The pick is in. My heart is racing, Matt.
I feel
I want to see a defensive player. If it's Matthew Golden, I'm going to be a little disappointed.
I feel the blood pumping. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
The adrenaline is high. The vibes are high. Man.
Is this going to be Will Johnson, maybe? The cornerback out of Michigan?
I just feel like they can get another corner later.
I agree.
I mean, they can at any position.
The Bucs making Emeka Egbuka, the Ohio State wide receiver.
Wow.
Holy smokes. I like that. As far as...
Wow.
Wow.
That is absolutely wild.
That is a surprising one.
Yes.
Dude.
Let's go.
Wow.
Oh, man, the Ohio State product.
With Matthew Golden still on the clock, Emeka Egbuka. Silky smooth wide receiver, solid.
Very polished route runner.
Yeah.
He looked almost most NFL ready out of all the top wide receivers. I mean that seriously. Yeah. I mean, he had been doing it for a very long time at Ohio State.
Yeah.
He's a national champion, can run any route. Quarterbacks love throwing him the fade as well. Yeah, some similarities to Chris Godwin, played in the Big Ten. And now the Bucs have an embarrassment of riches at the wide receiver position. You have Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan was one of their third-round picks last year. And then you add Egbuka this year, their first-round pick at 19. Their first
I'm stunned.
Wide receiver taken in the first round since Mike Evans.
Here's the thing. I wanted a defensive lineman. There's going to be another defensive. There's going to be an edge rusher taken by the Buccaneers. Maybe it's Olawufemi Oladejo on day 2. If you go back to the Super Bowl year in 2020, Matt, what did we see? We saw 4 weapons on the field that could not be stopped. You had a quarterback in Tom Brady that had Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, and a Hall of Fame caliber tight ends, Hall of Famer, in future Hall of Famer, and Rob Gronkowski. You had a guy with Hall of Fame credentials, not a Hall of Fame character, in Antonio Brown. I've talked to several defensive legends, coaches, etc., that have told me throughout the years, you can take away 2 targets And we saw that happen in 2022 when Antonio Brown was no longer on this team, when Rob Gronkowski had retired. We saw the Bucs plummet from 30 points per game to 18 points per game.
That they did.
Even with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Why? Because defenses can take away 2 targets. Very good defenses, great defenses can take away 3.
Mm-hmm.
There is not a defense out there that can take away 4 targets. When you've got 4 starting caliber elite type players, and I'm not saying Jalen McMillan's elite yet, and I'm not saying Emeka Egbuka is elite yet, but if he lives up to his draft billing, and we've seen some real promising signs from Jalen McMillan, then you have, for your $100 million man, Baker Mayfield, you have got 4 weapons. And we heard Todd Bowles say this at the NFL annual meeting. He can figure out how to slow teams down. And we even saw the explosive Commanders offense only scored 23 points against the Buccaneers in that playoff loss at Raymond James Stadium to Washington, who went on to the NFC Championship game. But the Commanders, like the Buccaneers, were averaging 30 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
Tampa Bay only scored 20. The Commanders only had 20. This is without Jamel Dean even on the field. And it took that final drive for them to get 23 points. So we've seen a situation where Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Jalen McMillan all were out for that Kansas City game.
They were.
And the Buccaneers last year were 0-4 against the likes of the Baltimore Ravens, the Atlanta Falcons, Kansas City Chiefs, and the San Francisco 49ers during that stretch without Mike and Chris. The Buccaneers cannot allow that to happen again. Happiest man in the building right now is Josh Grizzard, if not Baker Mayfield.
Well, you're going to think that came into play for sure, that Josh Grizzard, the first-time play caller for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, gets another weapon on that side of the football. And it is clear and evident there is a succession plan for the Bucs at wide receiver. As we've talked about, Mike Evans isn't going to play for, the next 10 years. Chris Godwin just signed a new contract, but, he's getting older a little bit. So with the pick of McMillan last year, and specifically right now this year with Egbuka over at 19, Emeka Egbuka, they have a plan in place for the future of this offense, even if Mike Evans eventually is not involved. He's still very much involved right now. This is a 1,000-yard receiver. He did it twice in his career, once in 2022, Egbuka I'm talking about, and then he did it last year in 2024 when he won a national championship with Ohio State as well. Had 1,011 receiving yards, averaged 12.48 yards per reception, and had 10 touchdowns. He can track the ball extremely well. He's a quarterback-friendly wide receiver, has a big radius to get him the football. He's not like the biggest or the strongest type of guy, but he knows how to get open. He's one of those guys that floats in the air, like I was talking about with Matthew Golden. But Ohio State wide receivers, they tend to do pretty well in the NFL if you look at some of the other guys that have been drafted recently. So a little bit of a surprise with Emeka Egbuka, but no doubt about it. Certainly, you got to trust Jason Light. Certainly a ton of talent. So he's the newest Tampa Bay Buccaneer, picked 19th overall by Tampa Bay. Adam, let's get your thoughts about the newest Tampa Bay Buck.
Matt, I'm shocked that they went with Emeka Egbuka at number 19 because, as you and Scott were mentioning on the picks leading up to it, all the defensive players were there. They could have taken Donovan Ezraku, who the team liked, Malachi Starks, Jahdae Barron, all of those guys that we were kind of wondering, will they be gone at number 19? They were around, but they went offense. They loaded up on the wide receivers, and now you look at the Bucs wide receiver room, undoubtedly, unequivocally, you could say that it's the best wide receiver room in the NFL. You get a guy like Egbuka, as you mentioned, that 1,000-yard wide receiver from the Ohio State pipeline. Now, personally, growing up in Wisconsin, I don't like the Ohio State Buckeyes very much, but they have drafted NFL teams, they've gotten Ohio State wide receivers, and they've turned out to be really good players. Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith in the Jigba, Marvin Harrison Jr., Chris Olave, Terry McLaurin. Those are all Pro Bowl caliber wide receivers. And the Bucs must have thought, hey, Egbuka is going to be the next one. Even though it's kind of a luxury pick, and they don't really need him in 2025, You get him, that offense scoring 29 points per game last season very well has the potential to at least do the same, perhaps more. And Grizzard, he's one happy guy, being a former wide receivers coach. Like, hey, another toy in the toy chest, another tool in the toolbox.
Yeah.
Egbuka, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, just tweeting out something right now. Yeah, curious to get everyone's thought about this pick. It's a little bit of a surprise, but the talent is there. And I've always said I've been a big fan of his. We had a video on YouTube talking about if the Bucs went with the wide receiver in the first round, which ones would I be okay with? And I said Golden, Luther Burden, and I said Emeka Egbuka as well. I didn't think Tet McMillan was going to be there, and he was not. Now you have two first-round pick wide receivers going in the NFC South with Tet McMillan in Carolina, and now Egbuka going to the Bucs with the 19th overall pick. I'm just going to send out this tweet, and then we are going to get to some comments and super chats by you, the Pewter people. But man, a big day in Bucs history. Emeka Egbuka comes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they went with talent.
Yeah.
They went with talent.
And in doing so, you get shades of that 2023 draft where, they kept at number 19, they kept it under wraps like Elijah Cansey would be the guy. Egbuka was kind of the same thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Nobody would have picked him being
Matthew
a Buccaneer. Matthew Golden, especially with him on the board, but he's the pick, and we'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, not sure exactly where we left off, so my apologies. But the Poplar Bluff says, maybe next year you can have Light on the channel telling us who the pick is. He's going to be a little bit busy, but I love the idea. Malcolm Harvey said, Will Johnson or Ezaraku are my top two choices. For sure, would have been good choices. SRQ Salt Video, thanks for the $1.99. Says, you have to go Jahdae Barron or Maxwell Hairston. They went wide receiver. A little bit of a surprise, for sure. Henry Gigante, now an 8-month member, Pewter Report YouTube channel member, says Donovan Ezaraku at 19 LFG.
Turned out not to be.
Yeah. The Poplar Bluff, $2. Thank you. Says SR, we get you want defensive end. And then another one from the Poplar Bluff. Thank you for the $5 super chat, who says Ohio State has all-world wide receiver Jeremiah Smith, who probably goes top 2 in this draft. Golden carried Texas passing game.
Both accurate statements.
Yeah, I mean, Golden didn't even have 1,000 receiving yards. Not taking anything away from him. I'm just saying Golden was on a very talented Texas team. Like, Texas is not pushovers by any mean, David Melnick says, I'm sure the O-line and Baker are happy. Isaiah says, trade now to get Ezaraku. That would be something.
That's
for sure.
An interesting point, though. Not necessarily trading up into the first round, Matt, but let's say like all these defensive players that we were mentioning, if they're on the board beginning of day 2 of the draft, would the Bucs maybe move up in the second round, secure one of those defensive players?
Double Nichols says, so is Godwin hurt or what the F? We going to go 4 wide? So let's remember, Chris Godwin's coming off of a dislocated ankle, essentially. So, he might not be ready by the first snap of the regular season, or at least a good amount of training camp. We kind of talked this out before. As the Broncos go with Jahdae Barron, the Texas cornerback, at 20. So we talked about this before. The Bucs went through a couple of games last season with no Mike Evans and no Chris Godwin and no Jalen McMillan. They won't have that this year. Now with Emeka Egbuka as your 4th wide receiver. Let's remember, Mike Evans is in his 30s. He's got 1 more year in his contract. I'd be shocked if he goes anywhere else. But the Bucs are getting ahead of it. They are planning for the future right now, and they're doing that with Emeka Egbuka. So that's their plan right there. Rolf Steinbauer says, welcome to the family, Egbuka. I'm excited. I'm very, very excited. 2 Woods Cinco Ocho says, Matthew Golden is way better. Why not him? I probably would have gone Golden over Egbuka. But that's just my thought.
Yeah, Golden, a lot of talent there. But Egbuka, like the production at Ohio State against higher level competition, there is that aspect of having a higher floor and just really being a solid NFL ready wide receiver.
No doubt about it. Let's see. Let's get to some more comments, shall we? Have any other super chats? Oh boy. That is old. Agent Gen X says Baker Mayfield 6,000 yards. What I'm very intrigued about as well is, remember last year, like during training camp, it was Jalen McMillan like popping off, having some great practices and everything like that. And it didn't translate right away. But you know what? Egbuka's going to come in. We can't just pencil him in as fourth string right away. Like, there's a very good chance that he could be wide receiver 3. I mean, he is a first-round pick for a reason.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, why don't you read through some of the comments? I am going to post on our Instagram.
We have David here. Receiver was in need, but I never thought they would pick one in round 1. But I've learned to trust Jason Light. P. Simpson feels like a luxury pick, but I trust Light. Just floored the pick wasn't defense. Greg Cole here makes for one heck of a wide receiver room for sure. I mean, you imagine those training camp practices, preseason, beginning of the season. What is that going to look like? We have Jayberg 27. I'm not happy with the pick. Defense is the issue, not the offense. We do have a lot of comments. This pick is crazy. Campbell or Maxwell Hairston should have been our first pick. Timothy Ward, now with Egbuka around, Trey Palmer's gone. Do have a super chat, couple super chats.
Nice.
Thank you guys. Ace Andrews, picking wide receiver makes offense way more dangerous. Baker Mayfield might be feeling dangerous, but they better not complain about a lack of pass rush when they had the chance to draft defensive end just now. I mean, you hit the nail on the head there, Ace. When you look at the outside pass rush going into next season, if it proves to be like it was last season when they only had 12 sacks from the outside pass rushers, I mean, it's going to be on Todd Bowles. It's going to be on the front office. They didn't draft one of the top defensive pass rushers when he was available, but on the flip side, they're going to be scoring a lot of points.
Goes from the Buckeyes to the Bucs, so he'll be happy with that.
Another super chat here from Geist85. Thank you. The defense was just so awful last year. Surprise. We are definitely surprised as well.
So one thing is we're about to be talking to Jason Light. We actually see Scott Reynolds talking to Jason at the moment. I'm sure we're going to get a response from Jason as to why he didn't go with an edge rusher, in this first round right away. And maybe it's because they like the rest of the edge rushers, in the draft. By the way, let's just recap. Johnny Barron, Derek Harmon went to the Steelers. So Shador's not going until the second round.
Man.
So yes, the defense was awful last year. I think that's fair to say. It was awful. But they did address that. Remember, they signed Hassan Reddick in free agency.
They did.
They went and got after a new edge rusher this year. They replaced KJ Britt and are hoping to have Servase Dennis for the long haul this year. There's a couple of things that they've already done to try to improve this defense. Presumably, you're going to have a healthier Antoine Winfield Jr. As well. That's just the nature of players getting injured. You need to add as many pieces as possible. Depth is so important.
Yeah.
The Bucs value the depth at wide receiver right now based on who else is available in the draft. They value that at wide receiver right now a little bit more than they did at edge rusher, at corner. And I'm sure when Scott and Bailey come back, we'll have a little more information on why they went with that pick.
Yeah, and one thing I will say, Matt, it's something that we heard Jason Light talk about at the NFL Combine. Did a story on it, thought a little bit of it, but he was really excited about Chris Braswell. And he mentioned him, kind of was really excited to see him grow and take that next step. And in not drafting an edge rusher, you're not really stunting his ability to see the field. But one thing I will say about the outside linebacker room as it currently stands, you have Diaby, Reddick, Braswell, and Nelson really on that second shift. If Braswell can become that guy,
yes,
maybe get 5-6 sacks this season, you feel a lot better about maybe sticking him in that starting spot long term.
You're right. For all we know, Braswell takes the Luke Edeke jump, if you will, or takes any type of jump. Like, he was a second-round pick for a reason. And, I'm not sitting here justifying why they took Emeka Egbuka, because I still want it. They should have gone with Ezeraku before Egbuka, but I am seeing why they would want to go with wide receiver. If I was making the pick, I would have gone with Donovan Ezeraku, but I didn't. And you know what? He's still available. I mean, who's to say? Jason Light is talking right now, I believe. But who's to say that the Bucs don't go and, maybe trade with the Rams at 28 or something like that? I got to say, I am a bit surprised the Steelers didn't go with Shedeur Sanders, I have to say.
I am very surprised. They went with a defensive lineman. Now they have Keanu Benton. They have those outside pass rushers we talked about earlier in the show, Highsmith, Watt. They have a good front, but you don't have a quarterback. You have Mason Rudolph as your quarterback. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but you kind of wonder, will Aaron Rodgers still land there? Will they maybe draft quarterback on day 2? We'll see.
Mark Alonso, a Pewter Report YouTube channel member, says, could it be that Light and company know their strengths and weaknesses and know that they are better at drafting wide receivers than edge? Their history drafting wide receivers in earlier rounds has been pretty good. Mike Evans, no-brainer. Chris Godwin, no-brainer.
Jalen Millen looks pretty good.
McMillan off to a good start and a third-round pick. The later round picks, if any of them hit, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
And I would say they've gotten good contributions from later round picks. Scotty Miller, obviously the big catch that he had in the NFC Championship game against the Packers. Tyler Johnson didn't have a fantastic career in Tampa Bay by any means.
For a little bit, though. He was an option.
As Scott Smith, the Bucs team reporter, says that Jason Light said the Bucs didn't have Emeka Egbuka in for a pre-draft visit because they had no questions about him.
Wow.
No questions, none.
We're not even going to meet with him.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. Fine. So, there's a very much like the Kalijah Kancey route.
I'm definitely seeing some semblance with the Kancey.
Let's see.
Got another super chat.
We do. I thought we had 2 others. Maybe. Did we get to this one?
No, not yet.
Okay. Elusive Tortugas. Thanks for the $2 super chat. I like that super chat. Says they liked Emeka Egbuka because of character. I mean, I don't know too much about him specifically, but I mean, we're talking about a guy that has been there for a while. Let's remember, we're in a college football landscape now where the transfer portal is big. Guys are going left and right. He played all 4 years at Ohio State, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he did. And he also, it was a stacked wide receiver room, but he still stuck around.
Yeah. Started in 2021. Well, it didn't start, but began his college football career. That's what I meant. Played in 11 games. But he popped off in 2022. 1,151 receiving yards, 10 touchdowns. 2023, a little pedestrian, 515 receiving yards, 41 catches, 4 touchdowns. But last year, again, bounced back. 16 games, 16 starts. Of course, he was a team captain as well. We know how the Bucs love having team captains. 13 all Big Ten, 1,011 yards, 10 touchdowns. 5 drops that might, need to be kept an eye on a little bit. Strengths overall, innate ball judgment, skills to track, can adjust and corral non-perfect throws. Yes, he's a very quarterback-friendly wide receiver. Tremendous football IQ, voted 2024 team captain, and veteran presence made the Buckeyes receiver room better. Him and Marvin Harrison Jr. are the only players in Buckeye history with at least 2 1,000-yard seasons. Wow. It's pretty crazy when you think about all of the talent that they had. But, it was a great room for a reason.
Yeah. Matt, question for you when you look at the Egbuka pick.
Yeah.
So a first-round pick, you want that immediate production, contributions to the overall team. What do you see it being realistic for Egbuka this season? Because, I mean,
like stat-wise?
Yeah, if the wide receiver room's healthy, if Evans, Godwin, McMillan.
I mean, if the wide receiver room is fully healthy, we don't have a read just yet on like Josh Brizard.
Yeah.
Like we don't exactly know the type of shifts and everything that Josh Brizard will get. I don't think Egbuka will have the 8 touchdowns that Jalen McMillan did. But I think he could surpass McMillan in receiving yards. And you got to think, like, it's not guaranteed all these players are going to play 17 games. It's just kind of the way it is. So McMillan, his first year, 461 yards, 8 touchdowns. I don't think he's going to get 8 touchdowns, but
the yards he could probably pass.
I think he can. I think if Mike plays, let's just say 15 games, if Mike and Chris can play combined 30 games.
Yeah.
So that means they would only miss
2 each.
Yeah, 2 each. And McMillan is in that mix. I think anything over 500 receiving yards is a good season for Emeka Egbuka. And again, this is a pick for the future. The same way we talked about like Jihad Campbell as a pick for the future, Savon Revel as well. They decided to go with wide receiver as that pick for the future. Whether you agree with it or not, that's kind of the game plan. So the Chargers went Omarion Hampton in the first round, the UNC running back. So the Packers are on the clock at 23. You got the Packers at 23, Vikings at 24, Texans at 25, Rams 26, and then Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles. So still got a ways to go in this year's draft. We will continue to break down the Emeka Egbuka pick by the Bucs at 19, the very talented Ohio State wide receiver. So it loads up that Bucs wide receiver room. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan, Emeka Egbuka, Sterling Shepard in the mix as well. Of course, Trey Palmer. He's probably not loving that right now.
He's probably pissed off.
Yeah,
it's
a good point. He's usually pissed off. Let's get to do now. All right, Mopar Buck. Thanks for the $9.99 super chat. Says all the defensive players have fallen, so I'm okay with the Egbuka pick. I think this is a really solid point, Adam, because we kept saying that everybody is available.
Yeah.
So they went with the one side that no one expected them to pick because everything they want at linebacker, at the defensive line, edge rusher, that's all still right there. And then, the next 2 picks, defensive tackle. We didn't really talk about the Bucs going D-tackle until day 3. And then running back.
Yeah.
So even at this point, with the Packers on the clock right now, 23rd overall, again, there's still the quarterback wave that hasn't hit yet. It's only been Cam Ward. You still have, and they're not going to go wide receiver now, but there's other teams that are going to go wide receiver. You still have Will Johnson available, Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, Maxwell Hairston, and Savon Revel over at corner. You still have Malachi Starks, Xavier Watts, Andrew Makuba at safety. Everybody at edge rusher, Ezeraku. Yeah. So, obviously, some of these picks are going to come off the board right now. But there's a lot of great guys. Jihad Campbell might be there in the second round, and it'd be kind of another redshirt situation. But there's going to be a lot of names for the Bucs in the second round.
Yeah, I really like this comment here because, Jahdae Barron, who's picked at 20, he was projected to go at 11. So you're seeing, all these defensive players that you really thought would be in this range are falling. And the Packers are on the clock, and Will Johnson, somebody that was projected to be the top corner, he's on the board. Jihad Campbell, all these guys are falling, and you wonder why that is. These guys, Mike Green as well, they could all be options in the second round. So what will that do? That'll push other guys maybe down to the Bucs range at number 53. Maybe they do get Savon Revel or another player. It's likely that the Bucs could still address corner in the second round, get an inside linebacker in the third round, and maybe an edge rusher. I know we haven't talked about him too much, but David Walker, a guy who's had a lot of production at Central Arkansas, I think 3 straight double-digit sack seasons, they could still address every other need while also getting a really solid wide receiver.
Ian Rappaport tweets that at 23, the Packers are getting trade calls similar to the Chargers. By the way, the Poplar Bluff, I think we may have missed this one. So apologies. Says, didn't know the Big Ten had a higher level of competition than the SEC. Well, I'd ask you this, and also apologies because you said that we missed your last super chat. I think that was your last one. So my bad. We did not mean to do that. So I sincerely apologize. But to go to your other super chat, who won the last 2 national championships?
Michigan and Ohio State.
Yeah.
So Big Ten, yeah.
And Ohio State beat Notre Dame, but Notre Dame, if I'm not mistaken, beat Georgia on the way. Ohio State beat Penn State, funny enough.
SEC is not what it used to be.
Right. Michigan, who they beat in the Rose Bowl? Alabama.
Yeah.
And then there wasn't even there hasn't been an SEC team in the last 2 national championships. So the level of competition in the Big Ten is just as good as the SEC.
Yeah.
And
agree with that.
there's always been that saying, SEC bias, but I don't know. The SEC is certainly top heavy. You're always going to have Georgia and Bama, but I don't know. You can put the Big Ten right up there with them. But I appreciate the super chat. Did we get to Ace Andrews?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I believe, did we get? Yes, you got that one, right? Matthew Farrant?
No, did not get that one yet.
Okay. Thank you to Matthew Farrant for the $5 euro, who says, this pick shows Light has faith in Diaby, Reddick, and Braswell. If he's right, and he normally is, then this pick is awesome. A lot of this is going to ride on Chris Braswell.
Yeah. He's the X factor in this
situation. Because if Braswell improves like the way people hope, well, then hot damn, they got their next starting edge rusher while also getting their next wide receiver. Braswell doesn't work out. That's the first thing Bucs fans are going to complain about is you could have had Donovan Ezaraku, you could have had this edge rusher, and you went wide receiver. You already have Mike Evans. You already have Chris Godwin. So that's why you play it out, right?
And there's still picks to be played out too. It's not to say the Bucs don't get another edge rusher to maybe work into the mix too.
Yeah. So we got to Mopar Buck. Sorry again to Poplar Bluff. That would bring us to you all are crushing it with the super chats. We appreciate you so much. KGH for life says it seems Light believes in Braswell. Thanks for the $5 super chat. That's why he went wide receiver. Yeah, I mean we'll get the lowdown from Bailey and Scott Reynolds once they are done with the press conference from Jason Light. But that seems like that's likely the case when it comes to why they went with that.
And Braswell can't completely be glossed over either. He was the 57th overall pick last year. He had 8 sacks at Alabama. And he also sat behind some really talented pass rushers, Will Anderson, Dallas Turner, guys that were first-round picks. And he kind of saw that. He had a redshirt freshman NFL season, if you will. But he also flashed moments where there's maybe more than meets the eye. And you kind of wonder, how big of a leap will he take this next season? If he becomes a key cog, that third pass rusher, and surpasses any expectations, I mean, I don't know, Matt. You're looking at a guy that he could really pair with Diaby for the rest of the 2020s.
Yeah, he certainly could. The Bucs are always, a couple of steps ahead, really, is what it comes down to. And just a reminder again to anybody just tuning in, thank you for tuning in. Emeka Egbuka is the first-round pick of the Buccaneers at 19, the Ohio State wide receiver. Was a national champion with Ohio State. So he is the first-round pick for Tampa Bay. We'll keep it rolling with these super chats. Thank you, everybody, for your participation.
We'll try to keep up.
Yeah. We will go as fast as we can. I promise, we will answer every single super chat. The only reason why we wouldn't is if we accidentally missed one. But we don't plan on doing that anymore. So Meets McGee, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, if Bowles figured out the issues of the defense, Why not trust the process? We are not inside that building. We do not have the experience like Todd Bowles. Yes, that's a big part of what it comes down to is Todd Bowles at West Palm Beach, the NFL annual meeting, saying, I've figured out our issue with the defense. It's also him saying, I want ball hawks. I want a better four-man pass rush. They did that with Hassan Reddick. And the Packers went with the wide receiver in round one. They're getting Matthew Golden.
First time since Javon Walker.
Oh, my goodness.
2002.
Aaron Rodgers must be
livid.
Yes, absolutely pissed right now. But I said this when we kind of talked about some other players that maybe we wouldn't have loved that the Bucs were going to go and draft. Whether it was Michael Williams or Jalen Walker, whatever the case may be, trust Jason Light because he's gotten more of his picks and draft classes right than he has wrong. I think truly the last one that he kind of missed on was 2021.
Yeah.
And I don't think this pick of Emeka Egbuka, I mean, again, this is the first wide receiver he's taken in the first round since Mike Evans.
Yeah.
So if he really liked the wide receiver, knowing that his team needs help on the defensive side, I think he did that for a reason. The Poplar Bluff, thank you for a $2 super chat, says Marvin Harrison was amazing last year.
Now, he wasn't the best rookie wide receiver in terms of production. You had Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah.
But Marvin Harrison, again, that Ohio State pipeline, wide receiver U, if you will, it continues. And we'll see if Egbuka can continue that tradition of just 1,000-yard wide receivers in the NFL.
Just a recap for the entire NFC South. One moment, please. So the Bucs went with. We'll start from the top, actually. Carolina, their first-round pick was Ted McMillan. So once again, two rookie wide receivers going to the NFC South. The Saints, one pick later, then went with Kelvin Banks. Third was Atlanta with the 15th pick. They went with an edge rusher, Jalen Walker. And last but certainly not least was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who ended up selecting Emeka Egbuka. There's the newest wide receiver for Tampa Bay, Egbuka. Again, a two-time 1,000-yard receiver for Ohio State. And your newest Buccaneer getting drafted at 19 overall. Next up, Geist85, thank you for the $2 super chat, says, the Super Bowl window is still open with the wide receiver? Fair question. I very much still think it is open. And it maybe even, I can't say it makes the window open for even longer because he's got to prove it.
Yeah.
But to me, the biggest thing is that the Bucs have a succession plan in place with Mike and Chris.
Yes, you already kind of see that torch, if you will. It's being lit from Godwin to McMillan, and potentially with Egbuka now being that wide receiver with that first-round grade. Will the torch be passed from Evans to Egbuka? And then all of a sudden you have Egbuka and McMillan for a few years down the road with Baker Mayfield still throwing the football. I mean, that's a really quality plan in place, and that if it doesn't extend the Super Bowl window, it at least keeps the offense in a really good spot to keep up like the results that they've had.
Yeah, I think it's fair for sure to question why they went a wide receiver and not the defensive side, but you got to remember the Bucs have found some of their best success with players in the second round, in the third round. Like, do we have to remind everybody about last year's draft again? Yes, Grant Bard in the first round. That was a hit. Not working out great right now with Chris Braswell, but still a long way to go. Immediate success with Tyke Smith when healthy. Success and a hit with Jalen McMillan later in the season. And the most immediate success, Bucky Irving. So I would just say let's cool the brakes a little bit with not knowing how they're going to fix the defense when they still have the second, third, and fourth round to find people that could start and be impact players right away. This is certainly a best player available type of pick, or in the Bucs' eyes, best player available.
Yeah.
But the way this draft is going, there's plenty of defensive players still available in the second round.
There really is. And Scott will be on in a little bit here, kind of getting comments of what Jason Light had to say. But one quote, Jason Light, he commented on the Bucs' depth at edge rusher, saying, "Our depth at edge rusher gives me comfort. I'm not saying we won't address that. I don't think it's as dire as people make it out to be." I think that's a great quote.
Yeah, for sure.
Doesn't mean we won't address it. Wasn't in the first round, but hey.
No, don't get me wrong. I understand the frustration with not going with the defensive player. I'm just saying, let's find out what else they have to, what else they got themselves working with before we just kind of critically pan, a pick. This is this is a little bit different than, the Bucs drafting Kyle Trask in round 2, knowing that Tom Brady was still there at quarterback and trying to find their quarterback in the future. Egbuka is going to get playing time this year. Yep. He's not going to have more reps than Mike and Chris, but you can sub in and out wide receivers throughout the game. Don't you think it's a little bit better to give some help to Mike Evans? Maybe he gets a couple of more breaks here and there than maybe what he had previously. I think that could certainly help out Big Mike in a really big and important way.
And I know it's not an apples to apples comparison, but you look at what the San Antonio Spurs did towards the end of the careers of Manu Ginobili, Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
Tim Duncan was able to play another few years because they limited his minutes.
Yeah.
If they limit Mike Evans,
I get what you're saying, for sure.
A few, and you put a guy like Egbuka in, maybe that prolongs Mike Evans' career.
Yeah.
Might throw a wrench in the 1,000-yard plans, but you want him on the field, and this is a great way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it with Levante David when they draft the linebacker of limiting his reps a little bit and not playing 100% of the time. It's the same type of thing with Mike and Chris. You can still get the best of Mike Evans and decrease his overall snap count by 10% because you have someone like Egbuka that, if he works out, you're going to trust. And when they get in the red zone, it's still going to be Mike getting the throws. It's still going to be Mike getting the football. So I understand the questioning of it. But if you look big picture, I get it. I certainly get it. We have a super chat from Finding Durham. Thank you for this $2 super chat. Says, Egbuka, not on your board. Lots of edge talent later. Yeah, exactly. This draft, even beyond this first round pick, is still in the favor of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I know that a lot of people wanted Donovan Ezeraku. I mean, I wanted Donovan Ezeraku as well, but Jason Light went in another direction, and this overall entire thought process has been trust Jason Light to make the right pick, and we will see. Time will tell whether or not it's the right pick. They certainly value depth at wide receiver. Sounds like Jason Light feels pretty good with what they have at edge rusher, and I will continue to reiterate that they're still the second round, third, fourth, fifth. They don't have a sixth round pick, but the seventh round as well to accumulate defensive talent and help this team in a better way. So thank you to Finding Durham for the $2 super chat. Coming back onto the show is Scott Reynolds, who just came back from the press conference with general manager Jason Light. Scott, please let us know what Jason had to say. I'm sure there was a lot of questions about why'd you go wide receiver with when you had a top 5 offense with a defense that was abysmal last year. Just your biggest takeaways from talking to Jason.
Well, he certainly pointed out that stretch without Mike and Chris and even Jalen McMillan in that Chiefs game. They lost all 4 games, right? And so there was a need to also, as Jason Light said, this is a pick for now. It's also a pick for later.
Mm-hmm.
It is a succession plan, and they do see a lot of Chris Godwin in Emeka Egbuka, and similar size, 6 foot, over 200 pounds. The thing with Egbuka, and I was reading up on his draft write-up by Dane Brugler, and I'll share that with you here. I mean, there's a lot to like about him. Very polished receiver, character off the charts.
Super polished. Yeah, team captain,
national championship. Player and really was, as Jason said, you couldn't find anybody that would say anything bad about this guy. So the Buccaneers are getting one of those I am that man type players.
Yeah,
with Emeka Egbuka. What the write-up from Dane Brugler from The Athletic. Now, I'll go through the strengths and weaknesses. Innate ball judgment skills to track, adjust and corral non-perfect throws, limber upper body and above average hands, strength to finish grabs from difficult angles. Who does that sound like? That sounds like Chris Godwin.
Yeah.
Right? Chris will make those grimy catches that you need to convert third downs, to pick up first downs, etc. I continue. Always had a feel for commanding the catch point, 16 combined interceptions as a sophomore and as a junior defensive back at high school. So he's got good ball skills. Well, you want that as a wide receiver, right? That's what he's known for doing, is winning those contested catches. Football IQ and toughness are already on a pro level, according to Ohio State assistant coach Brian Hartline. Gains ground quickly versus off coverage and a magnet to coverage voids. Knows how to set up defenders and snap off the stem regardless of the route. Consistently works back to the football and extends to meet it, especially on crossers and overs. Finds room to operate when the field shrinks. 15 of his 24 career touchdowns came in the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
Showed clear improvement as a blocker. Asked to be a puller. To stone middle linebacker on super counter on the 2024 Michigan State tape. So he's a pulling blocker, the line of scrimmage. Who does that sound like? Chris Godwin.
Yeah. Well, crazy contact, loves blocking.
Experienced as a punt returner and a kick returner. NFL scouts say he competes with a perfectionist mindset and doesn't waste an ounce of his talent. Voted as a 2024 team captain, and his veteran presence made the Buckeyes receiver room better. He joined Marvin Harrison Jr. as the only Ohio State players with multiple 1,000-yard receiving seasons. Now, his weaknesses, and maybe this is why it's underwhelming a little bit for me, is what is his calling card? What does he do exceptionally well? Well, he's got a great all-around game. But even as Dane Brugler points out, solid size, strength, and speed, but not exceptional in any of those areas. He's not the blazing speed guy that Matthew Golden is. He's not a guy that is going to go up and get the ball as a 6'4" Tedero McMillan would, right? Physical press can slow him early in route and diminish vertical capabilities. His few drops were a result of thinking about the first move before securing the ball. He has some wiggle after the catch, but didn't force as many missed tackles as one might expect. Needs to drop the pads as a ball carrier and be more physical as a finisher. Diverse and active blocker, but needs to do a better job of controlling and maintaining angles once engaged. Left ankle injury as a junior, which required tightrope surgery, sidelining him for 3 games and parts of others. So Jason Light did say this has nothing to do with Chris Godwin and his recovery from ankle surgery. This is, in my opinion, though, this is an insurance policy in case Chris Godwin is not ready to go in week 1. And maybe Chris Godwin will be on the field, Matt, but maybe he's not going to be.
There's no rush.
Chris Godwin.
Yeah.
Right? The 1,000-yard guy in week 1 of the upcoming season. And so I think this is a bit of an insurance policy. So you're not walking into week 1 with Mike Evans and Jalen McMillan as the starters, and then who's your number 3 receiver. One question I did ask Jason Light, and I said, when you're in 11 personnel, this is your first-round pick. Who's off the field? It's Jalen McMillan. It's not going to be Mike or Chris, right? So are you going to sideline the guy that had 8 touchdowns and McMillan, who had a strong finish to his rookie season? And, he said, well, maybe we can go 4 wide receivers.
Yeah, he could.
So that was a good answer. And I think the thing for me is
hell, Baker ran it enough too. He just spread everybody out and let Baker go.
He did. And there is some value for sure in bringing this guy into the mix maybe a year early, right?
Get that 5th-year option too.
With Mike and Chris.
Yeah.
Having him learn. We know Chris is going to be here for 3 years. We don't know what the future is going to hold for Mike Evans.
He could be done after the season.
He might retire.
I doubt it, just based on the history that he's chasing, but still.
But the more years you can get with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, if you're Emeka Egbuka, and if you're Jalen McMillan, the better.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what I said before. And yes, listen, I would have preferred Donovan Ezraku. I would have preferred an edge rusher. There's no doubt about it. But at the same time, Matt, this is something Todd Bowles was dead set on as well. He and Jason Light had this conversation over and over again. And if this guy was going to be there, Emeka Egbuka was going to be there at number 19, he was going to be the pick. You know what? He was the pick.
Yeah.
And both of those gentlemen, Todd Bowles, Jason Light, they remember what it was like when Tom Brady had those 4 weapons on offense. And
good
there's
times.
something to be said about that, right? Yeah, we saw the Bucs score 30 points per game last year.
Yeah.
But it came to a screeching halt during that stretch when you didn't have Mike and didn't have Chris. And so this is an insurance policy in case Chris isn't that guy, in case there's another injury to Jalen McMillan or Mike Evans. But let's look at the positive side. What if all 4 of those guys are healthy?
Yeah. No, of course, because that's what I was saying too. Like, first of all, I think Egbuka is going to challenge McMillan for wide receiver 3.
Yes.
Like, I don't think it's just set in stone that
That's a great point.
is going to win it. And you could still go 4 wide and everybody gets onto the field, which is super important. I'm also very curious, and I don't think Jason would, really tell everybody unless he got hit with some truth serum. The way that the board was breaking with who was still available on the defensive side. Now, some stuff has just happened. The Giants traded back into the first round and actually drafted Jackson Dart, not Shador Sanders, but Jackson Dart. And then the Falcons just traded with the Rams. Now the Falcons are on the clock.
Right.
But even with that, you would think, Falcons could go defense again.
Yeah.
But even with the Giants going back in and getting a wide receiver, there are still a lot of the defensive players that we were talking about before the Titans made their first overall pick. A lot of these players are still available, Scott.
Yeah.
Going into the second round, going into tomorrow. So it's not like the Bucs are ignoring defense. There's still plenty of defensive spots that they can get. And if Egbuka truly is going to be the next guy, and I'm with you, I would have went Donovan Ezraku, but I understand the thought process of going with wide receiver. What have we talked about with Levante David? Of like, we wouldn't hate if you gave him a couple of less reps for a couple of different reasons. I see no issue.
Agreed.
With giving Mike Evans a couple of less snaps to preserve him for the postseason.
Yeah.
And there's a perfect world where maybe Mike plays 10% less of what he did last season, maybe even 15%, still gets 1,000 yards, but he's healthy. He plays 17 games. He's a threat in the regular, in the red zone. He's a threat because he's Mike Evans. And you still develop this player all along at the same time. I think there's a perfect balance that they can have. You have Josh Brizard, who was a wide receivers coach. We talked about his history in Miami. Of course, he's going to want another weapon. And, that's what they have with Egbuka. I understand some of the frustration with the defense, but I think we could be having an entirely different conversation, Scott, by the end of round 3.
I agree.
Tomorrow, based on what Tampa Bay does, presumably on the defensive side in round 2 and 3.
Yeah, long way to go, right, until pick number 53.
Yeah.
Maybe Jason Light moves up. Who knows? But when you look at this right now, right, and the Falcons have moved up, right? They made a trade. They made a trade with the Rams. So the Falcons are moving up now. And they've already got their edge rusher. Did they go edge rusher again?
Yeah, they went James Pierce Jr.
Wow.
So Ezraku is still on the board. Yeah, Minnesota went Donovan Jackson.
Yeah. I think you're going to see Ezraku possibly go to Detroit or Washington. I think Washington loves Donovan Ezraku. And they need an edge rusher bad.
James Pierce. Obviously, there's a lot of question marks around him.
So now you've got Jalen Walker and James Pierce, 2 SEC guys in Atlanta. Wow. What a wild pick that is. Right.
So the Falcons gave up their first round pick next year, along with their second rounder this year and a 7th rounder this year to move up and draft Pierce and take the Rams spot.
So hold on to that trade chart just for 1 second.
Yeah.
Hold on to that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I'm going to update it here. But that's a wild move right there for them to pass on Donovan Ezraku and get James Pierce. But listen, Pierce.
I like Pierce's tape. There's no doubt about it.
And Mike Green's still on the board as well. And see, I thought for sure that you would have had a situation where you're looking at Mike Green possibly going to Atlanta. but not the case. So let me update the graphic here. If you can, read me what was acquired.
For the Falcons?
Yeah, what picks did they?
So the Falcons got the 26th overall pick in the first round. That was the Rams pick.
Yep.
And then they also got the Rams third round pick.
Okay.
Not exactly sure what number.
And they gave up their second round pick.
They gave up their 46th overall pick, and then they gave up their 7th round pick, or one of their 7th round picks. It doesn't specify.
Okay.
And then a first rounder next year, but
wow.
that doesn't apply for that graphic specifically.
Wow. So we're going to put either 2018 or 242.
Yeah.
For this one, because we're not exactly sure which pick was given up there. Okay.
But yeah, they didn't have a lot of picks to begin with, and they do get LA's third round pick. But yeah, no second round pick.
So that now that they have their fourth, and they get
they have a third, and they have a third and a fourth.
Which pick was that? Does it say?
Schefter doesn't say. I could check though. So the Rams presumably would have been later. It looks like it would be the 90th.
Yeah, I think it's 90.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or it could be that compensatory pick.
Yeah, that's it.
Or 101. We'll find out. We'll update the graphic here.
That we shall. I'm going to get to a couple super chats because they are piling up. Where did we last? Where did we? Okay. We are on Tate Miller. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says, I just don't get the pick. Why not take Noel later and focus on the defense? This kind of goes into what I talked about before, like the way that the defense has broken in this draft. There's still a lot of big-time names and big-time pieces that Tampa Bay can go with in the second round when they're on the clock, and even the third round. So, Jason, I believe, did say he likes the depth that they have at edge rusher, and again, he could be doing a little line.
Well, I think here's the thing too. Maybe they thought about this and said, with Hassan Reddick and Yaya Diaby, and they're going to draft another edge rusher, right?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at our Bucs best bets here. Right. We appreciate that super chat. A couple of these guys are off the board. So, for example, the wide receiver that we had, actually, our Bucs best bet receiver was Jalen Noel.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to go receiver again.
No,
and they probably won't go Jalen Lane either, maybe unless he's a kick return guy later. But you still have Donovan Ezeraku. You still have David Walker at outside linebacker. You still have inside linebackers, Demetrius Knight, Jeffrey Bassa. You still have Saban Revel Jr. You have Noah Williams. You have Maxwell Hairston. Malachi Stark's still on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, that one really caught my attention, that he's still available.
Yeah.
Considering how much we liked him and how much, not even just us, a lot of people.
Well, and so the question is edge rusher, right? Let's take a look at the edge rushers that the Buccaneers have brought in, and there's Femi Oladejo. I think that's got to be a player they're targeting.
Yeah.
Nick Scorton as well from Texas A&M. They had him in for a 30 visit. I like the tape. A very active player was Nick Carraway at Purdue, and then changed his name to Nick Scorton for his father. Some of these guys are already off the board. Shamar Stewart's one of those players.
It's surprising.
But yes. But, Princely, Yuman Mielen is another player that the team has showed an interest in. I'm not as big of a fan as Yuman Mielen, but he did have a really good year at Ole Miss and was an improving pass rusher at Florida. So we'll see. But, maybe it's Femi go crazy on day 2.
Femi go cray. Yeah, I'm in for that. No doubt about it. Tristan Vorbeck, thanks for the $1.99. Says you missed my last one too. Apologies about that. Yeah. I want to say we've been doing some hockey shifts. A lot of stuff went on. if this was it, I appreciate it. Trust, and let us know in the comments. Thanks for the 1999. Said they must think they have their answer for the edge or secondary in round 2 or 3. We have had some injuries last year in the wide receiver room last year, so I get it. But man, I was really hoping for defense. Completely understand. Some people have had similar sentiments as well. I get it. You got to remember, you can find impact players besides just in the first round. I used to think about that too back in the day when I watched the draft. It's like, oh, all right, like only the first round matters. I quickly learned once getting to this business, a lot more matters in the first round when it comes to the NFL draft. And specifically with the Bucs, again, we can look at last year. Bucky Irving arguably was the biggest impact player for the Bucs, and he was a 4th round pick.
So. I think the other thing too is remember, we all kind of were poking fun last year at the Falcons for picking Michael Penix.
Yeah,
Falcons needed defense in the worst way last year, in edge rusher, right? They needed an impact guy, and they thought that maybe trading for Matthew Judon, which they did in training camp, would make up for them not really taking that edge rusher in the first round last year. So remember this: Michael Penix was drafted first at number 8 overall by Atlanta. Here's what Atlanta did after that. Rook Ororo, the defensive tackle, went in the 2nd round. Braylon Trice, defensive end out of Washington, went in the 3rd round. They went with another defensive end, Brandon Dorlus, in the 4th round. They went linebacker, J.D. Bertrand, in the 5th round. They went running back, Jace McClellan, out of Alabama, in the 6th round. They went wide receiver Casey Washington in the 6th round. And then went to defensive line again, Zion Logue from Georgia in the 6th round. So after going offense and shocking everybody with an offensive player, almost like what happened in Tampa Bay with Emeka Egbuka to a degree, all thinking defense, they went offense. You saw the Falcons go defensive tackle, defensive end, defensive tackle, linebacker. The next 4 picks were defensive players. And you know, Matt, wouldn't be surprised. The next 4 picks, 2nd round, 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, if they're all defensive players too.
That's fine by me. I mean, their offense is pretty damn good, right? Top 5 in every important category, really, especially points per game. So, yeah, I'm all for defense the rest of the way because it certainly still needs help despite not going with it in the first round. Mopar Buck, thanks for the $9.99 super chat, says, Ohio State and LSU produces the best wide receivers. We're fine. All of our guys are there. Jason Light will trade for more picks because of it. Way too many players have fallen. There's a ton of players on the board. If Jason Light and the Bucs didn't feel good about the defensive players available, they would have gone with a defensive player.
That's right.
But they feel good about who's going to be there. And as I say that, Malachi Starks goes to the Ravens. They can't keep getting away with this.
Not a surprise. Not a surprise at all. I think I had that in my mock draft. No, actually, I had Buffalo taking Malachi Starks.
And watch, you're going to hit this with Ezeraku going to the Lions.
Maybe to the Lions, or maybe Will Johnson if they stay in state and get the Michigan quarterback.
Right, yeah.
But I would say Ezeraku is going to be gone either to Detroit or to Washington here. That is my guess.
Yeah.
Or watch Philly take him at 32.
Make too much sense.
Yeah.
Make too much sense. Yeah. The Poplar Bluff, thanks for the $2 super chat. Going back to our SEC Big Ten conversation. Big Ten is top heavy, 3 schools. I mean, you can make a similar case for the SEC.
Yeah.
It's Bama, Georgia, and then, the 13th. Well, Texas now, but Texas, it's a new SEC team.
Yeah.
The rest, it kind of fluctuates. It's the same with the Big Ten.
I agree.
Geist85, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Todd Bowles has too much confidence in Jamel Dean.
They're going to draft a couple corners.
Yeah.
They are.
They're going to flood a position. It's just whether it's linebacker or corner.
There is a chance, and here we are. We're looking at just 1, 2, 3, 5 more picks, right? And the Lions, they may take a corner here, right?
Yeah.
They lost Carlton Davis in free agency. Trey Amos, Savon Revel Jr., Maxwell Hairston, those 3 guys, they might slide into the 2nd round, Matt. They could. One of them could be gone here, 2 or 3, who knows? But those are some players that could slide into the 2nd round. No Jihad Campbell either. Jihad Campbell, that shoulder, I think is an issue.
Yeah, clearly, just based on how this draft has gone.
Yeah.
Bucks Basement, thanks for the $4.99 super chat. Says he couldn't get on the field over JTS. Stop this. I think this might be in reference when we were talking about Chris Braswell a little bit earlier, Adam and I. Yeah, I mean,
hold on. It's not that he couldn't get on the field. You have to understand there's some politics here.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Tryon-Schwenka was Todd Bowles' chess piece. Todd had an affection for JTS like he did with Devin White. Just a true believer. And George Edwards kind of the same way. Between those two, they wanted JTS to get on the field to see if this was the game where he could break out. See if this was the drive he could break out. And it came at the expense of Chris Braswell. And you heard me, if you listened to the Pewter Report podcast, and I know you did, all last year, ripping on George Edwards. He needed to be fired. Not a good offensive or outside linebackers coach. Everything changed, and I did a whole Pewter Pulse video on this. The impact that Larry Foote is going to make. This team, Jason Light, Todd Bowles, they believe Larry Foote will be the kingmaker at the outside linebacker room. He is going to be the guy that's going to get Hassan Reddick back to double-digit sacks. He's going to be the guy that's going to take Yaya Diaby's game to the next level and to further the development of Chris Braswell. And we'll see. They're going to add another outside linebacker to this mix. I know that it may be David Walker, who's a player we have as a Bucs best bet out of Central Arkansas. It's a player that they had an official visit with, or I should say a formal interview with. So we'll see. But it wasn't that Chris Braswell wasn't good enough to be on the field. There are people in this organization who wanted a lot more Chris Braswell than what we saw.
And if Braswell doesn't work out and Buka doesn't get off to the best start in his rookie year, Jason Light will be heavily criticized.
It'll take some heat for it.
The Popular Bluff, thanks for the $5 super chat. This goes back to some conversation we're having earlier. I was being sarcastic about Marvin Harrison. I have to correct you. The 2020 first round pick, not a miss. Yeah, I mean, Tristan Wirfs, right. It's going to go down as the GOAT. Mopar Buck, thanks for the $9.99 super chat. Says, last time Jason Light picked a wide receiver in the first round, he became a Hall of Famer. That is correct. It was his first pick as a Bucs GM, and might go down as his most memorable pick as a Bucs GM.
The thing is, though, Mike had some special abilities. That's why he went 7th overall. And I'm not saying that Emeka Egbuka is not going to be special. It's just that he doesn't have that one trait that you say, wow, that speed is next level, or wow, that size, the ability to go up and get the contested catches. But what Emeka Egbuka is the sum of all parts. He does everything well. Ohio State ran the ball. Guess what Tampa Bay likes to do? Run the ball.
Run.
What is he really good at? Blocking. And Jason Light said, hey, we didn't draft him to be a blocker, right? But he brings that skill set to the field. And even so much so that he was the puller, like Chris Godwin, into the hole sometimes. So they really feel like this guy can be a Chris Godwin type player. And I think if you were to, then you might sit there and say, okay, but Chris Godwin was a 3rd round draft pick. Okay, you go back and redraft the 2017 draft. He's not a 3rd rounder. He's a 1st rounder.
Yeah.
Okay. Matter of fact, he should have been the 1st rounder if hindsight's 2020, not O.J. Howard. Right? Yeah. So again, we have to trust Jason Light. He has nailed some wide receivers here. McMillan, I think, is going to be the latest.
Any receiver that's been 3rd round and early.
Yeah, he's had a very successful track record, so we shall see.
Moving on. Y'all have been great with these super chats. Thank you. Taryn Goins, thanks for the $2 super chat, says, can Egbuka return kicks?
Tyleik Williams, Ohio State defensive tackle to the Lions. So we still have
Ezraku.
I don't think he's going to fall all the way to 53 in the 2nd round. But, man, if he does. Wow. Can he return kicks? Yes, he can. I'm going to pull up some statistics here for you real quick in terms of his ability to return kicks.
In the meantime, Sam, thanks for the $9.99 super chat, says, not mad at this pick. Mopar Buck makes good points. Could also indicate Bowles' confidence in Foote's ability to bring
think
guys
that's what
along.
it is. I really think that's.
I
a
think it
big
was
part of
Bull's
it.
eureka moment when we were in West Palm Beach. I truly think that plays a big part into it.
Yeah, I mean,
I found it.
Matt, you could be right.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll take an assist for that because George Edwards was not the guy at outside linebackers coach. I like George Edwards. I have nothing against him personally, but I like him so much better as a strategist. Take him away from a position group, have him be that pass game coordinator, because I don't think that was Larry Foote's strength. We
Right.
saw a lot of open field in the middle of the field with the linebackers, right? We saw some busted coverages, even the safeties with some busted coverages last year. So I like this move all the way around. George Edwards as the pass game coordinator, Larry Foote as the outside linebackers coach. You asked about the ability to return kicks. That's something that Emeka Egbuka did earlier in his career as a freshman. He returned 20 kicks for 580 yards for a 29-yard average. Then he saw the field as a receiver, right? But he did have a 29-yard average. So he could be in the mix there. I wouldn't be surprised if they try him as a punt returner as well. 19 punts, 5.1-yard average wasn't terribly successful.
Yeah.
He's not the most sudden guy, and I think you need a sudden guy to be a punt returner.
Which is why running back has kind of shifted to that a little bit.
Yeah.
And I mean, now we're looking at, remember, the Bucs re-signed Sterling Shepard. So, where does that leave Trey Palmer? Sixth.
Right.
Probably might not even make this team, depending on how they shape out the roster. Richie P, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thanks, Richie. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Light say part of the reason we won the Super Bowl was because we had 4 solid receiving threats? So maybe not that big of a surprise. It's exactly what you brought up. Not long after Egbuka was drafted, they absolutely you couldn't cover everyone.
That's right.
And it was a little bit different with Gronk at tight end, but the point still remains.
The thing is with 4 different weapons, I mean, imagine the job Baker Mayfield has now. Now, Tom Brady was the best to ever do it.
Yeah.
Tom Brady won before the ball was snapped because he could read the defense, know given the down and distance and his film study, which coverage he was going to see. But more importantly, which matchup he was going to exploit. Do I want AB on this corner here? Do I want Chris in the slot here? Or, I like Mike on the outside against this guy. They're bringing a little 5'10" safety down on Gronk in the seam. Okay. Now Baker Mayfield, very underrated football IQ. Like, he's a smart quarterback. Now he has the same type of weaponry at his disposal. Perhaps 4 guys on the field at the same time. Maybe Josh Grizzard. Maybe that's the new wrinkle he puts in. More 4 wide receiver sets.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. Is remember when we had Michael Pratt on a couple of weeks ago, and we obviously asked him about Josh Grizzard, trying to get some more info on the new play caller, and he talked so much about how much of a genius Josh Grizzard is, and all of these ideas he would come up with when they were game planning. Like, well, what if we did this instead of that, whatever the case may be.
Right.
I can only imagine the ideas that Josh Grizzard is having now with either 4 wide receiver setups or what if we put Egbuka here on this play and did this with Mike or Jalen McMillan or Scott, whatever the case may be. It's just another weapon for this team. And again, if you keep Rachaad White and you make him a route running back as well, it's going to be, again, a similar system for the Bucs, but the wrinkles involved in it, I think, could be something really special.
The Poplar Bluff, $2 super chat. I like the position. I just hate the choice. We had Matthew Golden as our Bucs.
Yeah, again, I would have gone Golden too, but the Bucs didn't.
Yeah. I also too think this is a safe pick. You want to hit on your first round pick. It can't be a bust. Emeka Egbuka is not going to be a bust. This is not going to be a bust. He might be nothing more than a quality number 2 receiver. He might be the next Chris Godwin, but not the next Mike Evans.
That's fine.
That's okay. He's still a starting caliber player.
Yeah.
So I do think that when you look at Matthew Golden, he had the 1 year at Texas, which was great. Great film last year. He was a pretty good receiver at Houston, but Egbuka won a national championship. Played big time in big time moments.
Big games, Michigan, Ohio State.
The Oregon game, too.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit of a safe pick, and I'm okay with that because I understand the rationale.
Let's go to another one from the Poplar Bluff, who says, Egbuka was never the alpha dog at Ohio State. makes it much easier for him to produce in that offense.
Yeah, he was never the guy that had like he wasn't the Marvin Harrison, right? For example, right? But when you do look, he had 2,000-yard receiving seasons, and granted, it took him 16 games to get 1,000 yards last year.
He'll be used to the NFL schedule, just one extra game.
Keep in mind too, they ran the ball an awful lot. They had two very good running backs in Quinshawn Junkins and
Travion Henderson,
right? So there's those two guys to throw in the mix as well.
And I also feel like a lot of these wide receivers played in really good offenses. Like Matthew Golden, I'm sorry, did Texas only have 5 wins last season? Yeah. No, they went to the college football playoff. Like they're a really good team.
Yeah.
Too. And I'm not just comparing Golden.
Golden didn't even get 1,000.
No, he's close to it. Yeah.
But he had 2 seasons where he had 10 touchdowns. So he is a touchdown producer. He thrives in the red zone. That's where a lot of his touchdowns came to fruition. We expected the Bucs to draft a faster wide receiver, and I think him being a 4.48 guy, that's kind of in the same realm as Jalen McMillan.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? Jalen McMillan, 8 touchdowns last year. That's nothing to like shake your head at either.
Sure.
So this is a very good pick. This is a solid pick. I think it's a safe pick.
Yeah, I think solid's the right word. Because, again, he's going to be NFL ready right out the gate. You'd love him to be sensational, but I think he's someone you're not going to – I think the coaches, oddly enough, are going to trust him the same way that, like, Todd Bowles had all this trust in Tyke Smith.
Right.
Like, just something about him, just watching him at Ohio State and what Tyke Smith was able to do with Georgia. Like, you feel confident that he'll figure it out pretty quickly and be a producer. Now, what you want to see moving forward and, 2 seasons from now, 3 seasons from now is to be that legit, number 1 threat. And that's kind of what we need to figure out next.
Super chats keep coming.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, T-Bird, thanks for the $4.99 says, with the pick of wide receiver, they probably believe they can get most of the defensive players in later rounds and probably know something we don't. Yeah, again, trust Jason Light.
Yep.
He deserves to be trusted by this fan base, by what he's done. And still, as the picks roll in, whatchamacallit, the Commanders just went with an offensive lineman.
Wow.
They went with Josh Cornerly, who I actually interviewed at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, the Oregon.
Azaraku's still there. You got Buffalo. He's 3 more picks.
Philly.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, so you got Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philadelphia, the next 3 picks to finish up the first round. But yeah, there's still, even if Azaraku goes within these next 3 picks, whatever the case may be, there's still a lot of good talent out there on defense.
I think it kind of bears repeating too. It's like when you look at the fact that you have a $100 million quarterback, and we all agree that Baker Mayfield is underpaid, right?
Yeah.
He's a tremendous value for the Buccaneers when it comes to $33 million a year. But he's a $100 million man.
He is.
He needs weapons. And for him to be successful, he's got to have weapons. We saw the point production drop from 30 points per game to 20 points per game against the 49ers, right? They somehow magically scored 24 points in Kansas City. That last second touchdown should have gone for 2. But to me, you have to keep feeding the beast. The beast is the offense.
No, that makes sense. Let's go to Tate Miller. Thanks for the $4.99. The Falcons really took 2 shots at the top edge rushers and took the 2 most questionable LMAO.
I agree.
Wirfs and Gedeke laughing. Yeah, I mean, again, who knows? The edge rushers that Atlanta went with, one of them could pan out, both of them could pan out. I don't care who it is. It could be TJ Watt, it could be Myles Garrett. Yeah. I'm still taking Tristan Wirfs.
I agree.
I'm still taking Tristan Wirfs no matter what.
Yeah.
And Gedeke, I'm taking in a lot of matchups as well.
Yeah.
But good comment, Tate. Appreciate that. Let's move on to T Woods in
Ocho.
Yeah, let's go with that. Thanks for the $9.99. I know you guys try to be positive about Yaya and Braswell, but I just don't think either will ever be double-digit sack guys. Green and Ezaraku will be gone unless we trade up. I mean, Yaya had 7.5 his rookie year. He wasn't that far off. But if he doesn't get close this year, then I think he might be onto something.
But who has Yaya played opposite? Joe Tryon-Schwenka the last 2 years. He has had most of the attention on him. And remember, he wasn't a starter until halfway through his rookie season, right? So I think this is the third year. I expect this to be the breakout year, and I like Larry Foote coaching him in the position. And I do think now Braswell, I have no idea. I haven't seen enough to make. There's no evidence to suggest he's going to be that type of player yet. Yaya Diaby took massive steps in every single category: quarterback hits, pressures, pressure rate, tackles for loss, everything but sacks. And I think if he gets that figured out, he has Hassan Reddick on the other side, and he gets better coaching from Larry Foote.
Yeah,
I think he will be a double-digit sacker, and I think that's going to happen this year. But hey, you know what? A sprained ankle, and he's sidelined for 3 or 4 games.
That's
Where's
true.
your pass rush, right? Then is it Braswell and Hassan Reddick? I don't know. I don't have enough evidence to suggest Braswell will be anything more than maybe a 4 or 5 sack. I hope I'm wrong. This team believes in him. I believe in Larry Foote, but we shall see.
It's going to be, a big year for Larry Foote, as much as it is the edge rushers. Taryn Goins, thanks for the $2 super chat. This pick feels like Jackson Smith and Jigba last year. Look at him now.
Yeah, I mean,
solid, quality player.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough to go against the Ohio State wide receiver. Like, they've all pretty much worked out.
Yeah. Marvin Harrison now in Arizona. Different skill set, obviously.
Yeah.
He's top 5 pick, but still.
Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm blanking on him. He's the receiver for the Jets. What's his name?
Garrett.
Garrett. Garrett Wilson. So anyway, all Ohio State receivers tend to work out.
It's true.
Just their quarterbacks. Yeah. Trustin Vorbeck, thank you for it. $49.99 super chat. Love you, PR. Love you too, Trustin. Do you think the Bucs trade up in the second round, or do we just stay and play with the spot we have? Could Ezaraku be there for a trade up? Y'all are the best. Thank you for the kind words, Trustin.
It really depends. It depends on who's still going to be on the board, who's going to be within striking distance, right? How far do you move up? How much do you have to give? It's really too early to tell. It's not like this team is picking at 40, right?
Correct.
And day 2 is going to start with pick number 33. They're at 53. They're 20 spots away from the top of the second round. So it's all going to be a matter of how much and who and how much they have to give up and all of that. Here's something about Emeka Egbuka. We talk about all of those Ohio State receivers panning out. He's the record holder for receptions, 205. He's the second most career receiving yards, 2,868. There's a lot of good Ohio State wide receivers that have been drafted into the NFL that have had success in the NFL. Chris Carter comes to mind, right?
Yeah.
This guy's got more catches than any of them.
Crazy, right?
And second most in career receiving yards. Chris Godwin's going to finish as the second best wide receiver in Tampa Bay history behind Mike Evans. He's not going to catch Mike, right? There's no way. But like second place when you're behind a Mike Evans, that's not a bad place to finish.
That's not bad.
Second place here in terms of receiving yards, career receiving yards behind the Marvin Harrison, Chris Carter, the Garrett Wilson, Terry McLaurin, all of those receivers. That's not bad.
It's really not. By the way, just for some draft updates, the Bills went with Maxwell Hairston.
Okay.
And then the Chiefs actually traded with the Eagles. So the Eagles moved up to 31, and the Chiefs are picking at 32. So, a little update there. Moving along, the Poplar Bluff. Thanks for a $5 super chat. Light has been a huge hit or miss in the first round. Let's be honest. Somewhat. I mean, Barton's certainly on a good trajectory. Kalijah Cansey certainly is on a good trajectory.
Well, here let's start from the very beginning, shall we? 2014, obviously.
Evans,
right?
yes.
Mike Evans. That's the big one.
That's 1-0.
Jameis Winston, first overall pick.
1-1.
didn't work out. Vernon Hargraves in 2016, bust.
1 and 2.
Then you get to O.J. Howard, 2017, it's a bust.
1 and 3.
Vita Vea
2
traded
and 3.
down and still got him at number 12. Devin White.
That's an interesting one because the first 2 years, you won a Super Bowl.
Arrow pointing up, went to the Pro Bowl, helped this team win a Super Bowl.
I'm going to give that a tie. 2, 3, and 1.
Yeah, I think that's a push. I agree.
Tristan Wirfs, easy.
Yep.
3, 3, and 1.
Joe Tryon-Shoyinka.
That's
really hard. Like when every single starter re-signed, and this was still in a COVID year. Remember, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka didn't play in 2020 because the Pac-12 schools only played 4 games because of COVID.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a shot in the dark there. And JTS was a decent, above average, but not good or great player for sure.
Yeah.
Logan Hall is technically not a first.
Jahad Campbell to the Eagles.
Campbell to the Eagles. Wow. Okay.
And Carmen Vitale tweeted out, "What does he know?"
Wow.
That's funny.
Logan Hall, technically a top pick, not a first round pick, but we have to count it. Arrow pointing up, but not a starter.
Yeah.
I would say that's below Devin White, not a bust.
Yeah, I put that as a push.
It's a push.
Yeah. So 3, 4, and 2 we're looking at. And then
Kalachi
Campbell's a hit.
Yeah, that's a hit. And then Graham Barton. I think Arrow.
So we're looking at 4, 4, and 2 with Barton trending in the right direction.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And I think if you go around the league and look at 12 years of first round picks, you're going to find a similar hit rate for some of the better GMs around the league. I think that's a pretty good number. Then you throw into the mix, Matt, okay. Then you throw into the mix the Bucky Irvings in the 4th round, the Zyma Combs in the 5th round.
If you
in the 3rd round, the Winfield Juniors in the 2nd round.
Yeah, if we just built everything off of Jason Light in round 2 and 3 and even 4, it's not even close.
Patrick Mahomes tweeted sunglasses emoji, so I'm wondering if Luka Burden at 32.
Oh, it could be the Missouri. That makes a lot of sense.
That makes a ton of sense, and they do need help. Receiver.
Well, also what makes sense too is if you have a business where you need to get some business supplies, some promotional goods. We just assembled this 10-foot banner behind us.
We did,
and it took about 10 minutes.
Yeah,
super easy to do, high quality materials. And so whether you need something for an exhibit, an event, trade show, etc., the folks over at 72 Hour Printing are locally owned and family run, and they are the official printing partner of Pewter Report. Could not be happier with the materials that they produce. And we're going to be getting some Pewter Report shirts from them as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is James Palazzo here from 72hourprint.com with an exciting offer. You can get custom-made Dyson-made shirts for only $29 a piece. That's right, $29. Free setup, free design, free shipping. No jokes, no gimmicks, no hassles. Go to 72hrprint.com right now and get your bleach-resistant shirts today.
That's right, 72 Hour Printing, they can do it all. Guys, look at the quality of this backdrop here. Handmade by a local company that's been in business for 21 years, 72hourprint.com. They can do anything for your business needs, whether it's custom backdrops, tablecloths, outdoor tents, trade show graphics, banner stands. They also do sublimated shirts. They can do custom shirts, shorts, pants, even shoes with your logo on it, your business's logo on it. Business cards, flyers, brochures, mailers, pocket folders, anything that you need to promote your business to help you generate more business. The folks over at 72 Hour Print can help out with that. And when I say 72 Hour Print, folks, they get it done fast. We put this order in on a Friday. I had this banner, this backdrop here at my house on a Tuesday, right? So incredibly great, fast work. That's what you want from a printer. Floor graphics, wall graphics, they can do it all. Vehicle wraps, yard signs, billboards. Let the folks over at 72 Hour Print handle your business needs. Screen printing, embroidery, and that sublimation. These guys can do it all. 21 years in business, locally owned here in the Tampa Bay area. Give them a call or log on to 72hourprint.com. That's 72hrprint.com. 25% off your first order when you mention the Pewter Report podcast. Can't recommend them enough. They do very good quality work. Also, quality that you're going to get when you go to Walk-Ons, the title sponsor of the Pewter Report Draft Show. You're going to be getting a lot of great food, and here's Drew Brees to tell you about it.
Game day at Walk-Ons is just different, and it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand-cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block, hand-peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp, hand-carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys, and hand-slicing, then tossing our boneless wings and our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day, the Walk-Ons way.
Thank you, Drew. Appreciate that. Walk-On Sports Bistro, 3 Tampa Bay area locations, Wesley Chapel, Midtown Tampa, and Lakeland. Folks, we got another draft day tomorrow, rounds 2 and 3, day 2 of the draft. The place to go to watch it, Walk-Ons. Watch the draft of Walk-Ons. Make it your number 1 pick. They got the overall drafts, a ton of craft beer, and all of your favorite brands pouring over at Walk-Ons. Eat like a winner, drink like a champ. Also want to let you know, Mondays, they have trivia at those locations at 7 p.m. Top winning teams receive exciting prizes. Remember, happy hour specials start at 3 p.m. and they go to close. So what does that mean? During trivia, you're going to be eating your happy hour menu on Monday. That's right. What's their happy hour menu? $3.99 domestic pints, $5 premium house pours, and happy hour wines, 22-ounce domestic drafts for $5.49, $4 for the hush puppies or onion rings, $7 for the boom boom shrimp, half waffle cheese fries, or the spinach and artichoke dip, which is my favorite along with Ashley. $8 gets you the boneless wings or the cheeseburger sliders. So much good food, so many great drinks, so many TVs over at Walk-Ons. Bringing in Bailey Adams now, who was on the conference call with Emeka Egbuka, the new Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receiver out of Ohio State. What did you learn, Bailey?
Learned that, I don't know why this is the first name my mind's going to, but learned that he's been friends with Jalen McMillan, his new teammate, since they were kids.
Really?
Back to their days in 7-on-7. He mentioned how Jalen was from California, but played on a Washington 7-on-7 team, and they've been friends ever since. You watched him at Washington, watching him have success with the Bucs in his rookie season, and now they are going to be teammates. Also talked a lot about his experience, or was asked about his experience not really being the guy in the room for Ohio State and how that's going to help him transition to the NFL, especially in a room with Mike Evans, with Chris Godwin, with Jalen McMillan. I believe it was Adam Slavon who asked the question. And, he said he's kind of just learned how important culture is and how important it is to kind of just have that culture within the locker room, but also culture within that specific room.
Yeah.
And I just got the feeling talking to him, and we heard from Jason Light, you could see it. Yeah. You could see what Jason Light was talking about as far as the person, the character, and how he said they didn't bring him in for a visit because there was no questions to ask about him. The initial impression was that, he feels like a Buck.
Yeah. Antoine Winfield Jr., Tristan Wirfs, Levante David, Mike Evans, the list goes on and on. And that is so important to get a guy to come in and not rock the boat.
Yeah.
And that's something, this guy, he is safe. He is solid. He can help this team now. He is also a building block for the future. I think this team is, and we heard Jason Light say it, this is a pick for now. This is also a pick for later.
Yeah.
Mike Evans not going to play forever. Chris Godwin's not going to play forever. Chris Godwin's 29 years old. He signed a 3-year deal. He's coming off of an injury that may or may not have him ready for the start of the season. Right. We'll see. But this is a safety net, an insurance policy. If Chris isn't ready, and boy, if he is ready, you got another weapon.
Yeah, and kind of just going back to the Mike Evans and Chris Godwin aspect of Egbuka, I think it was kind of telling. And I always think about this back in 2020 when they had the opportunity to bring in Antonio Brown, and they went to Mike, they went to Chris and said, well, what do you think? Because we know AB, we know obviously he's going to want the football, and both of them were like, if he's going to help us win, we can do it. They've never been the I need my targets type of receivers.
Right.
I don't think they're going to turn into that at this point in their careers, and I think Egbuka is the same way. I don't think he's going to be a guy who's mouthing off wanting his targets. I think he's going to play his role like he needs to as a rookie, and when it's his time to step up, he's going to do so. And I think it's an exciting pick, and I know there have been some comparisons thrown around to Chris Godwin. I know Ollie Connolly kind of basically said the Bucs just got basically their Puka Nacua. So that's another very exciting comparison there. So, yeah, I think once the initial shock of this pick wore off, I think you could really see the value. You could see the excitement that Jason Light and that his staff have. Still, a little confusing when you look at their needs on defense, but I think they have hit some home runs on day 2 and day 3 in the draft, and I think you'd bet on them to do so again tomorrow.
He's comes with plenty of polish, right? He's going to step in and be a pro on the field. And what did we hear about Tyke Smith last year? Same thing, right? He comes pro ready. You think of Georgia, you think of defense, you think of Ohio State, you think of offense, right? And so this is a guy that will be pro ready. He'll step in, won't have much of a learning curve as a rookie. And I think Matt made a really good point. He's going to push Jalen McMillan. And you look at Trey Palmer, who was wide receiver number 3 after his rookie season. Now, much different player, right? Because when you look at a Trey Palmer, he was a 6th-round pick, but he had promising, an okay rookie season, showed flashes.
Same thing with kind of finishing the season with the arrow pointing up the way McMillan did.
Right. But what did we see? McMillan came in and beat the socks off of him during training camp.
Yeah.
We saw the drops from Trey Palmer. He was not up to the challenge. Right. And at no point in time was he in the running, really, from training camp on to be that number 3 receiver. I think Jalen McMillan is head and shoulders above Trey Palmer. I think Trey Palmer is in danger of not making the team this year, right? And as a 6th-round pick, that shouldn't be that much of a surprise. But Bailey, when you look at what this does, is it sharpens Jalen McMillan. He can't come in and expect the number 3 job. He can't come in thinking he's arrived. He can't come in automatically thinking, oh, I'm going to be better this year. You got to work at it. You got to continue to work on your craft. And having a guy like Emeka Egbuka come in, this is iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
And if Jalen McMillan ends up still being wide receiver number 3, it's because Egbuka pushed him.
Yeah, and I think it's obviously we kind of get this a lot with every first-round draft pick or every draft pick itself. There's so much build up to it. There's so much to, I want my guy. I want our favorites. And when it doesn't go that way, there is a strong reaction. I think there's been a lot of strong reactions tonight to this pick. And I just think you get in danger of saying they wasted it on draft night because you don't, you see the guy play and see it all pan out. And I think it's important to be even a little patient with this. I know they're in a Super Bowl window now, but if he comes in and he is not wide receiver 3, if he doesn't beat out Jalen McMillan, I don't think you can call it a waste right away because like Jason Light said, it is a for now pick, but it's also for the future because Mike Evans is in a contract year. He's 32. We don't know what Mike's plans are.
That's right.
I don't know if he wants to come back for another year. Maybe this is his last year.
Yeah.
Say they do go on a magical run and they win the Super Bowl this year. It's the perfect opportunity for him to say, I'm done.
Especially with
I don't want it to happen.
With another 1,000-yard season, right?
I don't want it to happen, but
in my mind, Mike wins the Super Bowl this year or next. And I think it might be 2026. I think that might be the year.
Okay.
And he gets 1,000 yards this year and 1,000 yards next year, and then 13 retires after 13 1,000-yard seasons. What a way to go out!
Yeah,
2 Super Bowl rings. He would be only one of a handful of Buccaneer players to have that distinction, and then to say I went out on top. I went out as a 1,000-yard receiver every single year I was in the league. That's absurd.
I'm giddy just thinking about it.
I know, I am too. And we want Mike to play forever, but we know that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
One thing we do know that's going to happen is this show will come to an end, but not before we tell you a couple of things. Number one, the first round of the draft has concluded. Josh Simmons.
Oh, okay.
That's
why Patrick Mahomes was happy.
Yes. The Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons. So that means Donovan Ezeraku, Savon Revel Jr., and Trey Amos, Ole Miss corner. There are some players the Buccaneers really like that are still available as the first round concludes. We also have some super chats to get to. What do y'all think about Shedeur Sanders not going in the first round? I'm not surprised by that. I wouldn't have been surprised either way, really. If he would have been drafted, say, by Pittsburgh at 21 or another team, or falling to the second round. I watched a lot of Colorado football during the Big 12.
Mhm.
You're a Big 12 aficionado as well,
Yeah.
with UCF being in. He holds on to the ball too long. He takes a lot of sacks. He's a good player. The other thing, too, is his dad's coached him his entire career, right?
Mhm.
From Little League to Jackson State to Colorado. What is life post-Dion going to be like for Shedeur Sanders? It's a question mark.
It is a fair question, but I almost wonder if him not going in the first round was a good thing for him.
I think it is.
Because I think it takes some of the, he went in the first round, he shouldn't have been a first rounder. It takes that kind of pressure off of him. And I think it also opens up a chance. I mean, there's still a chance that he ends up going early in the second round to the Browns, because I think they picked 34th and 36th.
They picked 33rd.
Oh, 33rd. Okay.
So the Cleveland Browns could very well take Shedeur Sanders 33rd.
Yeah.
The first pick of the second
So
round.
that's where I would feel a little bit less like it works out in his favor.
Yeah.
I think going in the second round I think it will be the second round. I don't think it'll be later than that, but it gives him a chance to probably land in a better situation than he would have been in some of these other spots.
The Browns almost could have had Travis Hunter at number 2 and Shedeur Sanders at 33, but they traded that pick number 2 overall to the
Jags.
Get a text from Liam Cohen.
Oh,
yeah. He's
okay.
very happy about his pick.
I wouldn't be not surprised.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he wasn't, I'd be concerned for him.
Todd Bowles also happy with his pick, by the way.
Yeah.
So there's that. Mark Alonzo with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. John Ledyard says Ibuka reminds him of Amon-Ra St. Brown. What do y'all think of that comparison? Amon-Ra St. Brown is smaller. Maybe more of a sudden player, too. I think there's some similarities.
The craftiness, maybe.
Craftiness for sure. Polish, football IQ, all of those things I get. I don't know that Amon-Ra St. Brown is the guy that I would say, nor do I think it is necessarily Puka Nacua. That was another name thrown out. Chris Godwin, because of the way that he gets those grimy catches, the way he can contort his body and catch the ball that's thrown behind him. He's a smooth, high football IQ player. I lean more towards Chris Godwin. Amon-Ra St. Brown, I believe, is not as big as Ibuka is. I take that back. He's what, 6 foot?
6 foot 202. Around there.
Yeah, it seems like he's 5'10" to me, doesn't he? Maybe it's the way he's just built. Yeah, I mean, I kind of prefer the Chris Godwin comparison a little bit, just because of the blocking aspect too. Yeah, and they ran the ball an awful lot at Ohio State, and this guy's a very accomplished blocker.
And I think what you said about his ability to contort his body, and it was something I was reading in The Beast, which Dane Brugler does obviously a fantastic job with. He was saying he's so quarterback friendly because of the way he can adjust to the football. He can go and get it when it's not the best throw. He's gonna make a bad throw look good. Because of the way his catch radius, his ability to readjust and track the football down the field. So I think there's a lot of that in Chris Godwin's game as well.
Yeah, this was kind of crazy. He had 15 of his 24 career touchdowns in the red zone, right? And one of the more interesting statistics was that he had 16 combined interceptions as a sophomore and junior as a DB in high school.
Yeah.
16 interceptions, that's a lot in 2 years in high school. But what that tells you is he knows how to track the ball. He knows how to catch it. He's got good hands. He can go up and get it. And he can make some of those kind of contested, contorted catches. And so I do see some Chris Godwin in his game. Godwin's not the fleetest of foot either. I think he came out running a 4.41. It's something like that. 4.48 for Emeka Egbuka. 4.48 was his time. He did have a 1.50 10-yard split. That's a pretty good number right off the bat. Doesn't necessarily have the long speed, but don't tell that to Oregon. He ran right by them in that rematch. A couple of the super chats to get to here. Mike Wells, thank you so much. $20 super chat. You guys have been coming large with the super chats tonight. We greatly appreciate that. You guys are warriors tonight, Matt and Scott. I am pumped for Egbuka. He is going to bring so much variety for Grizzard. And in Light we trust because, let's be honest, he kills it in rounds 2 through 4. That's his magic. And I totally agree. Would I have preferred an edge rusher in the first round? Yes, I'm a defensive guy. Surprise, surprise, right? I've got my biases.
Yeah.
But I do understand that this is a good pick. This is not a bad pick in any way, shape, or form for so many reasons. And boy, if Chris Godwin is not ready by week 1, or if he's not that guy, if he's not Chris yet, you want this guy. And listen, we've seen Mike Evans, knock on wood, have some hamstring injuries in training camp. What if he's not ready for week 1? What if Chris is, on the mend but not ready? It puts a lot on Jalen McMillan. Yeah, you have Emeka Egbuka to help out. So there's a lot to like about this pick. Offense wins games. That's what Todd Bowles told us at the NFL annual meeting.
And I'm never going to be an advocate, I don't think, of taking Mike and Chris off the field. But if they ever need to, if they need a breather, or if you're I don't know, when Mike gets those soft tissue injuries, the hamstring, you have guys that you can rely on. I think there's
Matt
more
Matera
of that.
does the snap counts, right? And we've talked about it. Mike Evans getting up there, Levante David getting up there, getting some guys to get these guys from 100% snaps down to maybe 80% snaps, because you're going to have a more quality 80% snaps if you're not gassed and tired. Bailey, you were there for the Philadelphia Eagles game, the hottest game of the year, maybe one of the hottest games in years. When we walked down to the locker room, we saw Darius Slay in a kiddie tub, right? A plastic kiddie tub filled with ice and water, stripped down to just literally his jockstrap, I think. He had an IV and a paramedic giving him fluids. That's how hot that game was.
Yes.
The Eagles were dying in those green jerseys. Usually I give the Buccaneers crap for wearing their white jerseys too much. I understood it for that game. But so here you have a situation where maybe Mike or Chris need a breather. You're getting up there in age as well. And if you don't have a drop-off, if Mike's off the field and you got Chris and Emeka Egbuka and Jalen McMillan, Baker Mayfield's a happy camper. You're not missing much.
Yeah, it's exciting. Like you brought it up immediately with the pick was that Super Bowl team.
Yeah,
you couldn't guard everyone, and the Bucs are trying to put themselves in a position where they're in that spot again. Right. And what's so unique, I was doing, obviously we do all this research and do some of these pre-writes, so we have stories ready for you guys when they make their picks. But looking at it earlier, I was writing or something about forget who exactly it was, but it was one of the edge rushers, or maybe even might have been Darius Alexander, defensive tackle. They were kind of due for this pick.
Yeah.
Because when you look back all the way, the last one, so you go to 2020, it's Tristan Wirfs on the offensive line. 2021, it's an edge rusher, but still in the trenches, give or take. 2022, it's Logan Hall in the trenches. 2023, it's Kalijah Cansey. 24 is Graham Barton. So they've been building the trenches for the last several years. The last non-trench pick really would be Devin White in 2019. So it was almost like they were due for maybe a splash year pick, if you want to call it that.
I agree. And as we kind of wind down the show, let's bring this graphic up right here. This was the wide receivers that they were interested in, right? And obviously we had Jalen Noel as our Bucs best bet, because we thought maybe Matthew Golden would be the guy, or we didn't know that they would have any interest in Emeka Egbuka, because he didn't really share the fact that he had met with the Buccaneers at the Combine. They didn't bring him in for a 30 visit. They didn't have to. But you look at these guys, Matthew Golden, Jalen Noel, Alec Ayomanor, Jack Besh, Tez Johnson, Ty Felton, Jalen Lane. Do any of those guys just excite you, or any of these guys destined to be a starting wide receiver in the league? Maybe Matthew Golden.
I like Besh a lot.
Yeah, maybe Jack Besh, maybe Jalen Noel. But you know what I'm saying? This is not a wide receiver rich draft.
I never thought he'd be there at 19.
Egbuka?
Yeah, Egbuka. I never thought he'd be there.
I didn't either.
Yeah,
I thought Seattle might be a spot where he gets drafted one spot ahead.
Yeah,
it would be interesting to see who the Bucs would have picked at 19 if he was not there. But my point is this is not a great wide receiver draft class, in my opinion. There's a lot of guys that are number 3 and number 4 that you can find in this draft class. But so if you're going to get a starting caliber guy and say we're going to build around him and Jalen McMillan for the future, and obviously milk Mike and Chris as long as we can, and why not? They're Ring of Honor, and one of them's a Hall of Famer. Then it certainly makes sense, right? That's the takeaway from this is if you're going to get a wide receiver, get one early, because the rest of the guys, I think, are depth pieces, complementary pieces rather than stars.
I think what I'm taking away from this too, and especially given Jason's comments tonight about their edge rusher room, and who knows, could be, putting whatever out there.
Yeah.
But it almost feels like this pick was made instead of addressing the edge position. And I feel like tomorrow, day 2, they come away with it with a linebacker and with a corner.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the boost they need at those positions.
Yeah.
And maybe they don't take an edge rusher unless it's a developmental guy later on.
Yeah.
But I think they come away from tomorrow night with those 2 positions covered.
Yeah.
And then I think people will calm down a little bit, maybe, because yes, they didn't address the pass rush, but they got a receiver in there that needs to be starting in the future. They address those other positions on defense, and they can go to work with what they have at the pass rusher position.
Yeah, no doubt. I really appreciate it. Bailey Adams, thanks so much. We're going to wrap things up here in just a minute or two with Matt Matera joining me to finish the show. And wanted to remind everybody that this is the end of day 1. But guess what, folks? There are day 2 and day 3 shows coming your way. That's right. The day 2 show is going to be up tomorrow. It's going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern time. The draft starts at 7. There's a lot of players there. I don't know that they're going to go Jalen Noel right now. Probably replace him on the graphic. But, you got Noel Williams still around, cornerback out of Cal. You got Trey Amos, the cornerback out of Ole Miss. You have Demetrius Knight, the linebacker from South Carolina. You've got Olawafemi Oladejo, the edge rusher from USC. And you've got Darius Alexander, the defensive tackle from Toledo. Everybody on this graphic is still in play. Probably not, unless they want to go 5 wide receivers.
Sure, yeah. Let's go crazy.
Just say, Bucky, we got this. We're just gonna, just sit out, and once we get the lead, we'll let you run the ball. And then day 3, of course, that's when the Buccaneers will be trying to find the next Bucky Irving as their 4th, 5th, and 7th round picks. They have 3 as it stands right now. And that's going to start at 11 a.m. The draft starts at noon. As you know, we start 1 hour earlier. We've got over 3,500 people watching the show right now. Thank you so much for a massive
Appreciate
turnout.
everyone.
We want to thank you and make sure that you continue to watch our shows. And you can even do that from Walk-Ons. Bring your phone, eat some good food, watch the draft at Walk-Ons. Bring your headset and listen to Matt, myself, and Adam and Bailey, and we'll be here for days 2 and 3. And we're excited to wrap up the show with a couple more super chats, Matt. And we've had some fantastic turnouts. So make sure you hit the subscribe button.
Yes.
Go to Pewter Report TV, our YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button, please. We should have a couple hundred more subscribers if everyone does that right now, or maybe you're already subscribed. We have 18,100 because of
That's
awesome Pewter people. I will have a Pewter Pulse video tomorrow. We're also going to have a Pewter Insider tomorrow with some scoop for you, and that's probably going to be tentatively around 4 o'clock right now. We're still waiting to see when the Buccaneers will have their press conference with Emeka Egbuka. And once we figure that out, I'm guessing somewhere between noon and 2.
Yeah,
probably.
Seems.
So we'll have that show at 4 o'clock. Then we'll start our day 2 podcast at 6 o'clock.
That's right. Where did we leave? Well, did we get to Drew yet?
Nope, we need Drew.
Okay, thank you to Drew with his $5 super chat. Says, obviously, the entire league wasn't as high on Ezaraku as how we were. Still falling, probably, his size and level of competition.
The level of competition was actually quite good. He played against a ton of bowl teams. He was playing in the ACC. The one name that's still there is Mike Green from Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Green is still on the board, as well as Donovan Ezaraku. And that's a player that a lot of people had in their mock drafts as well. And what did Daniel Jeremiah say at the start of this draft? This is going to be a beauty is in the eye of the beholder draft. The Falcons took 2 edge rushers.
They did.
They took the 2 that they liked the best.
They doubled up.
James Pierce and Jalen Walker. That's just how it is. People have their preferences, and that's the way it went. Interesting that the Eagles took Jihad Campbell. Are they looking at Jihad Campbell as an edge rusher? Because they already have Zach Bond that they re-signed.
Yeah.
And they have Nakobe Dean.
That's true. They once had Devin White.
Yeah. That's very interesting.
Let's go to the Popular Bluff. Thanks for the $2. Says SR needs a good whiskey nightcap.
You know me quite well, Poplar Bluff. Yes, I do, but I can't have that until Saturday because I've got a Pewter Pulse to do tonight as well as a story for tomorrow. So when I get home, I'm writing rather than drinking. But I'd rather be drinking.
You can multitask. Mr. King, thanks for the $5 super chat. Drafting the best player available, best available player, same thing, and not positional needs is the way to go. Many great defensive players in the rest of the draft.
Yeah.
As Michael Scott once did, slapped the table and said, exactly. There's still plenty of defensive talent to go around. It's not like Jason Light just forgot about the defense.
Right.
As we said, he did some of his best work
Yeah.
on day 2 and rounds 2, 3, and then starting day 3 with day 4 or round 4.
Someone tonight did say everyone loves to say best player available until their team actually does it.
Yeah. In case you missed that, Bailey Adams said everyone loves to say best player available. Take the best player available until their team does it. And I think the Buccaneers did that tonight. They stayed true to their board, and they had Emeka Egbuka. And listen, here's what we do know: they had him higher than Jihad Campbell. They had him higher than Donovan Ezra.
Yeah.
They had him higher than Savon Revel Jr. and Malachi Starks.
Yeah,
and,
pretty much every
and
defensive
Trey
back.
Amos and Maxwell Hairston because he was the
They
pick
were all
and
available. They were all available, and they went with their gut. Last super chat, fittingly from the Poplar Bluff. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Thanks for your participation the whole night. A lot of super chats. We really appreciate you. Who still unhappy with the pick, says I could catch 3 passes for 15 yards playing opposite Jeremiah Smith, of course. The other Ohio State wide receiver that did some damage for the Buckeyes. Yeah. Okay, well, he goes from Jeremiah Smith to Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Yeah. So, if that's his role, is playing with other great talents and being able to be successful, that's not the worst thing for the Bucs to have.
That's exactly right. And, the interesting thing about this is, as you mentioned, and I mentioned before, Jason Light does a lot of great work on day 2. I agree with Bailey. I think you're of the same mind. We're going to see 2 defensive players here, right? We're going to see maybe a linebacker, I think definitely a corner. I think everyone will agree that either second or third round will be a cornerback.
Yes.
Will the other pick be a linebacker? Could be. Will it be an edge rusher? Could be. Will it be a defensive tackle? Could be, right? But we're going to see 2 defensive players here for Todd Bowles, and I think they're going to be good players too. I trust Todd. I trust Jason. This was a good, safe, solid pick, and sometimes it's better to go that route and cover your bases. And what I mean by that is we don't know about Chris Godwin's ankle. The team has high
might
hopes.
not be ready for a week.
He might not be ready, and if he's not, or if he's not the player that he thinks he will be, or we expect him to be, in other words, if he's 65 or 70% Chris Godwin at that juncture, and he'll be healthier as the season goes on, with more time to recover and get back into the saddle, then you're going to be grateful you have an Egbuka receiver on your team. For sure.
Yeah. Would you rather have Emeka Egbuka subbing in for some guys or Sterling Shepard? I think the answer is Egbuka, and that's nothing to take away from Sterling Shepard by any means. But yeah, Egbuka, I think overall it is something that you don't lose a ton of sleep over. He's very solid. He's very polished. He can get the job done. Is his ceiling as high as some of the other wide receivers? I don't necessarily know, but he's a good pick. I wouldn't say great, but I would say it's a good pick. I can get behind the pick. I understand some anger as well, but let's see what Tampa Bay does with round 2 and round 3.
Now, the Poplar Bluff with the $2 super chat wanted Matthew Golden, and we would have liked that too because he was the Bucs' best bet. And I think Matt, you and I both liked Matt.
I would have taken Golden over it.
I would have taken 2. And we'll see how it all shakes out in the end. That's the beauty of the draft is the Bucs made their pick, and we'll see how the other guy does and the other team. And that other team is the Green Bay Packers, who picked Matthew Golden.
Yeah, right.
And may the best receiver win.
Exactly, and in the division as well, Tet McMillan.
That's right,
with Carolina.
So. You know what? I remember a lot of people kind of fretting for a minute that the Bucs got the wrong guy, that Odell Beckham Jr. was going to be the better receiver. And it turned out to be not the case. Odell had that famous catch, and he had a couple of good years, but injuries caught up to him, and Mike has just proven to be that reliable superstar you can count in year in and year out. So sometimes you're not going to know right away who the best player was. You got to let it play out for multiple years.
That is absolutely true. All right. We just got over 5 hours, and that was just for one round.
That's right.
We're going to be back at it again tomorrow for day 2 and rounds 2 and 3. That will be starting at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Keep on the lookout, of course. We're going to have our Pewter Insider for Pewter Platinum and Premier members. We'll let everybody know when we have the official time that we're doing that. But a lot of content on the way still. Things from Emeka Buka, from Jason Light, and then everything to come tomorrow and on Saturday as well. So that's going to do it for us this evening / this morning. For Bailey Adams, for Adam Slavon, for Scott Reynolds, I'm Matt Matera saying thanks everybody for watching. This has been a ton of fun. The first night of the draft, and we will see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. for day 2 of the Bucs Live Draft Show. Out.